There we go. Hello. Okay, I need to
Hello.
share my screen as well while everybody comes in here. Woman said DB's benefactor is silencing her on the Twitter. She did it. She did a mega thread on it.
Who's that?
Woman said that Elon Musk is silencing her. She called him DB's benefactor. I think she's trying to speak out. Oh wait, let me make sure I sent. Hey, actually, let me share my screen, and then I need to make sure I actually sent the other thing. Let's
Hi,
see.
everybody. Welcome to All Eyes. Woo woo. Time
All
to
right.
pregame.
Yes, I am on a new and improved device, and I'm finding things as I go that I have not. Oh no. Okay, I'll do that later then. I thought it was going to make me restart Google Chrome. It didn't. There we go. So I just compiled a bunch of stuff from the statements that we do have.
Okay.
Before we start digging into it, I just want to show you. There's very few statements that we've actually heard from Defense directly, and so I'm
Ironic
gonna
since they were doing so many things to break that gag order.
apparently, but I compiled all of them just so we can at least reference them, so I have them handy.
Okay.
But um, hello. I've got too many things open here. Okay, so the other
Well, to my
thing,
right.
before I get too deep into it, oh, here we got a Joe Schmo coming in. Hey,
Hi,
Joe.
Joe.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good.
I'm
I
happy to be
still.
on a stream with you.
Oh, y'all haven't.
We've never been on a stream together. I've watched him, he's watched me, but that's about it.
Okay. I feel like I've seen everybody that I know now. I found them through your stream, so I kind of always assume. I think the first time I ever heard Oksana was on your stream,
I love it.
but now I'm like, was it hers? I'm not sure. I could have sworn. Okay. Well, welcome. I got to follow up with Joe about maybe while he's here, I can ask him. I'm not sure if you remember the exhibits from your notes on, I forget what day it is or which day it was, the 22nd or the 24th, but there's still one discrepancy in the exhibit list numbers between the media reports and a couple of people who were there and wrote it down. And it's one of them is one of the ones mentioned in the order that the jurors asked to review. And I don't know if you are able to remember anything about that, but I do need to ask you about it because I don't think I had quite figured out that was what the discrepancy was when I asked you on Twitter, but I have since figured out that is that was at least a discrepancy between at least two people who were there and then all the media reports. It was just very strange. I have not gotten any clarification on it though from the media reporters that I asked to clarify. I've
Okay,
heard nothing.
what exhibit was that?
It's two. I'm pulling that up too. Let me see. I might be able to pull it up faster on my phone. It was on I want to say 246 or 276, but I'm looking. Let me see.
You know what? If this was televised, we wouldn't have to worry about this at all.
Right? I'm saying. I feel like we've been saying this. I feel like Vinnie Politan said it pretty good though for everybody. That was very cathartic. Let me see. It was. Well, I'm scrolling.
You're already breaking out the big words. We're just getting started. You gotta go cathartic.
It's 246. On your notes, you wrote that State Exhibit 244 through 246 was part of the Hoosier Harvest Store video. It says it doesn't show the plate, the VIN number, or the driver, and it's right underneath notes about them showing the car going around the curve. And you have that as 244 through 246, and it's on day
6, right?
6 on October 24th. But the media reported that 246 was the enhanced version of the Bridge Guy video.
Ooh.
I don't know if you remember, and because your notes were so clear and organized that there's obviously,
I was scribbling as fast as my brain could transfer what was coming in one ear down to my left hand.
well, it was much more neat than mine would have been scribbled had I I write terribly messy. That's why I have to rely on docs so much because y'all would be so screwed if you were having to rely on my handwritten notes. But yeah, I'm still waiting. I think it's strange that there's still not clarification on that because you were not the only one who attended. There's a couple of people who attended on occasional days, and it seems to have been sporadic based on whether or not they could get in. But they want to stay private, which I do not blame them. But there have been a few where they've reached out to me to ask if I could help them get clarification because their notes were different, but they were not allowed. I still don't really understand if it was just like at the end of the day, everybody who was there had to leave, but the credentialed people were allowed to just go up to an area nobody else could, and that's when they examined them. I'm not clear on all that, but apparently, at least one of the sweet ladies who emailed me, she was not one of the people who was able to do that. So I don't know how else to try to clarify it other than to keep asking. I'm trying to get the exhibit list.
I'm looking
I don't
back
know
at
if
my notes and they're so freaking sloppy. Oh my gosh.
no, I feel like they're very organized and clear. Let me
Okay.
see.
State Exhibit 233 to 242 is the Who Is Your Harvester video frame by frame from east to west. So that's when they said they caught his car traveling on that county road east to west.
Okay, I didn't know if those notes in between there were for the exhibits you had just listed or the ones you listed under it. That's what I wasn't sure about.
The notes are under the state exhibit. So as they mention the state exhibit number, I would write it down and then they would describe what the exhibit was.
All right.
So 244 to 246. It does look like the Hoosier Harvester video, and
I'm trying to pull it up while you talk so people can see what we're talking about. Where is it?
It's so sloppy.
I feel like they were very clear and very helpful. Let me see on this. It's day 6. There we go. Here you are. All right. Let me share this and then I'll go back to the defense thing. But this is one of the things where I'm, and it's very helpful that you were specifying whether it was a state exhibit or not, even compared to some of them. Y'all look at this. His notes are not whatsoever like how organized this is. He's even got the time and stuff. You could tell as the day went, there was more information coming. But let me see what page it was on.
13.
Thank you. Okay, so there we go. I'm not sure if I need to, let me make this a little smaller just to get a little bit more in the frame. Oh, it won't let me. Okay, well, you can still see right here where where my cursor is, the state exhibit 244 through 246. And that's what you wrote down, but in the Max Lewis article, it says that 246 is the bridge guy video. And it seems kind of weird. I don't know if they played the bridge guy video again during this time, and that's where the confusion's coming from. Because Mullen was on the stand at this point.
Yeah. I thought they played the enhanced video when Liggett was on the stand.
Well, I've seen that they played it more than once, not very many times, but I wasn't sure if this was one of them. But still, I just don't know if anybody has if anybody else who was there, if they know about this discrepancy that I'm seeing with the notes and the reports, or maybe they have something to kind of corroborate it with, or if they remember if the video was played somewhere in here, like in addition to Liggett when he was on the stand. Hello, everybody coming in, by the way. I'm trying to navigate through my tabs back and forth, but hello to everybody. Let me see. Try to scroll back down. Every time I scroll through, I don't know if there's like an algorithm in StreamYard, but I always see women's and they're always hilarious. It's like a nonstop machine. Let me see. So yeah, and who are we supposed to ask when there's a discrepancy like this when we can't get any of the information? Like, did the media get an exhibit list or even be able to form their own because they got to view them every day? Does anybody have that kind of connection to like ask one of them? I've tried, but you know.
You know what? I met Ron Wilkins. I stood in line with him on day one.
Interesting. He seems
And
like
he
a
was,
very on top of it fella.
yeah, yes, definitely.
He's the one who filed the formal complaint against
Yeah.
ISP for the arrest information.
Yes, there's because they were supposed to provide it within 48 hours and they didn't, so they violated that. And he told me that story when we're standing in line and it's 36 degrees out.
I recently put that one in the folder because I finally tracked down the public access counselor opinion that was issued on it, but I have not tracked down the last of the orders that they said they held back that opinion, waiting for the other orders to come through. I don't know what other orders they're talking about, but I'm trying to find those too. But he was on top of it, and he also knew Richard Allen's name on the 28th. I would like to know. I'd like to understand why some people did, some people didn't. Anyway,
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull this defense one back up. But while I had you, because that's one I've been meaning to for weeks.
Richard,
circled
how they knew Richard Allen's name on the 28th? Didn't we
in
all know Richard Allen's name on the 28th?
No, on the 31st, well, a lot of people did, but what best I can tell, and it wasn't until I looked at the formal complaint and ISP's response to it, was that Ron Wilkins was asking about his name specifically, but ISP was refusing to confirm anything. And in ISP's response to the complaint, they said that the prosecutor told everybody not to say or do anything because they were planning a press conference. And so they were not confirming anything, even if someone called and asked for the correct name. So my understanding when I was following up on that, trying to understand why other people got this other name, was that they were trying to look at this point, there were reports coming out that he was in state custody, so they started looking at state custody rosters and just trying to guess based on the date and the placement. That was what some of them were doing. Others were just trying to get someone in Carroll County to talk. Some people were trying to get someone at ISP to be like, okay, am I hot or cold? Am I close or not? And that was the way it was explained to me about why some people had his name, others didn't. And I don't know if it's because Ron got his name and then that was before Nick told everybody, like, no, 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 we have a press conference, stop. And then they wouldn't even confirm it after one person found out. But again, I don't.
Well, social media, absolutely no, because the family confirmed who it
Yeah.
was on
And
the
so
28th. I mean, we knew the 28th that we knew
he's
his
the
name.
first one I know of that knew it, but I don't know how he was able to find that out.
Family.
I
I mean, the
think
family
so.
was confirming it all over social media, so I don't know
Oh,
why
wait.
they would.
In the, what time did they take him in? Oh, wait, no, that was the 26th. I need
Yeah.
to, I have I don't know where that doc is off this top of my head, but I was trying to organize the different reports from the different people naming him in order of, like, time, but all I did was gather, like, it's just I dumped a bunch of links into one document and have not sorted them yet. So it's still a mess, but, the way I was looking at it, it looked like they might, but I didn't know for sure because I hadn't gotten that far. But still, like, his name was at least known on the 28th. They had the big press release. But that was the big violation they committed, and I also didn't realize that they knew that they were violating it, but they didn't care. And they just took the hit. There was no repercussions for it, though, of course. They were just like, "What are you gonna do about it?" And nobody did anything about it. But there were charges and everything filed under seal or with a request to keep it sealed on the 27th. But, I have after the next week or so is real fuzzy to me, and I'm hoping soon I kinda hope Defense at least gets into some of it with these interviews to kinda clear up some of it, but other than that, I
All I
don't
can tell
know.
you about this particular evidence is I was scribbling notes as they were being presented. So 244 to 246, I would, I don't know.
Because
I
you wrote this,
would,
like, a month before that was even requested, and
But
so
what day was this? What day of
day
the trial was this?
6 it was day 6 on let's see, day
the
6,
24th.
October 24th.
Hold on. Let me pull up my.
And then I have my makeshift exhibits list that I've been filling in as reports come out, or it's taken me a long time to go through everybody's lives because some people were able to catch the exhibit name, or like with Defense, it was letters; with State, it was numbers, and some of them got one side but not the other side. And then media reports going through theirs, they got to view them and inspect them, but not all of them actually listed them, which is very frustrating. because they actually got to look at it. And I've requested the exhibit list, just the list, and every time I try to follow up, that vacation Jody took seems to get extended. Like, what is going on?
She's supposed to be back today. Did you follow up today?
I did, and I didn't get a the automated response that I got 2 times ago because she was out. The second time I followed up when she told me she would be back, I didn't get any response, but I heard someone on your live that same day say that I guess she had extended it because it was a later date than I was given,
No, it
and
was
so
supposed to be the 6th, last I knew. She's supposed to be back today.
she told me the first time I emailed on, I think it was the 23rd, or actually, I don't remember the date, but I emailed and she said she would be gone until the 30th. December 30th. And so I followed up the next business day, didn't hear anything, and then that was whatever that day was when I heard it was until the 6th. Followed up today, and I have not heard back one way or another about it, like, not a response at all yet. So we'll see. I don't know. But if we could at least just get a list, like an exhibit list would be helpful. Let me see. Yeah, her inbox is probably full, I would assume, but that's why I'm wondering if they're even going to be weird about the list, though, because I thought, well, let's start with the easier request because this is not like a actual full-on exhibit. It's just the list. So I feel like that would be an easier thing for anybody having to retrieve it, find it, or find out about it. It seems pretty easy, pretty harmless. I don't know how anybody could think it would affect anything other than helpful for us to be able to sort through other stuff. But yeah, I'm hoping they'll be able to at least release that while they're arguing over whether or not Goal's got to write an order to release the other ones. I still am not clear on that. Let me see.
Well, Liggett testified in between 246 and 247 because I don't have 247 until many, many pages later. So it is possible that 246 is the enhanced video. That's
okay. Wait a minute. I thought that was. I thought Mullen was testifying during this one. You're saying this was Liggett? Hang on.
Yes.
Oh, and then, but in between there, they switched?
Maybe.
Like in between 244 and 246, Mullen was off the stand and then Liggett got on the stand?
Well, maybe they introduced it while Mullen was testifying and then didn't actually ask Liggett about it until later. Maybe. That's a possible explanation.
Yeah. It's very...
244 I think is Hoosier Harvest Store. 246 is BG.
Well, it says 240. So is 244 and 245 about the Hoosier Harvest Store, and then let's see. It says plate, VIN, or driver, and that's why I thought, well, then he's got the, what does it say? General shape and appearance, tailgate, bumper, rims, spokes, and I thought, well, is it 3 pictures of like those things from the video, or I don't know. But there's 3, like 244 through 246 is actually 3 exhibits, not 2. And so that's what I'm trying to.
On the stand, they're showing him. It's not even the video. It's frames from the video.
Yeah.
So
I guess it's the frame by frame
of when Mr. Allen's vehicle passes. I'm just looking at my notes.
Sorry. My other question about that is they took screenshots from the Hoosier Harvest Store video, but is the video they went back to get 5 years later or however many years later, was that the one going around the curve that they got after the fact? Or is this all from the same video?
Well, or is he just testifying about what he saw in the video but didn't actually collect the video evidence?
Right. I wasn't sure if they got into any of that.
Did they ever actually show the video? Because from my understanding, they didn't.
Nope.
It was just the frame by frames. Okay.
Yep.
Because that's also what I wasn't sure. I thought, well, a video is just one thing. Was there 2 videos?
It sounds like 244 to 246 is all the screenshots.
That's what this to me, that's why I was asking Joe. Like, to me, that's what it looks like. But, I don't know because the other media reports, at least.
Looking at my notes, this follows up exactly. So 243 is a close-up of the vehicle in the frame, publishes both to the jury and the jury reviews. What's the one right above that?
It is 2:33 to
The
2:40.
page video frame by frame from east to west. Okay, so this is all under Mullen. This is all Mullen's testimony.
Yes, correct.
So there is no BG video in Mullen's.
Not that I know of, but I wasn't
I don't
sure
believe
if
so,
maybe it
no.
was just wasn't reflected in here. Or if maybe because it had already been admitted, they just referenced back to it and showed it. That's because I'm not sure what people mean by they showed it again. And so I've been looking for it, but I can't find it.
Nope. And now it goes from this video, goes to what's going on at the house. They ask him on the map where the house is in relation to the trails. And then it goes into his interview with him and how he was going to let him use his phone, but then he said they changed his mind. And then he confirmed this is all about the car and the interview.
Also, I just lost it. I think it was Indy Cindy said that Liggett explained to 246 and something. I'm looking, trying to scroll back. I saw it, and then I scrolled up too far, and now I can't scroll back down to it.
Yeah, I need to send you my PDF. I created a PDF finally
the
from
map.
all these.
Liggett indicated on the map where they had taken the picture, and he pointed to an area.
It just sounds funny. He's like, well, didn't he also point to an area that was way off? Oh, no, never mind. Sorry, that was Bunner pointing to the map. Never mind. I don't want to confuse the two.
So I'm just saying, if they're using that map photo for Mullen, they could pull out the same map photo for Liggett because he's on the stand right after Mullen.
Well, that's what I'm trying to assume, but I don't know. The other person that was there that day that I know couldn't. It turned into one of those where they were like, "Well, wait, was it?" Like it started almost like she was getting confused, trying to remember back, and then thought, "Well, this is." I mean, she just showed me. She wrote down the same thing Joe did, and so that's kind of not verbatim, but like with the she numbered it. I guess is the same way, referencing the same Hoosier Harvestor. She didn't specify that it was frame by frame, but I think she wrote SS for screenshot. But still, the other thing while I'm on this, maybe T knows, there's only one report that I found that actually specifies anything about Betsy Blair's Fitbit data. I know you've mentioned this, but I didn't. The one day that you were getting into it, I had to go with the girls. I couldn't. I have not been able to figure out what live that was since, but her Fitbit data shows that the first 2 loops were from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. And then the second green line, the way they described looking at the exhibit, was from 1:30 to 2 for that third loop. But Mullen's screenshots say that she was arriving at 1:46 and leaving at 2:14, but her Fitbit data has her on the trail earlier than that and no longer walking sooner than that, if that makes sense. Does anybody have any clarification on that one? What they
All I remember is after she did 2 loops, she had to go to the public library and pee, and then she came back. But
Well,
I don't specific times. I don't remember.
I don't remember off the top of my head which media report it was.
So what's the question?
Well, her first 2 loops were from 12 to 1, and then she left to go to the library. And her third loop was from 1:30 to 2. But they said that she was on Hoosier Harvestor. Like, her Fitbit data says she showed up 15 minutes earlier, or I guess a little over 15 minutes earlier than Mullen's
Well, there's a huge
estimation.
discrepancy. There's a huge discrepancy on the Hoosier Harvester video because it was not synced with actual time. It was off by many, many, many minutes from actual time.
Well, as of now, they have not accurately reflected what time Betsy Blair was there and would have or wouldn't have seen somebody.
Right.
I have the times that she was there from the Fitbit.
Like, I know, like I've heard.
Let me see.
Until I found the media report, I didn't understand. Oh, I think Jessica just said something about the times don't match. Did she say something before or after too? Maybe she knows. But then it said it records chunks of 15 minutes. Okay. I don't use a Fitbit, so I have no idea. I'm just not familiar. I'm sure I could look it up and figure it out. I just haven't gotten that far yet, but I'm just trying to understand the exhibit that they referenced. I put it in my 213 timeline doc. Oh, it was Wayne 15. That's who it was. They were the ones who said they viewed the actual exhibit and they wrote the actual time and the different, I guess they called it green lines. In the exhibit, the way it was at least admitted as an exhibit, it said there were 2 green lines and we at least know from testimony the first green line was for 2 loops, and then she left, and then the second line was for that 3rd loop that she did. But the time, like the first, and that does make sense. If one loop took her 30 minutes, it would take her an hour for 2 loops. So 12 to 1 makes sense, and then 1:30 to 2. That part adds up, but it does not line up with when the state placed her there according to Mullen's little questionable screenshots. I don't understand his screenshot situation or the timestamps.
I don't recall there being an issue with the time that she was leaving to the time that she would have actually been driving by. I don't recall thinking there was an issue in the time discrepancy, but
Well, if she's walking at 1:30 and they're saying she's not arriving until 1:46, would it start? Why would it start registering steps or movement if she's not, because it said from 1:30 until 2. And the first 2 loops were a whole hour. So it would take the first loop was from 12 to 12:30. The second loop would have been 12:30 to 1. And then the third loop would have been when she returned at 1:30 to 2. Like, in my mind, I think, is the Fitbit data off, or is the screenshot that Mullen timestamped or determined to the time of? Which one of those?
Well, they never did clarify on the stand, except for maybe once or twice, that there was a discrepancy. And whenever law enforcement officers were testifying to times that they witnessed on the Hoosier Harvestor video, they never got clarification. And I think this was a mistake by the defense. Was this time stamped on the video, or was this actual corrected time once you figured out that there was a discrepancy? They never clarified that.
Man, that drives me crazy. Like, I know that there was like a 52 minutes fast that was listed for the Hoosier Harvestor stuff, but I don't understand if that was the video versus the screenshots, or if it was the actual video that their own clock, whatever, was off. But
yeah, the clock on the Hoosier Harvestor camera was off
by 52
so all
minutes.
The times that we receive are the corrected times, according to what we're told.
But if you aren't asked about it on the stand, can you not fudge it on the stand? Can you not say what the time was on the video? And if you're not asked about it, correct it?
I'm not sure.
Just a thought.
I mean, I would hope so, but they seem to be kind of, even with ISP, they violated you have to create a record within 24 hours of an arrest. They didn't. And they're like, what are you going to do about it? And even when there was an order or an opinion issued on it, there's no, like, it doesn't matter apparently. Like, there's no, even if they get something wrong after the fact, it just seems to just be documented and then put away. So I don't know if they're allowed to do this or if they're not, but there's just no way to, I don't know how or when that kind of thing gets raised to be corrected when it comes to, I don't even know if that's what it is. I just know there's a discrepancy, and the thing that drives me the most crazy about all of this is there's no transcripts to even just pull up and look at it and see if it was a misspeak. If
you could get transcripts if you had like $5,000 or $6,000.
Well, I don't even know if they're ready yet. And that's why I'm trying not to overdo it with my follow-up emails with Jody, because I assume she's slammed trying to get those done, but we probably could have those done for her by now. We could be helping. Like, I think we could probably have it done in a weekend if we split it up with audio, and then she could just spell check them and then certify it. But I guess that's not allowed. Let me see. I don't know when they got Betsy Blair's Fitbit data. I just know that it drives me crazy that it was Wayne 15 though.
I just tried to send you the PDF and it's too big for my mail. It's like 46.
Oh dang.
And 31.
I'll try to. I don't know if I can do it on here, but I'll add you to the folder because then it might let you just upload it to the folder. If it's too big to send, it might at least be able to be uploaded. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to trail way off with that, but those are two very specific things that I have not really known how to. I've tried asking any avenue that I can think of that might know or remember or be able to tell, and I got some clarification from like the first time you responded, that helped, and then when the sweet little lady that was there same day, she said the same thing, but it didn't clarify anything other than you two had the same thing written down, but I didn't get a response from any of the others that reported it for, I guess, the day 6. So hang on, am I sharing I'm gonna go back to this other one. Let me close this tab so I don't get lost in them. Okay, so putting all that aside, I guess we can earmark it or return back to it later if we want. But so there's only, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 official, they're on screen or like it's an actual letter is the only thing. I guess this isn't technically a statement from defense, the letter from Rozzi, but I included it just for, hang on, I just heard a little, there we go. Sorry, I got an alert. So I'm just going to go through these. Have y'all watched the November 22nd interview? It's been a while since I've seen it, but the one where Baldwin is kind of going through, he's answering some questions, and it's funny because there's some people that I forgot were there. They were there at trial. One of them was the one that was doing the line hopping, trying to like get ahead of people, and she's right there asking Baldwin a whole bunch of questions.
Let's watch it.
Let me see. Oh, hang on. I'm trying to make sure I'm sharing the right one before I play anything. Hang on, let me check StreamYard. Yeah, it's not, I think it's like 7 minutes, but it's kind of interesting to hear some of this, but this is the first time we heard from them at all about anything. And then after that,
they're saying he's innocent as of right now, and people talk a lot of shit about that.
Well, he also brings up some other stuff that's a little bit more insightful now after trial. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and I'll let this run because it's not too long. But it's interesting to hear, you know how stuff gets memory hold. Sometimes when I go back and revisit old stuff, I think, oh yeah. But yeah, there's some of that in here. Let me play this.
Because
hang on, can y'all hear it?
He has told us that.
Yes.
Okay.
Very emotionally, he has thanked us for our help, and we are anxious for the public to read this. We're anxious for this thing to get going, and we'll see. And when you guys read the PCA, presuming that the judge grants our motion, you will have to question: is this what happens after 5 years of an investigation? Is this what it is? We don't have any other evidence. We don't have any discovery. That's all we have, and we are not impressed.
When you say this would help you to get it out, how would that?
Well, you never know what person out there might read something, and it might ring a bell. It might cause them to point the finger in the direction of the actual killer. This whole business of the two people being involved, the conjecture from the prosecutor today was new information for us. I've been on this case, folks, for 6 days. So I don't know a whole lot. We have not seen the evidence, and another person involved. I mean, that's new news. So
that's not reflected in the PCA?
Not the PCA that I read. Not the PCA that I read.
Do you have any information about the potential involvement of Keegan Klein in this case?
I have no information about that.
Why do you think it's important for the public to see this probable cause affidavit?
Again, I think it's important because somebody might read something, a line about, you're going to see maybe about a vehicle or about a person or about a time frame, and it might ring a bell, something that they hadn't thought of before. And when they read that, then they can contact us as his lawyers. We're getting lots of information from lots of people across the country, especially locally. We don't know what is hoaxes. We don't know what's true. We don't know if it's a podcaster's, opportunity to get in the limelight. We don't know what's real, but we're going to look at every single person that contacts us. We're going to contact them, everybody, and we're going to figure out if what they know is helpful.
What, if anything, has your client, Richard Allen, said this has impacted him and or his family?
Obviously, this has impacted Richard and his family tremendously. I mean, his wife is just a wonderful person, and she loves her husband. They've been married for over 30 years. They were basically high school sweethearts. They love each other, and she fully supports him, but it is devastating. She's scared. She doesn't want to leave her house. She did leave her house. She thankfully is in a little bit better place than she was a month ago, but this is all new to them.
Can you say anything about why investigators are focused on your client?
You guys will read the probable cause affidavit, and you may wonder why they are focused on our client.
We haven't asked you the fundamental question, and that is, your client's the wrong guy?
Our client's the wrong guy.
And what's the main point that you hope the judge takes away from your argument today?
We have nothing to hide, and transparency is important in government. It may be weird for defense lawyers, I suppose, to be arguing that we want things unsealed, but that's how confident we are in our client. That's how confident we are that the evidence contained in at least what's written in the probable cause affidavit is nothing for us to worry about. We don't know what other evidence is out there, but we're confident that whatever is out there is not going to be enough to show that our client did anything here. He's confused. He's bewildered. Rick, you guys all call him Richard. His actual goes by Rick. Rick is bewildered. He's confused. He has no idea why this is going on. How can an innocent man be accused of a crime like this and have their life upended? That's the kind of stuff that we've talked about with him. And the same can be said for his wife. How can an innocent man be charged, accused, and basically convicted in the court of public opinion is what they say. But what I said to him is, there's plenty of people out there that are supporting you, and we're getting a lot of calls from a lot of people that don't believe that Rick is the guy.
Should Judge Frangel keep these documents sealed, how do you guys proceed?
Well, it's like my co-counsel Brad Rozzi said, you cannot conduct a suppression issue in public without talking about the facts. Tiptoeing around the facts is going to be impossible. That's another really terrific reason why these documents need to be unsealed.
In America, you don't have to prove that somebody's the wrong guy. They have to prove he's the right guy. Could you just elaborate on why you say he's the wrong guy?
Well, again, I'm early on in this case. I've looked my client in the eye, and he's looked me in the eye, and he's told me what he's told me. I'm innocent. Thank you for helping me out. And we'll see what the evidence looks like. The PCA, the probable cause affidavit, we are not impressed.
Can you tell us more about what the prosecutor said regarding a second person who might be involved?
Well, that was news to us. So whoever was in that room listening to the prosecutor talk about a second person, that's news to us. I got to tell you, I don't know a whole lot about this case. I'm learning and learning and learning. There's people that have podcasts and all kinds of stuff that seemingly think that they know more about this case. And certainly, I'm glad that I'm coming into this case without a whole lot of knowledge about anything. I don't have any preconceived notions. I don't like to look at evidence with some preconceived notion of what it might mean. I don't know what anything means, but this second person business, that there's another person involved. I think I had heard something on a podcast. Somebody had told me that there's a podcast or a news article that says something about that. Then there was somebody, you mentioned the name of somebody, I don't know who.
Keegan Klein.
Keegan Klein. I mean, you may think I'm, an attorney. How do I not know who Keegan Klein is? I've heard the name, but I don't know Keegan Kline is. You know, I don't know if that might be the guy that did. I don't know. I don't know anything about anything other than.
Okay, let me see. Let me go back to this other one. So I haven't. Oops, hang on. Ah, uh-oh. Hang on. Accidentally clicked on something. Sorry. Hang on. There we go. Sorry about that. I'm not sure how loud that was. So I think they had been on the case, let's see, 14 to 15, 16, 17, 18. They had been on the case for 8 days at that point. They were appointed on the 14th, and this was right after the hearing on November 22nd. And let me see. The next thing that happens after that from defense, the next time we hear anything from them at all is, oh, I didn't even link it. Let me copy it real quick and open a new one. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
There we go.
Doing
Sorry,
fine.
I'm just making sure I'm not still, I'm on a different tab. I'm making sure I'm not muted.
I may
Okay.
or may not have done that once or twice.
Yeah, I do it pretty often. Okay, so the next thing after they say Mr. Allen is confused, he's appreciative. Thank you for helping me out. He's saying I'm innocent. And the next thing after that is this press release, because there was a ton of, I mean, even the judge in his order said that the people requesting information, it was nonstop. And so it does make sense that they would release a press release to kind of address everyone at once. That was the way I took it, even at the time. And I was very shocked by the reaction they got to it, because I thought it was great. But there had been years of press releases from the state, and I don't know if y'all want to hang on. I'll just read through. I think it's 3. Yeah, it's 3 pages. I'll read through it. The Richard Allen's attorneys, we have received multiple requests from local and national media for interviews and comment since the unsealing of the probable cause affidavit. It was unsealed on November 29th, was the day I think she actually made it available. And so this is just a few days later. It would be virtually impossible to comply with these requests and continue to focus on the merits of Rick's defense. Therefore, we offer up these thoughts. We do not want to try the case in the media, and we intend to adhere to the Indiana rules of professional conduct that provide guidance on pretrial publicity. However, the police and prosecutor's office have conducted many press conferences over the 5+ years of this investigation and following our client's arrest. On the other hand, Rick's ability to assert his innocence has been reduced to only one short post-hearing press conference. Accordingly, we feel it appropriate, necessary, and within the bounds of our rules of professional conduct to make a few comments concerning the probable cause affidavit and Rick's innocence. Rick is a 50-year-old man who's never been arrested nor accused of any crime in his entire life. He is innocent and completely confused as to why he has been charged with these crimes. The police did not contact Rick after Libby German and Abby Williams went missing. Rather, Rick contacted the police and voluntarily discussed being on the trail that day. Like many people in Delphi, Rick wanted to help any way he could. Rick contacted the police to let them know that he had walked on the trail that day, as he often did. Without Rick coming forward, the police probably would not have had any way of knowing that he was on the trail that day. Rick volunteered to meet with a conservation officer outside of the local grocery store to offer up details of his trip to the trail on the day in question. Rick tried to assist with the investigation and told police that he did recall seeing 3 younger girls on the trail that day. His contact with the girls was brief and of little significance. Rick does not recall if this interaction with the conservation officer was tape recorded, but believes that the conservation officer scribbled notes on a notepad as Rick spoke to him. After Rick shared his information with law enforcement officials, he went back to his job at the local CVS and didn't hear from police for more than 5 years. The next time Rick heard from the police was in October of 2022. This was approximately 2 weeks before a contested sheriff's election and within days of a federal lawsuit filed against the Carroll County Sheriff's Office by its former second-in-command, Michael Thomas. In the lawsuit, Thomas claims that he made suggestions and offered assistance in the investigation of a high-profile child homicide investigation, but those suggestions and offers were rejected by the sheriff. Thomas further claimed that the sheriff and others in the department feared the disagreement with Thomas would become publicized as a result of the political campaign for sheriff. Thomas claims in this suit that he was ultimately demoted and replaced by Tony Liggett, who later that year won the 2022 election for sheriff. Furthermore, Thomas claims he was also removed from the high-profile cases. Rick was ultimately arrested on or about October 28, 2022. In the 5+ years since Rick volunteered to provide information to the police, Rick did not get rid of his vehicle or his guns and did not throw out his clothing. He did not alter his appearance. He did not relocate himself to another community. He did what any innocent man would do and continued with his normal routine. The probable cause affidavit seems to suggest that a single magic bullet is proof of Rick's guilt. It's a bit premature to engage in any detailed discussions regarding the veracity of this evidence until more discovery is received, but it is safe to say that the discipline of tool mark identification, they put in quotes ballistics, but there was no shooting. I'll keep going, is anything but a science. The entire unreliable and lacking, I skipped one. The entire discipline has been under attack in courtrooms across the country as being unreliable and lacking in any scientific validity. We anticipate a rigorous legal factual challenge to any claims by the prosecution as to the reliability of its conclusions concerning the single magic bullet. On Rick's behalf, we argued to have the PCA unsealed. Rick has nothing to hide. As importantly, we were hoping that we would receive tips that would assist us in proving up his innocence. Not surprisingly, we have been inundated with tips from a variety of sources, all of which will be vetted by our team. Although it is the burden of the prosecutor to prove Rick's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, the defense team looks forward to conducting its own investigation concerning Rick's innocence. We appreciate those that have reached out to support his cause. The prosecutor mentioned at the last hearing his belief that others may have been involved in the killing, yet there was no mention in the PCA about a second suspect involved in the killing. The defense is confused by such discrepancies in the investigation and will be in a better position to respond as more discovery is received. Rick Allen owned a Ford Focus in February of 2017. His Ford Focus is not in any way similar to the distinctive look of the PT Cruiser or smart car that was described by the witnesses. It seems that the Carroll County Sheriff's Department is trying to bend facts to fit their narrative. At this point in time, we have received very limited information about this case and look forward to having something more to view than what was offered up in the sparse PCA. Moving forward, it is our intent to scrutinize the discovery as it is received and give the necessary attention to the volumes of tips that we are receiving. To the extent that we continue to discover information that points to Rick's innocence, we will offer up this information to the public so long as we are not prohibited from doing so as a result of the recent request by the prosecutor for a gag order or by the Indiana Rules of Professional Conduct. So that's quite I feel like that covers a whole lot of ground. Oh my gosh, did I not share that whole thing this whole time?
You didn't.
No.
Oh my gosh, y'all. Next time
You read
interrupt
it
me.
really, really well.
Yeah.
You did a good job reading it.
Sorry,
So this is the big
Sorry.
infamous press release that is supposedly the violation of the gag order that the judge uses against him.
I mean, they were still throwing a hasty fit like a year later about this press release. I do not understand it at all.
But he finally has to give it and say, okay, gag order wasn't in effect until the 2nd, and the press release is the 1st.
Well, on the 1st, the judge did enter an order saying that she was going to schedule a hearing in January to determine whether or not to do this. But then the next day, instead of waiting until January to decide one way or another, she's like, no, gag order starts now. On the 2nd, though, because of this press release, which is...
Because of the press release. Exactly.
Yes.
You'd think she would have remembered that at least, but no.
Well, the other thing that drives me crazy about everybody throwing a fit over this is Murder Sheet did an episode on the same day releasing details about the investigation and about Doolin's report. They were the ones... Oh, what? Oh, sorry, I
Said
forgot.
it out loud.
Oh, sorry, I forgot. Blurter
Don't do it 3
Steeds.
times. Don't do it 3 times.
Yeah, Blurter.
Wait, they did it
whatever.
on the first?
When I went back through the podcast episodes, it says on like the date of it was the first, and then there were other media reports from WTHR and I think Wish TV maybe. I can't remember off the top of my head. It was either 2 or 3. I have it in my folder, as I know it's not part of the court file, but I included it, and it's Holman leaks the clerical error stuff to Murder Sheet, and there's a few links in that doc to the different reports that day. But that's what drives me crazy about this too, is because the information that they had that day, they were real specific. I think Fiend is the only one who caught it. He made a semi-brief Twitter thread or brief for Fiend at least, but they, like it, because he covers. He does not leave. He's pretty. He gets into every aspect of it, and he was talking about the distinction that Murder Sheet dang it, MS made.
You're getting so close. You got to be careful.
I know.
Oh, there's 2. Yeah, there's 2. You can do a
there's
third
2.
one.
But yeah, they made the distinction that they never made any statement or released something that was bound by the discovery order. Basically, the same thing that defense has been arguing this whole time. There was no gag order yet, and that is what they kind of maintained. And it's just very interesting, the disparity in Gull's outrage to MS versus defense, because they actually released some stuff that's, in my opinion, kind of sensitive when you're talking about problems with the investigation, like a clerical error or misfiling stuff. Of course, at the time, Holman was trying to act like it was an FBI civilian employee when apparently the whole time he knew it was Kathy Shank. But still, he's the only person in any of the filings who is on record saying the same thing that Murder Sheet put in there. Oh, dang it, their episode.
Oh my God.
I know. I can't. Y'all can't. I'm sorry. I will get there eventually. MS. Whatever. Sorry. Whatever. They drive me crazy. But yes. So, but that was the same day. And what is that's information about even, and it was not very kind to the state because it made them look like idiots. But they didn't get in trouble, and the state didn't get in trouble. Defense didn't know that at the time. They were the only ones who knew that information. That was, and who gave that to them to try it in the court of public opinion. While the disparity bothers me between, it's okay. And even Nick, in December, there's the ex parte orders start in December. And there's one that's very specific about anybody from the sheriff's office, the clerk, or the county, or it has a whole list of people that if anybody,
don't forget about the coroner.
Well, yes,
keep the body temperature.
I don't have it pulled up at this specific time, but it has like a whole list of people. I'm not talking about the motion to hit parties from, where it's the list of everybody that can't say anything. It's one that's related to defense's filing for ex parte to start getting investigators. They're requesting funding for the first time in December. Okay. And there's very specific information in there about what you're not allowed to release or comment or access or any of that. And Gull's very specific. If any of these people do this, they will be in contempt of court. Well, Nick McClellan did it at least twice by accessing ex parte filings, and nothing happened. So
this doesn't count.
Apparently not, but it drives me crazy that that order was published this same month too, and even 6 months after the fact, or however long, when he was nosing around where he shouldn't be. And even in that order, it even says, regardless of how it's filed, it has to say ex parte to be placed under seal, like in all caps, the exact way Rozzi's filing was. It even says it that way in Gull's order about do not access or release or comment on this. And so it wasn't just the Docs Pop instructions, it was also Gull's specific order that says this is a contempt. This is a contemptible offense, and it will be treated as such. And then it was not treated as such. But apparently it's only wrong. It's only misconduct or sketchy if the defense does it. When the state does it, it's totally fine. Apparently, I don't like that.
Isn't cocaine dealer hair a contemptible offense?
I would agree with you on that one. Dude, okay, so let me get
I
back
don't
to my
agree with
other
everything Andrea says, but that was a good
I know,
one.
that was pretty it's funny because it was just it was really her raw reaction to seeing him, and I thought that was the funniest description anybody could have ever come up with, but it's
I shared it with
very
some of the
apt.
people that were standing. I shared it with some of the people that were standing in line with me. They hadn't heard it before, and then afterwards, they're like, "No, I can't get it out of my head."
I know. I always hear the DB's little clip of it, though, where it's just over and over. Okay, so after let me make sure I'm sharing the right whatever. There's not much after this. So we had that outside the courthouse or outside the courtroom where Baldwin comes out and he answers a few questions. They didn't know anything really at that point. And as far as I can tell, until February, they didn't have anything but the sparse PCA and a very small amount of information from the sheriff's office. And I think one report from Westville at that time. I don't know that they had anything more than that. I just know if it's not mentioned in the filings, I don't know. But from the end of 2022, we do not hear from them again at all publicly, officially until after trial. But the next closest thing is Labrado doing the interview.
Mhm.
There's one where it's only 9 minutes. I have the link to both of them because I don't know if it's important
The
to get into
longer one
those.
has the shorter one in it, I think.
The longer one has what?
The shorter one in it,
Oh, okay. Well, I also
I
don't
think.
know if we should get into because the other thing is this is the account of what happened with Mitch Westerman this is Rosie's letter. It eventually was put into the record I guess this was one of the supplemental things. I don't remember if Hennessy submitted this, but it came along with the letter from Mr. Allen saying, "I know what happened. I still want to keep my counsel, but this is the only account we have because Mitch hasn't said anything at all." And it's also funny to me because in this letter, let me see what page it is. It appears that defense was unaware of any of this that was happening until they were told that some man in Texas told police that, and it turned out to be the one who was passing them around. He told the police that Baldwin and Rozzi were kinda orchestrating the whole thing. They'd never heard of this person. They didn't hear about it until then, and the day they found out about it, I think Baldwin found out first, he immediately contacted Rozzi, and then Rozzi, the next thing that happens is he alerts the court. And so the thing that frustrates me about all that is that shows us what they would have done had someone told them that someone was doing this in August, instead of waiting till it got as far as it did. But because the prosecutor and ISP did not have the foresight to know, obviously, if you don't plug a leak, if something's going on, if you're gonna exploit it, it's gonna get exploited, and then it did, and I get very frustrated by that, but Baldwin and Rozzi had no idea about any of this until they were told, and then the first story they get is not even true, but that is still the one that Galt is holding them accountable for. But I don't know if y'all even do wanna get into the letter from Rozzi or not, or if y'all just wanna if let me see. Scribinato. S
I say we can get into it. I mean, that's kind of
Yeah.
what we're heading into, is to see
Yeah, let me
what gets us
see.
to where
I'm
we are
trying
this
to
week.
I moved tabs. I know it's up, but I'm trying to find the tab so I can scroll back to the top. Hold on. There it is. Okay, there we go. I found where I was at. Okay, so this is the official letter was not written until a few days of correspondence. So some things happened before this letter, but this is his account of what happened, and it's very rosy from what we can tell from his filings. You can tell which filing or who wrote it by how the filing reads. I feel like this is a good one. But
Yeah,
it says,
Baldwin is super repetitive. If
yeah.
Baldwin wrote it, you know it because you're reading the same thing over and over and over again. He makes sure to get his point in there 50 times.
Well, I feel like he would have a better shot writing it in crayon, but I do think the reason he does that has got to be because it takes a while for certain things to sink in. I think he figured that out pretty quick. That if just because like it just bounces right off of the prosecutor's head sometimes. It doesn't sink in always. So I think he's trying to
Not
make
just the
sure.
prosecutor's head,
Well, yeah.
judge's head too.
Well, she
It's
would
like,
have to
oh.
read it for it to even have that effect.
Right.
I'm at a point where I don't even think she was reading the state's filings for a while. I think she was just ruling based on who filed it. That is my opinion. Okay, so dear Judge Gohl, in the wake of the recent circumstances surrounding the distribution of crime scene photos in this case, Andrew and I thought it appropriate to communicate to the court in writing our version of events and general thoughts regarding Nick's comments that he believed disqualification in, I lost my place, sorry, may be the appropriate remedy here. Naturally, those are strong words and warrant some response from the defense. Therefore, we thought it appropriate to provide some context regarding what has occurred here and the circumstances arising therefrom. Our thoughts are as follows. Facts: Andy has offices in 3 separate locations, but primarily works out of his Franklin office. In the far back of his office building, Andy has a personal office which sits next to his conference room. Throughout this case, we, the defense, has utilized the conference room as our home base in terms of storing diagrams, photographs, and other exhibits that are involved in this case. We have also used the conference room for our defense team meetings and to generally review discovery. This includes searching through the 20 or more hard drives that we have been provided by the state, various thumb drives, and other discovery documentation. I would estimate that 90% of the discovery and related materials in this case are generally located in Andy's office. Andy has a friend by the name of Mitch Westerman. Mitch has a law degree from Valparaiso and at one point in the past worked as an employee at Andy's firm. Mitch is also Andy's personal friend. It is my understanding that Mitch has a girlfriend in the Franklin area and therefore would routinely stop by the office when he visited his girlfriend. Andy communicated to me that Mitch was a fairly skilled strategist and that he would sometimes communicate ideas and circumstances with Mitch to get his feedback. Andy reported that he did this on occasion in this case. At no time did Andy ever authorize Mitch to duplicate or take physical possession of any exhibits or documentation in this case. During the week of October 2nd, the defense became aware of a gentleman in Texas who had claimed the crime scene photos had been leaked and that Andy was the party who leaked the photos. Naturally, this called for some immediate disclosure. Andy and I discussed the matter, and I believed that it was important to communicate our concerns with the prosecutor and the court. This disclosure was accomplished through the emails you received from us last week. On Monday, October 9th, Mitch Westerman showed up at Andy's office and asked for a few minutes of Andy's time. Andy reports that during the conversation, Mitch acknowledged that he had made a mistake and, in fact, took it upon himself to access Andy's conference room and photograph some exhibits that he discovered laying on the table. We believe this occurred back in August when we were preparing for the first round of depositions. Those depositions were with law enforcement. In fact, Nick later confirmed that the prosecution, believes that the docs possessed by Westerman are the same or similar to the exhibits that were offered up by us during depositions. Westerman then reported to Andy that he shared these images with his military friend, who is not associated with the defense in any manner. This man then apparently distributed them to a man in Texas. The man in Texas is the same individual that was accusing Andy of intentionally leaking these documents. Mitch Westerman then apologized to Andy for what he had done and indicated that he would do whatever was necessary to make things right, including talking to the police. This conversation between Andy and Mitch Westerman occurred around 4 p.m. on Monday, October 9th. At 4:48 p.m., Andy shared with me what had occurred at his office in Franklin via email. I did not see the email until the morning of October 10th, as I attended a school board meeting on Monday afternoon at 5 p.m. and thereafter spent some time with my kids. The next morning, Tuesday, October 10th, while at work, I discovered the email. I then immediately communicated with Andy. We agreed that we needed to disclose these facts to Nick immediately, which we did. This occurred by the way of a phone call with Nick just minutes before we spoke with you yesterday afternoon. As a follow-up matter, we have tried to encourage Mr. Westerman to make himself available to the police for questioning, either alone or through a lawyer. We've learned that he has sought out some legal representation. We spoke with his attorney, who refrained from any substantive comment regarding the matter. The same attorney was referred to Mr. Westerman to alternative. Oh, wait. That he was getting out of. Hang on. The same attorney then communicated to us a few hours later that he was getting out of the matter and was referring Mr. Westerman to alternative counsel. Understanding that there are some obvious barriers here, we are attempting to try and convince Mr. Westerman that he should come forward and acknowledge his wrongdoing. Let's see. It is also worth noting that I, Attorney Rozzi, have made arrangements to provide a formal statement to Trooper Ben Richter today, October 12th, at the State Police Post in Peru. Attorney Baldwin has also reached out to Trooper Richter to make arrangements to make a statement regarding the matter. He currently awaits the trooper's return call. I have also discussed the issue to Mr. Allen himself, or disclosed the issue to Mr. Allen himself, and communicated various other matters involving the case to Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen communicated to me that he desired that we, Attorney Baldwin and myself, continue with our representation of him. I have included herewith a letter confirming this fact. These are the facts as I understand them at this time. What occurred here? Our analysis of the situation is that Mitch Westerman committed a crime by exerting unauthorized control over the property of another with the intent to deprive the other person, Andy Baldwin, of any part of its value or use. This is theft. Mr. Westerman's criminal acts were then aggravated by his further distribution of the stolen images. Is this a violation of the gag order? The order of judgment of the order on judgment of the court, dated on December 1st, prohibits, I think he means the 2nd, prohibits the parties from disseminating information or releasing any extrajudicial statements by means of public communication. In this circumstance, Mr. Westerman engaged in the criminal act of theft and thereafter took it upon himself to further distribute the stolen images. At no time did anyone from the defense team ever disseminate information by means of public communication, i.e. the media. In fact, there was never any specific intent on the part of the defense to disseminate the information in any manner. This does not amount to a violation of the gag order. Let's see, have the rules of professional conduct been violated? RPC 1 and 5 points, a bunch of stuff. I can't see it from here. Generally regulate the professional conduct of lawyers. A lawyer must act confidently to safeguard information relating to the representation of a client against inadvertent or unauthorized disclosure by the lawyer or other persons who are participating in representation of the client or who are subject to the lawyer's supervision. Again, in this cause, we have an individual who committed a criminal act. As a general rule, our approach of marshaling all of the discovery and exhibits arising therefrom in the back of the Franklin office demonstrates reasonable care. I guess it's arguable that there may have been some semblance of negligence to the extent that Mr. Westerman was left alone in the back of the office. Either way, I don't see that there is an intentional act that rose to the level of a violation of the rules of professional conduct. I also always like to point out, it's not like anybody could have just strolled in off the street and walked in there. Let's see. Is disqualification appropriate? Our client, Richard Allen, has a Sixth Amendment right to counsel of his choice. If the government moves to disqualify defense counsel, the burden is on the government to show that any infringement on defendant Allen's choice of counsel is justified. At the same time, it has long been recognized that trial courts do have the power to punish misconduct of attorneys and others. To the extent that a court would resort to this extreme remedy of disqualifying a lawyer, nearly all of these circumstances involve the lawyer engaging in some conflict of interest. Rules 1.7 through 1.11 generally address the conflicts of interest. None of these rules are even applicable in this circumstance. The rules are designed to provide guidance to lawyers and to provide structure for regulating conduct through disciplinary agencies. The mere fact that a rule is a just basis for a lawyer's self-assessment or for sanctioning a lawyer under the administration of a disciplinary authority does not imply that an adversarial party, the prosecutor, has standing to seek enforcement of the rule. Any violations of the rule should be brought to the attention of the disciplinary committee, who would then process the allegations in the normal course of business. Simply put, the rules are not intended to be used as weapons to seek disqualification for tactical or other similar reasons. Did the defense team demonstrate candor to the tribunal? The record is clear that the defense team, upon learning of the information leak, reported this immediately to the court and to the prosecutor. This was done by way of email, communications, and phone conferences. This conduct is consistent with a lawyer's responsibilities, all of which are referred to in the preamble to the Rules of Professional Conduct. What are the possible sanctions? To the extent there exists some violation of a court order that rises to the level of indirect contempt, an allegation must be brought. None exists in this case because there was no dissemination of the information by means of public communication, which is prohibited by the gag order. At worst, this circumstance amounts to a breach of the defense's duty to maintain confidentiality of information pursuant to Rule 1.6 and or a breach of the defense obligation to safekeep property pursuant to Rule 115. We believe it is neither as the acts leading to the dissemination of property. We believe it is neither as the acts leading to the dissemination of property were not intentional or even reckless. To the extent the prosecutor believes that there is wrongdoing on our part, the matters should be raised through the disciplinary process. What are the practical circumstances created by this issue? First, the only photograph that appears to have been disseminated amongst the public is that of the F tree. The photograph in itself is not overtly gruesome. There is no evidence to suggest that crime scene photos of the two girls have been distributed to the general public. To the extent they are distributed, the information has already been consumed by the public, as it was specifically detailed in the defendant's recent Frank's memorandum filed with the court. Moreover, in the natural course of the litigation, there is an expectation that these images will be displayed in the courtroom at a forthcoming suppression hearing and at the trial in this cause. All of these matters are scheduled to occur within the next 3 months. Naturally, the defense's most significant concern is that the victim's family members not be forced to endure the stress and the violation of privacy that would come with the widespread dissemination of this information. Unfortunately, the exposure of these images is imminent and part of the unfortunate side of the legal process in cases of this nature. The defense has nothing to gain by deliberately disseminating this information to the public. In fact, the opposite is true. The likelihood of public backlash is significant and serves no legitimate purpose to Mr. Allen's defense. What are the practical implications of disqualification? As has been previously reported to the court, the discovery in this cause involves tens of thousands of tips, hundreds of thousands of pages of documents, thousands upon thousands of hours of video, and the engagement of various experts in different disciplines to address a multitude of evidentiary issues. The defense has been working feverishly over the past year to obtain, consume, and understand all of this information. The defense team has engaged in numerous depositions. Various pleadings have been filed with the court. These pleadings contain work product that has resulted from the thousands of hours spent by the defense team in preparing Mr. Allen's defense. It is entirely impractical to even consider the prospect of disqualifying either one or both of us. It would be nearly impossible for successor attorneys to effectively engage in such a massive endeavor in familiarizing themselves with the discovery and thereafter, adopting the work product and theories of the current defense team, and thereafter moving forward with an effective representation of Mr. Allen. We need to see the forest for the trees here. There is no doubt that the breach of security warranted immediate attention and necessitates some action to try and stop the further dissemination of the materials. However, this breach simply does not rise to the level of disqualification, which would naturally, unduly, delay the administration of justice for Mr. Allen and the victims' families. And context for the court. Again, both Andy and I accept responsibility for this lapse in security. It is, however, important for the court to have a better understanding of the totality of sensitive information that is in the hands of the public. We do not view this as a tit-for-tat circumstance, but I do think the court needs some general understanding of the amount of information we believe has been previously disseminated by law enforcement officials. Naturally, it is almost impossible to unfortunate circumstances. I think these last 2 pages are out of order. Hang on. It is almost impossible to regulate the disclosure of sensitive information unless there is some direct evidence that that it is occurring by way of statements to the media, which are then shared with the public. However, in order to bring you some context, I am asking the court to spend 5 minutes watching a portion of the video associated with the following link. This link will also be emailed attached in a separate filing with correspondence, as I don't expect you will be able to access the link in this letter due to formatting issues. This is a segment from a court TV broadcast wherein reporter Barbara McDonald communicates with the host information regarding the sticks that were placed near the girls' bodies at the time of the crime. I would encourage you to watch the portion that begins at about the 10-minute mark and concludes at the 30-second mark. During this segment, you will see Miss McDonald articulate that sources close to the investigation have provided me with drawings of what they say those images look like. She further reports that she has spoken to many investigators who were on the scene at the time who say the assumption was the sticks, were randomly placed. She then goes on to share with the host the actual stick formations she claims were provided to her by individuals close to the investigation. I can tell you that these formations are the same formations that were contained in the missing Purdue report that was generated by the state's consultant on Odinism. We recently filed pleadings articulating that this report was handed to us a few weeks back. It seems obvious that portions of the report were shared with the media at some point in the past. Ms. McDonald was also aware that the sticks were not immediately secured as evidence by law enforcement authorities, a fact that could only be learned by reading the incident reports or speaking with investigators. The point here is not to debate the relevance and the significance of the stick formations. The point is to demonstrate to the court that there has been, throughout this entire investigation, sensitive information provided by law enforcement investigators to the mainstream media. Frankly, the defense doesn't have the time nor the resources the police have, to police these breaches of discovery to the media. It is a natural part of the landscape with this high-profile case. We are simply trying to make the point that members of the general public and the mainstream media have their hands on various sensitive materials associated with this case, and it is virtually impossible to manage the dissemination of this information without incident. Finally, hang on, let me scroll back up after a minute. Finally, to the extent these photographs are actually published in a widespread manner, this would not in any way prejudice the state's ability to prosecute Mr. Allen, nor prejudice Mr. Allen's ability to defend himself. Again, we are hopeful that this doesn't occur because of the impact on the victims' families, but to the extent it does occur, it would not result in any prejudicial impact to either party. In sum, I'll have to fix this afterwards. It is an unfortunate circumstance which does require some remediation to try and preserve the dignity of the victims. It is not a basis to disqualify either Andy and or myself at this juncture in the proceedings. Obviously, to the extent you would like supporting law, I would be more than happy to offer up the same. The intent here is to simply communicate in writing our position with regard to these circumstances, to try and bring some context to the situation so we can engage in some effective mitigation of the breach and move forward with the orderly and efficient disposition of this case in January. Let me see.
So this is the letter that's written right after they receive the put a stop to everything message from Goal. So she tells them on the 12th, stop working, don't do anything with the case, stop everything. And so that's why he writes this letter. So just context.
Yeah. Well, he had gotten the letter from Mr. Allen a day before. So he had already, he didn't wait for Goal to say that to try to, go back and fix it. The letter from Mr. Allen stated on the 10th or 11th. He had already gone, they were on top of it. As soon as they were told, they were letting everybody know, trying to address it immediately. I think that's what irritates me about all this, is because had someone told them in August that this happened, it would have never gotten to this, because you can tell by the way they reacted when they were told what they would have done in August, but they weren't given that benefit of a doubt. They were treated as if they would do something that they still haven't done and they're still being accused of. It's crazy.
And ultimately still end up getting kicked off the case regardless.
Yeah.
Right. And delaying it for years and having Rick in solitary confinement in prison for many, many, many extra months because they got kicked off. They had to appeal it to the Supreme Court. They got put back on the case, and then all of that lost time due to having to rediscover discovery. That's just like he's in solitary for months longer than he needed to be at that point.
It delayed everything for so much longer for nothing. And I do think it's good to revisit this letter because the way
Well, it was
they
for
were,
something, All Eyes. I mean, it was for something. It wasn't, it was for the prosecution.
well, yeah.
So, I mean, it was all done with the purpose of helping the prosecution get rid of these two attorneys that, and as they still can't let go. I mean, we see from the press conference and Holman's interviews that they care more about their distaste for these two attorneys than they care about Rick Allen and whether he's actually guilty or not.
What drives me crazy too is the fact that they're the man in Texas, that's how it's referred to in this letter, because at this point, Baldwin and Rozzi still don't know who the man in Texas, like they don't know who this person is. They're like, some dude in Texas said we did what? That must have been very jarring for them to be presented with this thing that happened, to be told it had been happening, and that some man in Texas accused them of orchestrating it, essentially. But that is what the entire, even when you look at the transcripts from the in chambers hearing that took forever to get released, when you look at those, Nick is quoting the stuff that MRC was running around posting online. That is what their investigation was basically just taking his word for what happened, and they didn't really look into it. But that blows my mind that is what their investigation was dependent on, was his account of things. And I find that crazy because it's still, according to the court and the prosecutor, that is in their, I don't think in their minds, I think they obviously know better, but that is still the story they're sticking to. Isn't that incredible? Is it just me? Like, I cannot make sense of that one.
I think what got their attention was what got the public's attention. What got my attention? Okay, so I'm just an everyday Joe Schmo. I don't speak for all the public, but the very first time I saw Baldwin and Rozzi do a presser after a hearing, I was like, damn, these guys are on it. Like, they really are on it.
Yeah.
And I think that scared McClellan. And
Probably.
It must have scared Diener because he resigned. He's like, oh no, the public has a bloodlust. Seriously, dude? A bloodlust?
Well, at that point in time when he wrote that, the only thing that anybody had requested was just the arrest log and the charging information.
Right.
And they were acting like that was so. Oh, that reminds me, because I've been trying to gather all the contact info. They've removed all of their email addresses and stuff from all the public websites and people's names and position on some of them. On the sheriff's office, he removed everybody's name from everything and all how to contact them. I'm like, cowards.
Wow.
It's just ridiculous.
Aren't they getting all new photos taken?
Their old photos are still up, but they took all of the information that was there
read them?
previously. I looked at it the other day because I was trying to gather a list of all of the stuff for FOIA. And when I went back to it to check for Miss Williamson's first name, none of her information that I got there previously was still there. I had to find it another way. And
There was something I just saw that they were like replacing all the pictures and all the info and like all the blurbs that they write, like about themselves or whatever.
There was no blurb before I saw it. I think they are feeling a little bit too seen right now. It's funny. It's not funny, but it's funny to me that they react to some of the most basic standard stuff that's normal in any other case, and they're treating it as if it's bloodlust or out of the norm. And it's not. Records requests are pretty standard, but they're acting like they're dealing with some sort of top secret, state secret or something. It's wild to me.
So I sent a FOIA request in the middle of the trial.
Yeah.
to Tony Liggett to the Carroll County Sheriff's Office. And obviously it was rejected, citing Judge Gold's
Yep.
order. And it actually got deleted, and I can't find it now. And I know for a fact I didn't delete it. I'm like, well, how did that thing disappear?
Was it sent
how
in
did
one
your-
of those where, like, after a certain amount of time, it'll be like 24 hours after it's opened, it deleted itself?
I think so, because I cannot find it now. And I know
Well, maybe
for a
that's what the
fact-
prosecutor was sending. He was trying I'm wondering if that's that little PDF he sent, because he kept saying something that it deletes itself. He responded
Yeah,
to somebody
yeah.
saying, I think it was the
I can't find it now
response to
anywhere.
Sleuthy.
Like I
This is
have,
not the same, but
yeah.
that's interesting. I wonder if that was a Freudian slip where in his response to Sleuthy, if he told us what that was.
Ooh, it might
I'm
have
gonna
been
have
like
to look.
showing more. Yeah, no kidding.
Was it not Sleuthy just said, huh? Didn't he? Maybe it was the response to someone else who asked him, "What is this email you sent me, sir?" But in one of them, he said that he said something to the effect of, "The email seems to delete itself after 24 hours." The one that he was sending out, that he was saying it was because he was hacked.
Lucy,
Oh, this is the one from Nick, the one that Nick was sending out to certain
he's asking
people.
all the questions: who, what, when, where, why.
Let's see. Oh, DB said, Joe, email him and he will show you how to get your emails restored from your Gmail API if you used Gmail.
Okay, I can't
And that's
remember if
a
I did or
self-destruct.
if I used a different email server. I'm gonna have
Well, we
to.
should definitely check. That's interesting.
Yeah,
So was it do you remember who replied to you to deny it? Was it Liggett?
it was Tony Liggett himself. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've sent a few requests to the actual office, and the reason I sent it to Miss Williamson is because she was the one listed as who to send it to at the time. All of that is no longer there, which is interesting. But I sent some initial ones in the way early to 2023, and he personally responded to those. But this last time that I renewed one of my FOIA requests, instead of getting a response I sent it to Miss Williamson the same way it was listed at the time to do things. And instead of Liggett personally responding, Nick McLeland personally responded. I'm like, what is going on with these dudes? Like, what are they doing?
That's nuts.
It is nuts because, and I had to tell him, I'm like, I didn't request records from your office. I asked from the sheriff's office, and I will follow up through the proper channels.
And they're saying they won't release anything via FOIA because it's still an ongoing investigation.
Yes, that's what he said. He told me it was an open, ongoing investigation and prosecution. He said
Dude,
investigation and prosecution.
The accused has been convicted and sentenced.
Yes, and
had he been sentenced yet?
Yes, this was after all of that.
Okay.
At least the response I got was after.
Did you send it beforehand?
Mine was in trial. Mine was just there's been a gag order.
Yours was denied simply because nothing was coming out yet.
Right.
I want to say that I renewed it on the 23rd, I think, because it was the Monday after
the 20th, then you're going to get denied no matter what.
If sentencing, right? But I think sentencing was on a Friday, and it was the next Monday that I sent it, and I believe it was the 23rd. I don't have it in front of me, but I'm pretty sure I renewed it after I waited until sentencing, and then instead of doing it, I had it ready to send by the end of the day, but I thought I'll wait until Monday just to be safe. And so I sent it on the 23rd, and then on the last day they had to reply to it. Nick replied to it, not even the sheriff's office. Mm-hmm. And he told me that I would have to come view it in person and get ready to basically inspect like a whole hard drive. I'm like, I requested one record from the sheriff's office, and Doolin was on the stand testifying that all he had to do was pull it up at his computer. He typed it in and pulled it right up. I feel like that would be more economical and sensical to just maybe do that, but he was trying to like make it difficult. He's like, but I also can't do it though because it's an open investigation and prosecution. So sorry. I'm like, oh, we'll see about that.
So Maricopa Superior Court in Arizona, actually, where Lori, gosh darn it.
Lori, we got
Lori Valodabel's trial is going to be happening, and she's going to be representing herself. They do a really cool thing where you can get the entire docket dumped onto a flash drive for $33. So
That is very cool.
it is, yeah. Like, why can't everybody do that? Why
Well,
can't
maybe that can be Holman's new assignment. He can get promoted to Mr. Transparency. He can be the lieutenant of Area 1 Transparency
Lieutenant
Post,
Transparency.
and we can get us some. Maybe that's very near and dear to his heart. He went on a press tour about it. Let's give him that chance. As my
you're too much. You're too much.
that man, he drives me crazy in a way that I don't think anybody else does, because I'm like, I think it's just difficult for me to believe that he could believe any of the stuff he says. It's too dumb. Like, I don't mean that and I don't even mean it in a derogatory way. Like, I'm not saying it just to dunk on him. Like, I really don't understand how he could believe it.
When I saw him testify on August 1st, and that was the third party Odinist theory hearings, he was asked, and I think it was by Baldwin, it might have been by Rozzi, I don't remember which one of the defense attorneys was crossing him, said, so you believed from the very beginning that both bridge guy sketches were the same guy?
Oh yeah,
And
I think it was Baldwin.
He said yes, and not a single fucking person in I'm sorry, crap.
You're fine.
I have a resolution not to drop the F-bomb so much. Not a single person in that courtroom believed him. Not anybody, not even himself.
Well, it's because it's ridiculous.
Like, his body language, you knew he was lying on the stand. You knew it. Judge Gold knew it. She didn't care. He didn't care.
Well, after they asked him about that, then they showed him the side-by-side picture of Brad Holder's hand, and they created a side-by-side with the sticks on top of Abby, and they showed him, well, what about, you think those two are the same person, so you would probably see similarities in these two pictures, and he's like, no, I don't see it.
Right.
I think that was what they were trying to point out, like, this is, like, ma'am, judge, lady, are you hearing this shit? Like, these are the same person, but these two things are not even remotely similar.
Resolution. They're testing my New Year's resolution not to cuss. Like,
well, I guess a good place to do that is
remember
here.
We already determined if it's not on your own channel, it's okay.
Yeah. Well, it's fine on mine. Yeah.
You can come to mine and cuss all you want.
Yeah. I wish I had the Ron Swanson meme ready. If a word's good enough for a sailor, it's good enough for me. And that is how I also feel about it.
My grandpa was a sailor. He served on the USS Enterprise in World War II.
Well, there you go. If a word's good enough for a sailor, it's for sure. You can. You get a pass on your New Year's resolution. You can try, and then if you accidentally lose it, it's fine.
I just did. It's only, gosh darn it, it's only January 6th, and I already blew it. What the heck?
Yeah, that would not be a realistic one, though, for me to even try to set.
We're just going to send this to Mullen, and it'll never have happened.
I'm still trying to fact check all of Holman's post-trial interviews, and so I'm trying to dig up all of the stuff from either the filings or from his own mouth from previous hearings where he's contradicting himself, the stuff that he said in those interviews.
Contradict yourself in the same interview.
I know, and he does it. I mean, it's just he says whatever in the moment will make it okay
like,
in his mind.
God, he's a hero. He's so great.
Nobody calls him a hero.
How could anybody make fun of him on these streams that I've done?
Okay, but the fact that I got and Sleuthy got copyright violated by the person doing the interview means that we can't go back and watch that now. Yeah, we can go watch it on hers, but we can't watch people reacting to that. It was a reaction video. It's totally within fair use.
And the snark was excellent.
We can't watch people calling him out. We can't watch Sleuthy calling him out, me calling him out, Salty calling him out. Like, so frustrating.
Part of me wonders if that was the reasoning or if it was just like with her too. I'm not real sure if it was just because she wants she wants it to be as exclusive as possible, or if it was about the criticism.
How much money is she losing from somebody with barely 500 subs doing a reaction video? I have like 500 and some subs. Nobody gives a crap about my channel. Why does she? Why does
That's
she
yeah.
always
Care about your channel.
We care about it
Oh, thank you.
for sure.
That's so sweet.
I'm
Thank
one
you.
of those 500 and some subs, just FYI.
Me too. Oh, that's what I was gonna do earlier when the video played, but it wouldn't let me. Let me see if I can do it now. I was gonna, if I
It
can't
just
do
shows
it.
though that there's somebody going around that was like watching that and like sending it to her, like copyright strike them,
Right? Right?
copyright strike them.
How
Let me see.
Like, and
crazy
she
is
obviously
that?
doesn't know that she's going to end up losing that anyway, and she just looks.
Well, she hasn't lost yet because YouTube has her back right now. My next appeal, I'm on my third appeal.
What?
Yeah, I'm on my third appeal. And
Why did I think that that it was restored?
Nope, not yet.
What about
How are you on
Sleuthies?
your third appeal though? I guess I'm confused by that because typically it's fair use. You're using it under
Right.
the fair
Yeah.
use federal law.
I can show you YouTube's responses. I could share that with you.
Okay.
They just said, I'm sorry, how you responded wasn't enough for us to restore it. So we're not going to, is
That's
basically how
crazy. I
YouTube
didn't know
responded.
that.
Yep.
Did somebody say if Sleuthies was restored, or is hers still? Is she
Sleuthies
having to
isn't back
appeal it?
yet, as far as I know. But she's
Crazy.
going with you have the 10 days that, you know,
Yeah.
that she.
They didn't wait 10 days to reject me. It was like overnight. like
why?
10 days. Oh my gosh, did I go there? I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Sleuthy just said she hasn't heard anything at all. I don't know why. I must have seen someone just referencing what happened. But the way it was worded, I thought it said that it was. I thought
If
it was
Sleuthy hasn't heard
restored.
yet, then
Yeah, she
Sleuthy
hasn't
hasn't
either.
heard yet, then she hasn't. Then they haven't come up with a legitimate legal reason to not restore it. So she's in good shape right now. I've been
Okay.
rejected twice, and
That's
it was like
crazy to
very,
me.
very quickly.
Yeah, send it to somebody so that we can look and see if there's
Yeah,
like
I need
maybe.
some good legalese language to like send them back on the third. I literally sent them on the second appeal. I
wonder if I
sent
can
them their
show you
own
mine.
language. I sent them their own language that said, if you are within these fair use guidelines, and I said, okay, I'm within these fair use guidelines, and they said, not so much.
How is an interview with a public official not fair? Like it's.
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
it's official. It is about a high-profile case, something that just wrapped up. If you want it to be exclusive, I would think you would have to host it exclusively in a place that there's some sort of, like, the burden is on her to make it exclusive access, where people have to do something in order to access it according to her, something she set up. But if she's putting it on a public platform and it's with a public official, like, that is as public use,
And
fair use as it
It was just
gets.
a
And
reaction.
I
It was
thought,
just a reaction video. We paused
yeah,
it. We commented on it.
his official duties.
Yeah, pausing and commenting is like one of the key things for being a quote unquote reaction video. So,
And I didn't get to see yours, Joe. How often were you pausing and commenting? A lot, or?
Quite a
There-
bit, but it was excellent.
yes,
It was good.
Sometimes
Very
it was
good.
like sometimes it was every 3 seconds. Sometimes it was every 10 seconds. But I can't guarantee you that it absolutely was every 20 seconds, which I have heard might be the metric. 20 seconds, which is ridiculous.
Oh,
How do you
really?
arbitrarily say every 20 seconds you got to pause? That's just ridiculous.
I didn't know there was an actual time limit, but
I have heard it. I can't confirm it.
okay. Well, I wasn't clocking it, but it was. I feel like y'all paused quite a bit, but it was good because y'all. Man, I didn't even have to set down my phone once to be like, "What about this?" Because then y'all were already on it, saying the same thing that I was. Like, it was very reassuring because I don't think I could have watched that on her channel without people, like, when Sleuthy and Criminality did it, and then when y'all did it, it was very. That was the only way it made it possible for me to tolerate it, I think.
Well, I
Because
wasn't going to listen to the MS one. I wasn't even going to listen to it. So
oh no, I just made a transcript of it, and I haven't listened to it, but I've only
the
read
only
through
way I
it.
could do it would be to be able to read it, and it was better to read it so that I could like do it with everybody, you know.
Yeah.
But I can't even. I used to be able to like deal with it. I can't even handle it anymore. I just get like. I just like I don't even want. What am I doing? Why am I doing this? I don't even want to do this. So I just don't anymore.
So
Yeah,
if there's
sometimes-
somebody
I
out
did that
there,
on a lot of channels when it came to Delphi. I just stopped. I was like, what am I doing? Why am I even here? Like, why am I doing this to myself?
a lot of people do, though, because we get burnout from these, especially the polarization of the high profile cases. And Salty and I and Publicly Buzzed did a decent live the other day where we talk about that, where we talk about how polarized things get, and people like will go to one side or the other like immediately, and they will refuse to change their mind.
Yeah.
And I was the opposite on Delphi. When they first arrested Rick Allen, I was like, good deal. They got it. They got the guy. And then I started watching Defense Diaries, and Bob was like, you know what? I'm not so sure. This PCA like has issues with it. And I had an open mind. So I was able to come back to the middle, and I'm more on the innocent side, but I'm still not convinced one way or the other because I haven't seen the evidence. And I know that other people are going to disagree with me vehemently, but that's kind of my point. Like, you get in your camps and you make your beliefs, and you attack other people on the other side that don't believe the same way as you. And that's not okay. We don't need to be attacking. We need to have open, intelligent discourse.
Well, I started out on the
For me,
opposite side of all this, and it took me a while to even get off the fence because I am inclined typically to just believe if they arrest someone, it's for a reason. And I didn't realize how inclined I was that way until this happened. But I think that's what took me so long to even, like, in my mind, even though I was like, this is not adding up. Something's wrong here. I don't know what's going on. I can't figure out what it is. And it was like, there was an epiphany I had where I'm like, oh, they're lying. Like, it took me so long to even consider that could be a factor. But once I realized they were lying, once it became apparent over time, like, at some point I ran out of excuses, and I thought, okay, this is an actual problem. And so I started, actually getting into it. And now I'm I'm pretty dug in now, but if I saw something that said otherwise, like, that's really the only thing I want. I almost envy people who felt comfort by a lot of that stuff because it did not bring me the same comfort it brought them. The people who think he's guilty, it had the opposite effect on me for sure.
Yeah. I mean, we have a criminal justice system, and there are certain cases where we all make up our mind definitively in advance, like Stephen Stearns.
Yeah, piece of shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
I'm following that one, but I can't, like, that one.
No.
That one's a
Yeah.
tough one. Like, I do not like following and keeping up to date on that one because it's a tough one. It's just sad. It's horrible.
And Sarah Boone, right there in Florida, also. I mean, she zipped up her dude in a suitcase. I mean,
She
she's
wildin'.
responsible in that some way. Yeah, we knew that from the beginning.
She's gonna have a hard time. I don't have a lot of capacity for that one. She wears me out.
I don't either. Yeah, I'm just like, if people are going to watch it, it's literally for entertainment, not because anybody believes this woman's
Right.
actually innocent.
That's going to be Lori Vallow Daybell. Hey, I said it right. That's going to be
Hey, Larry, freaking Larry Daybell.
Dang it! Now I'm going to have to do a live, and I'm going to have to call her Larry, like, for the entire.
Yeah, you are. You're going to do it anyway. You're going to just say it because now that's who she is. She's Larry.
Right.
Well, without all of her Botox, she's kind of looking like a Larry.
Is she for real representing herself?
She is, yeah. She's got they assigned her attorneys, to help her in case she needs help, like, with understanding the legalese.
Is she
But other
working
than
with
that,
them?
yeah, she's gonna represent herself in this case.
Or I guess, like, is she being cooperative with them? Like, are they like, hey,
It
do
doesn't really
this? And
matter.
she's
She's
like, I got it.
convicted in Idaho, and it's not getting overturned. So it's
Right.
like one of those.
She has
go
three
ahead.
she has 3 life sentences in Idaho, so she has nothing to lose. But
Yeah.
she's doing it so she can be the center of attention. I mean, she is totally a narcissist.
Something's definitely wrong with her. But
Yeah.
No, but I was the same with Delphi. Like, I followed it for years, and when they arrested Richard Allen, I was like, all right, cool. Like, we finally have some,
Yeah.
we're headed in the right direction here. They finally got their guy. I had a lot more and I say it all the time, like it all comes down to trust. Like that's where I'm at with the whole thing. They lost my trust, so now I don't believe that they have the right guy. I don't necessarily believe that he didn't do it. I don't think anybody could know because they didn't investigate anything correctly. So we have no basis to say like whether like they did anything correct. Like we don't even know if they had anything else that they fucked up and just tried to hide. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but for me, I was like, yeah, like they got him. Fine. We're good. Let's move on to another
I
case.
was
And,
relieved. I thought, oh, that's so good. These families, like, I thought it was
Yep.
crazy how long the families had waited. And I'm like, this is wonderful. This is great. This is cool. And then everything
So-
after that ruined it.
I'm on the fence when it comes to like factually innocent stuff, but he's not guilty in what they provided at trial. That's my final answer. I sit on no fence when it comes to how that trial should have come out. And people will say like, oh, so you want a child killer to go free and bullshit. No, I want our constitutional rights to actually fucking matter. And I want the right people to be in prison for the right crimes. That's just how it is. So I don't care if people think that I love Richard Allen. That's just stupid at this point, especially now, when everything we discuss comes down to how poor these investigators did at their job. I mean, we listened to an interview where this fucking guy doesn't even know what probable cause is.
Well, the way they decided he was guilty had nothing to do with police work or investigation. It was just Holman being dumb and just believing this was indicative of something when it's not.
It was
that
a secretary.
blew my mind.
It was a secretary finding a report in a desk drawer after they moved.
Right.
That
also said cleared, and nobody ever clarified why the hell it's cleared.
Yep.
Well, that's part of one of the things that I had requested early 2023. I'm like, because there is a record of that. The system logs it. It tells you kind of like we got some of that in some of the filings. I wish they had done it with all the ones they put in there. Just that would have been, because I'm greedy like that, but like I want more information. But with Brad Holder's tip, the first one that came in for him was on February 16th. They were able to tell that it was reviewed. Like when it came in, it was first reviewed at 7:21 p.m. on February 16th. And at 7:31, 10 minutes later, it had been evaluated and approved for further lead. And it showed who approved it for further follow-up. And then we got some indications about who cleared Brad Holder. Like Liggett cleared him the first time, and then Hammond did, and then Peasley did at one point. So we would be able to know who cleared this tip, and the fact that they're not acknowledging it or saying it, I really hope defense got that in discovery. I assume they did, but there would be a record of that. And if there's not, that's because someone altered it or had a side hustle filing system. Like I get so frustrated with this banker box situation they're talking about, because that is not how Orion is not banker boxes. And the reason the system is set up is because it does, like in computer stuff, it's like version tracking. They version track it.
Talks about how she found this tip in the drawer. So he's entered in his tip number 74. You're going to remember it probably better than I do. I think it's 74.
It's 74. Right? That's when they assigned to it.
He's entered as tip 74. So he's in the system. It's not just a piece of paper that's lost somewhere. He's in there.
Well, yeah, because then she also said, I caught this the next time I did like a rewatch of an interview, and then I went back and looked at what Doolin was saying, and she said she didn't just find that, she also looked at the report that Doolin submitted after interviewing Mr. Allen. The only way to review that is pulling it up in the system. So before Doolin was ever contacted, they accessed this tip and were looking into it, and if they contributed to it, the system would record a log of that. And that is what I think we should really be able to find out.
She
I don't know.
She also said in her post gag order being lifted interview, I didn't know Richard Allen. I wasn't familiar with that name. But on the stand, she said, I knew there wasn't a Richard Allen Whiteman. So, which is it?
Well,
which is it?
I've been
how did you know there wasn't a Richard Allen Whiteman when there is a Richard Whiteman?
Yeah, exactly.
That's what. Yes, that's you. So you see the problem. Like every time I'm talking about it, it's like, how did they because they say
Because it's
this
all
in
a
one
made
point.
up narrative. It's
I
all
feel
it's
like,
all
yeah,
it's
I
all
feel like
made
they
up.
respond in a way that in that moment they're trying to explain it away
Yes.
because they're not accustomed to being held to it, to their
Well, it's like
actual word.
Jerry says when I was on the stand, like I just told the truth, and telling the truth is easy. It's
Yeah.
like, well, then why is this so complicated for you? Why can't you just tell the truth now?
Well,
Why
I
are
want
we-
to understand
why you all struggle with changing your stories from week to week, day to day, year to year, month to month? Like you
For
can't
sure.
keep the same story.
They don't seem to ever face any accountability for that. But I really, this is the one thing that always sends me on loop with this Doolin tip is why did the way they reacted to it when Kathy Shank found it, she went into action mode, and then she brought it to them, and they are all immediately taking action, looking into it based on what it says after she's found it and accessed it. All of a sudden, Doolin, when Mullen calls, I guess she gives it to Liggett, Liggett gives it to Mullen, Mullen calls Doolin. That was kind of the order of how it went from Kathy Shank to bringing Doolin back in to ask him about it. But Mullen called Doolin, and Doolin was like, "I don't think I really remember," but he pulled out his binder. He called it a binder on the stand. I guess he's got a binder of notes. He said he found it there, and then he pulled it up in his computer. He opened his computer up, typed it in, and it pulled right up. So this thing was not misfiled. It was exactly where it should be. The way he submitted it, it was just whatever. But I want to know if it was accessed and contributed to in between when Kathy Shank found it and brought it back to his attention, because the way he reacted to the information in the tip is very different than the way he reacted to the information the first time someone presented it to him. Do you see what I'm saying? Like in 2017, the way he even testified that after filing his report, he simply never thought about it again. That was his word. And Sleuthy's here. And so I'm just very confused about why he reacted one way in 2017.
You don't think about an interview with somebody who admitted to you that they were at the bridge at the scene of a double murder of two teenage girls. You
during
don't think about
during an
that.
active investigation for it at that. Like they were actively looking for, it was all over the news. They were all using the same phrase. We're
Telling you
looking for
right
a
now,
man on the
it
same
wasn't a big
trail
deal
around the
to
same
Doolin
time.
because somebody cleared Richard Allen, and so he let it go. Whatever it was, there's no way this guy is dumb enough, and maybe he is, that he's standing on that stage and they're looking at photos of this guy, and he's like, I swear I was just looking at a fucking guy that was like shaped just like that, like a day ago. Like I just don't. I think somebody cleared it.
Yeah, they did, and it said cleared. But then the question is, this is what I need to know, and I would have to be irritated with the defense for like if they didn't find this out. Like if Doolin was like, okay, well they cleared him, so I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to get myself all wrapped up in this man that I just interviewed who was there because they must have, maybe they had an alibi, he was at work or whatever. So then what made Kathy Shank of all random ass people pull that tip out? And it said cleared, and instead of just filing it like she's supposed to, she was suspicious of it. That makes no sense.
Well, she said it was because she wasn't familiar with him,
But
which drives me
she doesn't
crazy.
need to be familiar with him.
I know
She
that.
wasn't supposed to be looking at all that shit anyway.
Apparently she was, but was she not familiar with the group of three? She also didn't know there was a group of 3 girls, apparently. She just assumed it was the 4. Like, they never reconciled the fact that 3 is different than 4, and we're not talking
No.
about just one group was out there and they got the number wrong. There was a group of 4, and there was also a group of 3. So, she apparently didn't know
I'm
that
not even
either.
sure that the either group is even the right group, because after what Richard Allen says is that there was a group of 3 girls and one of them looked like she was babysitting.
Well, there was also more people out there that we learned about at trial that we didn't, that it was not, we always thought, well, there's only a group of 4 girls. Well, then over time, some people realized there's also a group of 3. But now
Dude,
after
there was a
trial, there
lot
was
of
even
people
more
there.
than that. Yes.
School was out. Like the whole ass school was out. Those 2 girls and those 4 girls were not the only 7 girls that decided to go out that day. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's not like they have unlimited things to do. Like, but she was clearly way more involved than she let on while she was testifying.
Absolutely.
And
Why is tip in the drawer? Why? How is she finding a tip in the drawer? I'm still really confused.
I have no
by
idea
that.
on that one.
It's in Orion, number 74. It's already tagged.
Well,
Please
it's
don't
like,
tell me that she's the one who makes it tip 74 when she puts it in. They didn't put anything in there. That doesn't make any sense, right?
Well, those numbers are generated automatically in the order that they're received.
I know, but what I'm saying is like she's not the one that's going and putting that in the couple of years later. That's not where we're
I
at
don't.
with the process,
I'm
right?
not
Like,
sure. I'm not sure.
wait,
Like
you
I've wondered because I
Mhm.
don't know. There was a
No,
group of numbers that she was trying to reconcile at one point.
yeah, it wouldn't have been like, I get what you're saying, Teresa. There were, now I don't know about Orion enough to know if you manually put in the date or if it automatically puts in the date and time that you're entering something. I would assume it's automatic. But like the dates that they would have of when that tip came in, number 74 or number 32 or whatever, would be in 2017. It's not like they moved and then 2 years later they got Orion and then she had to go from paper files to computer. My thing is, why does she have all these fucking file what do they call them? Cabinets. Why does she have all
Banker
these if everything's
boxes.
in a system? Like why does she
I'm
have
trying to
these?
figure out.
I
She
don't
has
know. It's
these,
driving me nuts.
the way she talked about it at trial was so bizarre based on how
So
everybody was reporting it, that they were her file cabinets and she's very protective of them. And I'm thinking, lady, you still have these filing cabinets? Like I'd be confiscating those filing cabinets.
Right.
What is in those cabinets?
Hi, Salty.
Hey guys, and I'm with you, Sleuthy, on that, because that was like one of my biggest concerns. What prompted that lady that day to read that tip and go, oh my goodness, we have something here. Should they keep all the paper entries? Yeah, they should. But now we need to audit all of their entries, apparently, because for 5 years the cops had their thumb up their ass, claiming we got this, we got that, we're going to show you this, we're going to show you that. When now we know they had nothing for 5 solid years until Kathy found that piece of paper.
Well, how did
Now we
everybody
have
else miss
something.
it? They went back to the beginning to
How did
reevaluate everyone they interviewed.
Jenny
Every
we
year.
33.
we all have wondered that, like, why did Dan Doolin not once say to himself, my God, that guy I interviewed that day in that grocery store parking lot described what he was wearing. Maybe I should mention him as the guy that, probability of the bridge guy video thing.
Well, yeah.
Never once crossed his mind. Not one time.
Before it
That's
cuts me off, because I can only scroll back so far, but Jenny 33, I don't know if you saw her comment where she said Holman said they went to her filing system, not the computer, to check into people. So 2 things. Number one, those are not her filing cabinets. The information in those filing cabinets does not belong to her. So
right.
how she still has a hold of these things, I have no idea. Like
Well,
her
Doolin
saying those
didn't
are
file his
mine.
report there, though. He filed it in the system. So how that doesn't add up either.
My whole point
Well,
right there. All these are
I
in
caught
the
that
system.
too, All Eyes, because that is exactly what she said she did. The way you
Well,
described it a little bit ago is exactly what Kathy said she did when she went and then she pulled Doolin's report and read it. And still, a lot of us were thinking, well, why did you even look at him? And then I was just reading on Twitter the other day. I don't remember who posted it, but something about where they were trying to say, well, the Orion system wouldn't have recognized something like Rick Allen
Holman.
Whiteman and all that stuff,
Yes, it would.
right.
It wouldn't
But yeah,
recognize it?
that's what I was thinking. I was like, why wouldn't it? It's like an FBI system.
That's what it does. Like
It
That's like
should
saying
focus on that kind of thing, right?
that's
they
like
use it
saying
for crisis situations for that reason.
Yeah.
if I pull up Teresa S criminality in Epic in like the electronic health record, right? I pull it up for a visit or something, and she's in there somewhere else in Epic, and we're talking about like a medical thing, not like a
Right.
law enforcement thing specifically made to do this. And I pull it up, and it says Teresa Smith criminality. It's going to say, do you know that there's a possible other duplicate record of this person?
Right.
Yeah.
And I can choose whether or not they're the same people or not.
Yeah, it's one of those automated features that are built in where it will connect things that look the same to a computer, but requires a human to go in there and look and say, "Are these the same? Are these not?"
Right.
And you have to actually
Nobody's putting it
input
into it.
information in order to
He's just
clear it
in there.
out.
He's
So I'm
just
looking
already
at her.
in there,
Yeah.
though.
I'm
Yeah.
looking at her
Well,
sitting there.
testimony. So I'm looking at her thing
continue
right now.
to they continue to try to want to test our. They want to continue to act like we don't know what we're talking about, and that they insult our intelligence by coming out and saying bizarre things like that. Like, well, the system wouldn't have recognized this, and this, but Kathy sure did. Like, what?
It doesn't even make any sense.
What?
It's like, what do you, nobody's re-putting it in there. There's no second tip revolving around Richard Allen or Richard Allen Whiteman.
Right.
There's no other tip going in there.
Well,
It's already in there. It's tip 74. How the fuck is it lost in a drawer somewhere? Why do they say misfiled or any of those fucking things? Why is any of that even it's in the system?
I know.
so there would be
Or it's not misfiled or anything. It's in there.
there would be multiple things. So there would be Richard Allen, I'm Kathy Shank. Richard Allen calls me because she was like manning the tip line. She was writing down the tips. She was getting, all of the tips.
Okay.
So Richard Allen calls me, I was there, blah, 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 blah. Me, Kathy, I write it down on like a piece of paper or whatever, and I put it in my file folder. So like really, if you think about it, the person that wrote it wrong would have been Kathy Shank. But
I don't know if she was working or helping them yet. I don't know if I can't
you're
remember
right. That
what
was
month
March
she
the
came on.
1st.
Yeah, but if he called the tip line, it would have been kind of transcribed through the system and the thing would have been generated. But still, whoever took the tip the first time, if he did say any of those things, then now we're talking a whole, not just Doolin missed it, but the person who took it, the person who reviewed it and approved it for follow-up to even get it to Dan Doolin, like all of the things that would have had to happen before he could even get a follow-up interview for it to
But
be on
that
a lead
follow-up
sheet.
interview.
Okay, so let me see if I understand what we're saying then. So he calls into the tip line and says, "Hey, I was out there that day. Just wanted to let you know." And they're like, "Okay, we'll have somebody contact you to follow up." That person puts it into Orion. It becomes tip number 74 where he calls it in.
Yes.
Now Dan Doolin goes out there, interviews him at the
After
grocery
it goes
store,
into the system, somebody has to review it and approve it for further follow-up before it can ever end up on a tip lead sheet for Doolin to even go through and pick up.
But that's right.
But yes, Teresa.
Dan Doolin paperwork is what is misfiled or lost and never followed up in Orion, because I swear he says that he puts his follow-up in Orion.
Yeah, and Kathy Shank said she pulled it up.
I'm going to do a test because when I leave, sometimes people can't hear me. So tell me if in 2 seconds you can still hear me.
Okay.
Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I have Kathy's thing right here, and one thing that jumped out at me was, it's funny, she said she was asked specifically not to go in and read or get into the details of each report. But anyway, so she would get the tips in. So whether they went to the email or to All Eyes, who wrote it down from the phone line or whatever, she would get the tips and she would refer that along to the detectives. There was an information sheet that she would create that contained the name, how to identify them, contact info, and a summary of what they wanted to communicate about the case. So again, either the person that initially wrote it down wrote it wrong, and then Kathy copied it wrong. Why she wouldn't think at that moment, Richard Allen Whiteman, never heard of such a name. That person doesn't live here. But somebody messed it up and nobody wants to say what. So,
well, Doolin said it was accurate when he was doing it. He said it didn't.
This was March the 1st. That was her first day. The first assignment she mentioned she was given numerous bankers' boxes that were all full of investigative reports. Police had followed up on leads. They had written summaries, spoken with people, and described that in the reports. Boxes and boxes of this type of information. She was asked to organize them in a way that was going to make it more accessible. She went and bought filing cabinets and created a system to label these reports, stick them in their own little folder, and had a labeling system where she would name the file based on, is it a witness or a person of interest or whatever it might have been. So Doolin might have had his report physically on his computer still, the one that he printed out and quote submitted, but would have submitted that to Kathy. It would have been in this banker's box. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yes.
Because Orion came later, and then she did put stuff in Orion.
Right. Well, he also didn't go up to headquarters to look it up when Mullen called him. He opened his computer and looked it up. So like
That's
it was
what he said.
still
You're
like
right.
it was
Yep, that's true
also
too.
the whole time. It was on the computer and in the system the entire time. Like it was available
Well,
to anybody who would have searched
Well, it
it
was at
the
least
whole
on
time.
Doolin's computer the whole time
correct.
because, yeah,
It might have been in his computer, but not necessarily in the system that
Well, that's
anybody
how he
right.
could see.
submitted it to Unified Command. They were all sent through the same. They used the same agency case file number for all of them, and
Well,
I figured that out with the Winters tip when the Ryan Boucher dude called to
Mhm.
submit that information. The way Winters submitted his report, he didn't drive it over to Unified Command. He filed it with through the same, like through IDAX and the same system with the agency case number, and that's how Unified Command received it.
But that's what I'm saying. As of March the 1st, nothing was in a computer anywhere. Kathy just had boxes and boxes of typed up or handwritten reports.
Mhm.
I don't know exactly what
They
day
were
Orion
printing
got
all
set
of
up.
them at that point.
Hmm?
They were printing them all out at that point.
Yeah, that's what it said. Everything was in bankers boxes. It says
That's not how that's not even how police do it on a regular day, though. Like, they still file it
These are right,
through their
right, T.
system. The way it ends up there
Welcome to
is
my brain of
it
frustration
says
when it comes to this.
whatever
it says
system you use, it will still be sent through their whatever IDEX channel police software that they use. It's accessible remotely from any, like, it's not, I mean, maybe they also printed them out, but who where were they printing all this stuff out?
This is
it
why I
says
asked, how does she find something in her drawer? And then she says, I went over to the filing cabinet and then pulled it out. Well, what the fuck did you find in your drawer? What was in there?
the
Right.
paper. Well, so
What kind of
that's
printer
what I
do
was
they
going to
have?
say is
Dang.
there would be an initial sheet, right, of Richard Allen's tip. So let's call that one piece of paper. Then there would have been the lead sheet that Kathy would create that would be assigned to whoever, and it ended up being Dan Dolan. That's another sheet of paper. Then it would be Dan Dolan takes the lead sheet and goes and talks to Richard Allen and writes his report on another piece of paper and then submits that with the lead sheet back to Kathy.
Okay,
And
but
then
all this
she
Mhm.
happened
files
in
it wherever.
February, and we know because of Brad Holder's tip that came in and the one that was followed up on, there were some of this was digitized. It would be weird that this was one that wasn't, because, like, with Brad Holder's, you can tell what time it was received, what time it was reviewed, what time it was evaluated and approved for further follow-up, and then the next thing you see is the Poll and Goody when they interviewed him, when that even after that, then you can see the next step after that is when Liggett reviewed their narrative report and then decided what he proved it for further follow-up again. Of course, they went and interviewed the follow-up action was that they went to interview Westfall, but after that, the next thing that happens is they start clearing them. So it's weird that they have it for all these other people, but not him, even
Well,
though
it's
they
Delphi.
might, but
And
none of
so,
it was in the filings. I don't know that Defense doesn't have it. It just wasn't in the filing.
So it
well,
says,
yeah. I mean, it's Delphi. They haven't done anything the way we think they should be doing things,
Right.
even down to even down to the basic investigation 101 type stuff, like
They
collect all of your
use that damn
evidence.
excuse of that
You
they were
know,
moving buildings. Oh, we had to move buildings, and then we had to move
multiple
yeah,
buildings.
times.
It
we're
has
taking this.
nothing
Yeah, it
to do
was.
with anything. If you have everything in your fucking computer, I can go to 50 buildings tomorrow, and all my
Yeah,
shit's still going to be in my computer.
But they didn't. So she says
Right.
she ultimately filled about 5 multi-drawer
yep.
filing cabinets with these reports. She mentioned there was another coworker that worked with her on that. Sometime after the filing system had started, the tips began to slow down. After she finished the filing system, so we're still talking about the cabinets, she was then given this new responsibility of entering these narrative summaries into a database. So the dates and times that we're saying things occurred, we're assuming that a comprehensive system would be logging that as it's happening. But it could just be that, when I go talk to Teresa, I'm writing the date and time that I'm doing so. And then when Kathy is entering that into the system, she's writing down or she's entering the date and time that I said on my report.
Right.
Okay, well, how come in 2022 the FBI came out immediately after the murder sheet December 1st thing where, murder and the investigative sources they came out and accused an FBI civilian employee, and the FBI the same day responded saying, "We checked. No, that did not happen."
Because they
And
had nothing to do with entering the tips. Like, that was Kathy.
well,
She's not
Yeah,
an
because
FBI.
they
some
came
of
out
them
and
did.
said,
I
well,
just
they
want to
did
say
come out and try to
that
blame it all on the FBI and said it was somebody misentered the information. And then Sleuthy said, like she said, they came out and or you, whoever just said that, they did come out and make a statement saying, no, we didn't.
Like, they
So
said they looked into it, they reviewed it, and
yeah.
that's not what happened, and
So
so
what the FBI says, the FBI says the problem did not occur on their end. Now,
Well,
where it occurred and how it occurred, it doesn't allude to that. It just
I
says
wanna
it
know what they actually
didn't
reviewed.
happen by them.
Uh-oh, we
I
lost
would,
you.
if I was them, I would have just said who was putting these tips in that could have lost it, and they would have been like, that was Kathy Shank. We'd be like, well, she's not a part of us,
Right.
so it wasn't our fault.
You
I
know,
wish we
because
could find
and no
out.
matter how you look at it, any of this, no matter what happened, they are at fault, period. Dan Doolin, Kathy Shank, the other officers. I mean, if nobody else knew of Rick Allen's alleged appearance at the bridge, and it can't be alleged because the man said he was there. So if Doolin didn't go and tell other officers about that encounter he had with that man who claimed he was there, while they're all in the office at the end of the day discussing what they did today, who they were investigating, who talked to who did what, that never crossed anybody's mind as that might be suspicious. Maybe we should re-interview that one particular guy. No, we're all just going to carry on like nothing. And then 5 years later, we'll stumble across this piece of paper, case is wrapped up in a nice little bow. Everybody can go home and be happy. That's not what happened though. And I can't get past, I'm mad as hell right now. I see all the circus that's going down right now. And I'm looking forward to Bob's interviews for the next couple of days.
I know, I'm so excited.
I know, I'm looking forward to it. It was nice to see, it was good to see Holman's interviews, as bad as they were. We needed to see them to see who we're dealing with better than
Right.
what we saw in court, right? The gag order stuff, the man hiding behind the badge kind of thing. Now we get to see you, and I see you loud and clear.
Right.
So you did me a favor when you come out and did your goofy little interviews. Said a lot of interesting, incriminating things to a lot of us feel that way about. So no matter how you look at it, though, they dropped the ball. If they honestly believe they have the right guy, stop patting yourself on the back because you didn't get the guy. You didn't do anything police investigative wise to apprehend your suspect.
Right.
Not one damn thing.
I gotta look at the Kathy stuff again. I'm now.
I just sent it. I'm
Oh,
looking at
thank
it
you.
right now. It says,
Yeah.
In the course of going, she realized she was seeing handwritten tips. So what this told her was that these preceded the creation of the database because the database would automatically assign the lead number,
Yeah.
the number to the tip. She needed to reconcile, blah, blah, blah. She was the primary one. These tips that were written out before she came into the investigation. So from February 13th, 2017 through March 1st, 2017, they were all handwritten.
How?
Right.
Why would
Because
they
they
have a
didn't have
number?
the database yet.
Oh, wait, so when
But
she started
yeah.
typing them in okay, I gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't
And it
sinking
would,
in earlier. Gotcha. Okay.
right. And it's probably took her a minute to get everything
2
uploaded. You know
years.
what I mean? Right. It would take a minute. And they were probably not giving them any credit because I don't think they deserve any at this point. But were they overwhelmed with tips? Did they not know or think they would ever generate that many tips? And then boom, what do you do with them? You got to organize them and somehow they have to be read and
Well, how
thoroughly
did they
followed
happen to
up
account for
on.
all of Brad
I
Holder's
mean,
stuff then? Like, the tip that came in for him?
right.
That's the other
Where
question
did
I
that
have now
come
is
from?
where was that recorded? Because it was in the filing, they obviously looked at it, and
But
I
was
don't know.
that the tip that made them first ever look at Brad Holder?
Yes, the first one, it was number 48, and
And
it
what tip
showed that
was that?
it was the one that said, it said Brad Holder, ex-boyfriend. I think it said I don't know if it was the person who typed it in or the person in the filing. It says ex-boyfriend of Libby, but it was actually His son is the ex-boyfriend of Abby. It says has a fascination with Gothic figures. He's a member of the Vinlanders, and he has creepy pictures of people with tree branches on them. Like,
Okay, so I knew there was,
very
I knew,
specific things they were
well,
specifically looking at on the
right.
16th. It's
Well, I
crazy.
knew about the Facebook stuff, so I didn't know if that tip only came in because someone's like, well, this guy's into this stuff, baby, and
That
the
was on
son
the
dated her.
16th.
But what then my question is, why would someone automatically think to turn that type of person in without the crime scene indicating that type of thing happened?
Well, that person, I don't think they knew. They were just trying to describe, like, because the way it was written, it looks like someone just either called in and said those, and the person who, because there's even pictures of their little command center, the people who were receiving the tips for the first few days.
Mhm.
They had people from different counties and local, like, it was kind of a bunch of people just
Oh, yeah, there's a
stepped in
lot of
to help.
people.
And so I don't
Yeah.
know who of them would have taken it, but they were just writing stuff down, but they're all sitting in front of a computer as well. So they're like typing this stuff in as people are talking. And so it kind of reads that way, as if they were just hitting the main points and getting people's contact info. But I assumed that was where the timestamps came from of when it was called in, when it was, after they take the call, then they save it, and the system, the people who are in a different room, like Liggett and Hammond, and I think it was Special Agent Michael Peasley. I don't remember if he was an agent or an ISP, but I think he was Special Agent, and Jay Harper. They were in their own area, and they were the ones reviewing the leads that came in from the call center and anybody who emailed stuff in. So they did have something in the beginning. There was a system logging this stuff. And so what I'm trying to figure out is who was printing it out? Like, they had to submit it on their computer
So if
anyways.
somebody called a tip in on Brad Holder and said, "Hey, this guy's son was dating one of these girls. He's into gothic stuff and got the sticks on girls." Well, nobody knew about sticks on the girls that early on. So, but that
Right.
tip was followed up on along with an interview that got recorded over or lost. Westfall happened, I guess, out of that investigation or that
They went to talk
case.
to him after their interview with Brad Holder, because he's like, "Oh, yeah, my friend
Oh
was
yeah,
from Westfall," and so that's kinda what prompted the interview
right.
with Holder. I don't think there was an
So
actual tip that came in for Westfall, it was Holder.
right, I know, I figured that much. Once they investigate Holder, they branched out and got the other guys and
Well, and
started
he
looking
also
and
said
began
that
to
his
look into
kids were in
them.
class with them or in school.
Right.
His kids,
Yes,
so that they were
yes.
on
The
the
third
parent.
interview, I think he finally owned up to that one.
Yeah.
They didn't ask him
But
shit about the actual crime,
I
according to him,
know,
until
girl,
2023.
I know, so frustrating. But my question is, so if they get to the scene of the crime, somebody somewhere along this process decides something nefarious. Well, of course, something nefarious happened. Someone decides something satanic, ritualistic went down in these woods. Boom, you got Brad Holder as a tip. What came first, the tip on Holder and then that thought process, or was it the scene and then, oh my God, look at this guy who practices this stuff? That I need to know that those dates are very important to me. What happened first there? Why did you look at Holder to start with? Why did you consider your crime scene might be ritualistic? And don't say that you didn't think it was, because somebody out there did enough to
Well,
actually investigate it.
I think there's probably a lot more people who were like in the woods that day who saw the
Yeah.
crime scene than we would be led to believe. I think there was not just Pat Brown and the police. Like, I think there were many more people who saw, if not,
Yeah.
also took pictures. You just don't know.
Yeah.
But I think that, and word could get around, even if it's something as simple as like Brad Holder gets shit faced and he's talking to his wife or whatever she was. Um, somebody else that might have been in that area when they were found might not, in their sober mind, talk about the crime scene itself, but maybe shit-faced drunk at JC's bar or whatever, start running their mouth about what they saw, and then word can spread that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Well,
that could have gotten people suspicious. People could have, just like that picture of the like tree branches like all weirdly formed and the chains and the things hanging from the trees.
Oh,
You know what I'm
yeah.
talking about?
Yep.
Yep.
So
I remember that well. Yeah, I mean, and we know things when things happen that in small, especially in a smaller town or smaller community, something bad happened and people may not know what exactly just happened, but the rumors start flying as to what could have happened.
Well,
can I
And
apparently
tell
then
you
some
what we
something?
locals
think
were sharing
happened.
pictures in the early days. There are some people who are
Yeah.
local to that area, and they say that they were shown photos of like that, like I would assume it would be taken by searchers, but there are people who say that they saw them. And so s- eh, I mean,
Do you guys remember when we were, and I'll speak for myself, but nobody that I talked to was aware of this prior to the Franks memo. But speaking for myself, when I read the Franks memo and found out that like one girl was naked and the other one was wearing the other one's clothes, and that they happened to not be the clothes that everybody thought she was in, I was shocked.
yeah.
I was too.
To me, that was, people were like, why didn't they correct what Libby was wearing that day? And I'm thinking, well, maybe they didn't because technically you could argue that only the killer would know then what she was wearing.
Yeah.
Well, I went back. Don't even ask. I was like looking at really old shit just to see what all was happening before even the defense was the defense and what kind of information now that we know more. And I stumbled across a live of Rick Snays with, what is his name? Jensen. Jason Jensen.
Oh, yeah.
Is that like the PI or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and it was like October 26th or something, 2022. I can look for sure to see exactly the date, but it was before Richard Allen was even arrested. It was before the defense even existed. So if the argument was going to be made that the defense was leaking stuff, they weren't a thing yet. And Jason Jensen specifically said that one of the girls was naked and the other one was wearing the other one's clothes. And had I been watching that back in October 22, I probably wouldn't have, put that together. But knowing now, I'm thinking, how on earth did he know that?
Yeah.
That one was fully naked and the other one was wearing the other one's clothes? Because up until that point, the only thing really that was like going around a bunch was the Erskine texts. And
Right.
that's not how he said they were dressed.
Right. Because there should be some details that are not known unless they know. Right. Like you're saying. And how did he know that? That early on? Because
Okay.
we didn't know till the Frank's motion. I didn't know till the Frank's
It was on
motion.
Rick Snays live.
Yeah, girl, hold on. I could probably even send you
Excuse me.
And I
clip.
mean, there was how that's crazy.
I'll send it to you on Twitter.
Okay.
And then I watched another one. I would have to go look back at the date, but Rick was talking about a rune. I think he said it was carved into the tree rather than like painted on the tree. But he specifically said that it was an Ansu's rune. Then he started talking about Odin, maybe it was Sons of Odin. I don't know. I took the clip, so I'll have to see.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to watch that later because I was trying to. I still can't tell if he's kidding or not. He said Olivia Benson was on Snays Live, but I don't know if was she really? I can't tell if he's kidding.
It's so
Sometimes I
funny to
can't either.
I know, right? Y'all just
I haven't said anything in like 15 minutes, but say that.
Joe, what's up?
Such a gentleman.
Well, if y'all ever hear me just laugh out loud for no reason, just know I'm reading chat between Woman and DB. They
Oh my
usually,
gosh, they crack me. They're my favorite.
I know, I'm usually laughing at her, laughing at what she's typing
She's
back.
nonstop. Like they're every tweet, every comment, they're all bangers. Like they're never not funny. I feel like
I know. They're my
her ability is
entertainment.
unreal. I know. She
I
cracked me up.
know. I love her. So yeah, it was fun. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were. I know
Okay.
Olivia Benson is a detective, but I thought you meant the She has her own channel too. Like that's her display name or her like her
She
alias or
has like a
whatever.
YouTube channel.
Well, or it's Oblivious Benson, but like I thought that's what he was
Oh
talking
yeah.
about. I thought he was talking about Oblivious Benson, not
Oh, okay.
gotcha. Okay, sorry.
Could
That's
be
why
Taylor Swift's cat y'all referring to. I don't know.
yes, there's also the Swifty kitty. Um, okay, so I thought okay, then I read it wrong. I couldn't tell if he was kidding or not though. Yeah.
Well, hey, Jennifer Coffindaffer doesn't even know if he's kidding or not. She will run live. DB, email her something else so we can all laugh when she runs live with it because she's got the goods. I just got man. I died.
Oh my gosh, there's one where
I
she was
died.
replying to Fiend about something. I think I put it in the Carroll County, Indiana hashtag. It gets funnier every time I read it. But he said she took something he said very literally. like somebody was doing something and she was like, "Oh, they were doing each other," and he's like, "No," like the way she just her response. Which by the way, it was
Sometimes,
Torsel.
right?
Where's Torsel? I haven't seen Torsel. He was the one who screenshotted it, and I hashtagged it for the Carroll County, Indiana thing because it's so funny. But
Sometimes just her
she's a
responses
mess.
are so make you wonder about are you okay in there, Jen? You know what I mean? Because when she did that live, she had her cell phone up. She was all hot and bothered, and I just received this. I have Rick Allen's Google searches, and she thought the one about was Holman a real cop was the best one, and I was like, I'm sitting here dying, going, she is not going live with that shit. Oh my god.
DB remembers Bean said something like, "Oh, somebody did a sleuth," like just saying it in the
Yeah.
own language that has developed in this community, but he was saying it that way, and she took it as, "Oh, they were doing it." And Bean was like, "No," like, but it was just, it's
Yeah.
so funny, but because of the way, like, I guess it's very, I don't want to say simple in a derogatory way, but like she takes everything at literally face value, I guess.
Doesn't she? Like, she really, really does. And it's like, come on. Good Lord.
Oh, I forgot about the Google thing and that thing though. Okay. So, I'll have to I saw Sleuthy sent me a bunch of stuff. I'm gonna look at it later, but
Yeah.
okay. So, okay, okay, so DB, I still didn't get an answer though. So, was he kidding completely that it was not also Oblivious Benson either? Like, did I hear that right? Or did I read that right? I can't believe I feel like I'm not unconfused yet. But it was Jensen that did the interview in October of 2022. Is that what Sleuthy said?
Yeah.
And there was no defense and he wasn't assigned. When did he work for defense? When was that?
You
'Cause
must, it
for a while I thought
must
he
have
was the
came in
only
right
one.
after. I don't know.
I need to add him to
Exactly.
because I have a who's who doc that I've been compiling that has everybody in the filings who's been mentioned and when they started working and when they stopped working, in what capacity, what police post or what agency, and I forgot about him. He's not on there. I need to add him to it, but I have no idea when he started or when he was no longer working with them. I just
Yeah,
haven't even
I'm not
added him.
sure either about the dates on that stuff.
I guess I gotta add Kathy Shank to it also.
Yeah, you can't forget Kathy. Goodness. It's
Yeah.
still,
So
Man.
Doolin was the 16th or the 17th. Doolin was either the 16th or the 17th when he started working.
Apparently, it was the 17th because it was the day before he went to interview Richard Allen. I think this is from your notes is the reason I know it, but he went out to the crime scene and he was looking around and he found the sticks and he called them and said, "Y'all gotta get out here." The next day, he's grabbing a tip lead sheet and interviewing Mr. Allen, if I understand or if I remember correctly. Is that right?
He may have called them about picking up the sticks, but I don't think they actually picked up the sticks for like 2.5 weeks, right?
Well, the other question I have about that is we've got Sergeant Datzman from ISP. He's one of the CSI guys, one of the first ones on scene. He testified that after everything was like they had finished up at the scene, and then on the 15th, while everybody else was at the autopsy logging all the evidence, he took pictures of the crime scene and went back out to the scene to look for the sticks on February 15th. And I thought that was interesting because it wasn't until I saw that in trial notes.
Doolin didn't see him till either the 16th or the 17th. Pretty sure the 17th.
Well, I wasn't sure if that was because he didn't collect them and Doolin went out there and called him and was like, hey, they're still out here. This one has blood on it. But then apparently they also went back in March. And so, but even in the media reports, there's a couple of days after they released the scene. It's either 2 or 3 days after they had done the interviews with Ron Logan and walked all through it. They went back 2 or 3 days after they did the interviews there with the homeowner. But now they're also saying they also went back in March. But after trial, that added a third time that somebody, like, we at least know that Datsman went out there. Even if he didn't collect them, I didn't realize he took crime scene pictures to go look, make sure he got the right ones from the crime scene pictures. And he said he did that on the 15th. That was new information to me.
Oh, wow. That's to me too.
And so, yeah. And it's,
why can't we see these crime scene evidence photos? Why can't we see them?
Well, they took so many. There's a lot of crime scene photos that have nothing, like that are not of the girls. It's the surrounding area and the tree. And I would think that even those would be fine to release. I understand why they don't, like why they want to keep the ones with the girls sealed.
Absolutely. Yes. No,
yeah, I fully understand that one. But when it does come to, they had aerial pictures from the helicopter. They also had drone photos. I don't understand why those can't be released. Gold did not seem confused about how vague it was when the prosecution asked to seal all of them, because there's a lot. Even when I was looking through the exhibit lists and people when they were doing citations, there was a lot of crime scene photos.
Is he just like, I don't want to go through 842 photographs, so I'm just going to deny all of them? Is that what the deal is?
I have no idea. I really don't.
Well, in reality, under most sunshine laws, they would be part of the discovery that you would get under FOIA if they followed the law. But
well, they submitted them though,
so.
or not submitted. They admitted them at trial under seal at all the hearings. Anytime they had to admit them for a pretrial hearing or during trial, the prosecutor and defense, both sides, when they were admitting anything about them into evidence, they did it under seal. And then the prosecutor even followed up with one after trial to say, keep these sealed. So I understand with those, but I'm not clear on, like, the filing to me didn't look like it specified just the of the victims. It looks like it was all of them. And not at pretrial hearings and trial. It looks like the other ones weren't, but I'm wondering if they're going to get lumped in or not. Just by default.
Probably. I mean, we get so many, like, even with the Stephon Stearns dump we have in Florida, so many pictures. We're talking 800 pictures in just one folder of the apartment. It was just the condo, you know, the inside of the home, the areas around the home, the areas that were searched, area where Madeline was found, things like that. But we have laws in place in Florida to protect kids like Madeline Soto, as far as her autopsy report being released. You might know the cause of death, but you're not going to get your hands on that autopsy. And as far as the photo of her body, it's been out there because it was accidentally released by another Florida sheriff who got in trouble for it. Gus was released accidentally on their Facebook page, right?
He uploaded the wrong one and he deleted it real quick. He was like, crap, one.
Yeah. But all the other photos and all the other things we get, you know, so that would normally be a part of it, is all those crime scene photos that does, if they don't show the body. But this is Judge Gall in Indiana, so there's no telling what you will or won't get. You probably won't get more than you will get. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's crazy. Unfortunately. Yeah. I've never seen it like that because I am very used to the Florida sunshine laws, and I'm used to getting large amounts of discovery and getting our hands on documents and all the things here.
I'm used to sending an email asking for something that's a public record.
Right.
And like, I don't have to cite anything or ask for anything or fight for it. I can just send it email
You just get it.
to the office and be like, hey, I'd like to request this. Very general. just like tell them what it is, where,
Yep.
like the date, if there's some information that would be helpful for them to actually locate it, I try to do that. But if it's something that's very, like if it's remotely high profile, you usually don't have to. If we email Jody and ask for Richard Allen this, she's going to know which case it is. She's not going to have to think real hard or spend hours trying to locate or identify it. She's going to know where it is. I understand Gold has lots of other cases, but she obviously knows what this one is. But even still, I'm used to just sending a request and they respond. Right, there's no 7-day waiting period. As soon as they see it, they're like, oh yeah, they look it up and send it.
Normally, under a routine FOIA request, you shouldn't have any issues, right? But we see how that is going to play out in Indiana.
Not even a FOIA request, just a public individual going into the clerk's office, which I did in Carroll County. So the one day that I couldn't get in, so day one, I couldn't get in for the first half of the day. We were stuck in a line waiting outside of the courtroom, which is fine. You do what you do. But I spent my time in between then and the afternoon session, which I did get into, going to the clerk's office and saying, I want to see a copy of every single document that's been filed in the Richard Allen case. And they gave it to me. And it was fast. It was like, 5-10 minutes, and we had a pleasant conversation. They were super helpful. And I got those documents like in my hand. I had to pay them. I have to pay them $1 a page in Indiana. I think the law is a quote unquote reasonable fee. So $1 a page. I paid them for all of the Richard Allen documents to that point in time at the first day of the trial.
Was that at the Carroll County Courthouse?
Yes, that was on the second floor. The clerk's office is on the second floor. The courtroom is on the third floor, and the actually clerk of the court is on the third floor, but they don't have the documents. It's the county clerk that has the documents.
Okay. Remind me that I'm gonna rope you into there's some stuff that when we're requesting, they're acting as if it will have to be inspected in person only, and that kind of stuff. And I'm trying to anybody who's even somewhat local, I'm gonna add y'all to a list of people to be like, hey, are you available if and when this specific thing might need to be only obtained in person.
I got you.
Because there's a few people who are real local. There's quite a few who are somewhat local, and some that are not real local, but they would make the drive. But I'm trying to find people where it would not be much of an ask, or try to find a convenient way for the most convenient, I guess.
Right.
Or the least imposing, whatever. Yokels. Yeah, so
what are you saying that about Indiana native?
I'm reading woman's comment. She said yokels. She always woman always wildin'. Gotta love
She's
it.
always a smart ass.
I love it.
Me too.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to go back because I think it hit different when Sleuthy was talking about it in that context. I'm still stuck on Kathy Shank, and this. I don't think it clicked that all of these were not input into Orion until March 1st, but I'm still confused about that because they do have kind of like on this screen. I forgot it was still up, but there's timestamps associated on something before they enter them in, before she's tapping them into the new system. But it looks like it was deployed and activated by the FBI on scene, when they came in to set all this stuff up by February 23rd. And it would be weird if they didn't look at it until March. But then I also have a question. Sergeant Riley's given interviews, I think on March, it's either 17th or 21st, somewhere in there, where he's given interviews saying that they are going back to the beginning to reevaluate all of the interviews that they had done up until that point. And that would have included Richard Allen. And they didn't re-interview them. They just re-evaluated the tips and the interview narratives that were submitted to make sure they didn't miss anything, or to make sure that there wasn't information that came in afterwards that made that the first time they talked to the person to see if it looked different with new information, that kind of stuff. So the fact that Kathy Shank found this tip that all these people who do this for a living as a law enforcement officer, it's not just local officials that would have missed it. It would have had to have been all of the people from state and federal that were assisting them at this time, specifically with this task of reevaluating tips and interviews. So
Yep.
I really struggle with it.
She even testified under oath that she had nothing to do with learning about the intimate details about these lead sheets when she was first hired on in March of 2017. She got promoted over like 2 or 3 or 4 times into finding intimate information and entering it over time, but definitely not initially. She wasn't responsible for initially entering the information.
Well, that's because they had people from state and federal assisting with that at that time.
Yeah, the FBI was there until 2019.
It's that's the other thing. Where's this 2019 thing coming from? Other than because up until
being
trial,
in court, me being in court and watching Tony Liggett testify.
was okay.
and
Liggett,
saying-
though, I couldn't remember who testified that it was
Yes,
2019. Okay.
Liggett said that thing with the FBI in 2019.
I
Most
wonder if
people
that was a
say
misspeak because it's normally said as 2021.
no. Yes, most people say it's 2021, and I swear to you that he said 2019 in court when I was there and heard him testify. He said that thing with the FBI in 2019, and you'll see it in my notes. My notes reflect the same thing. That thing with the FBI in 2019.
That's crazy. The only thing I know of that the FBI did at all in 2019 was the FBI cast report. Hold on, we have a visitor. I think I don't know if he's
Cast report.
I don't know if he's sharing something or if he's going to appear. So the other thing that I have a question about though too in 2019, I didn't realize it till I was going through all the trial notes. They had more than one behavioral analysis unit and from across different agencies that was helping them with their profiling in 2019. There was some like civilian organizations. There were some, I don't know, I can't remember if they were psychologists.
Like third-party contractors?
But there was, yes, and then there was also a Pennsylvania state trooper. I thought that was weird. Let me see if I can find that real quick.
That's really weird.
There's a lot of state troopers with specialized training are everywhere, I guess.
Yeah, well, I went back and tried to find it from trial. I remember seeing some stuff about it, and it ended up coming from Doug Garter's testimony. But the reason I went back to look for it was because in one of Holman's interviews, he was talking about how they would consult all these behavioral analysis people before the press conferences. And so I'm like, well, who did we ever figure out where the BAU report was? I thought there was one. Apparently there was lots. Let me see if I can pull it up. I think it's in my Who's Who thing.
Tim, we've had 300 people on here watching for a long time. You all are great.
I don't see where do you see how many people are watching? Does it tell you?
On YouTube.
Oh, okay. Wow. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So this is, I think it's at the bottom. Hang on. Let me scroll down.
Oh, damn. Somebody dropped out. Now we're at 299. I caught him. I caught him watching.
Okay. So a couple of former psychiatrists and a former Pennsylvania state trooper, and then the Sherry Black Foundation. And then there was also, I think I actually included it here. I think I might have figured out which U.S. Marshal. It was also the U.S. Marshals had their behavioral analysis unit also did an analysis. And I thought, what? I didn't realize that until I found that testimony. I'm still trying to fill it in. But
wasn't Wesley Snipes in U.S. Marshals?
What?
It was like the sequel to The Fugitive with Harrison Ford.
Oh, there it is. U.S. Marshals Behavior Analysis Unit. The way I don't know, Holman didn't say enough to specify, and neither did Carter, but they did the profiling stuff for that first press conference where they were like, think back to the day, and maybe they changed their behavior, maybe they changed their appearance, and then again in 2019 before the to the killer who may be in this room. Apparently, they had reviewed all of the behavioral analysis. So I don't know if U.S. Marshals did this in 2017 and 2019 or one or the other. I don't have dates for when these different characters assisted, but the only other people from the U.S. Marshals outside of that would be the ones that assisted with I think they did the transport, or they assisted with it, even though Holman said he took Mr. Allen to Carroll County. Doug Carter thanked them on stage at the October 31st thing. So I'm like, what was it, the profiling he's thanking them for, or were they? I don't have clarification on that, but
Don't get me started on Doug Carter, please.
I know. Yes, that one is
It's gonna get so deep so fast.
Let's have a retirement party for Joe's sake.
Right.
For
we totally should. We definitely should. That is definitely a cause for celebration.
Actually, that's a fantastic idea. That's exactly what we did today. That is a fantastic idea.
Look, Doug, a week from today, you know the exact. He knows. Like, it's a week from today.
Was he replaced or did he retire? Like, is this one of those
No,
new guy coming
retiring.
in? Okay, I
Yeah.
wasn't. That's what I wasn't sure about.
He's retiring. He's gonna,
And we don't know if it was a forced retirement because we do
Go
have a
off
new
to the
governor
under.
coming into the state of Indiana. So the new governor could have said, dude, we're done with you. So please voluntarily retire. Or he could have just been like, I've spit enough bullshit out my mouth. I'm going to retire.
I think Doug's tired. I think Doug's got nothing left in him, and he knows it because its answers are all the same now. About Flora and Delphi. It's like,
They have been
dude,
since 2016, since the Flora 4.
somebody
I
that's
wish-
pulling his strings have kept him seriously stressed out for the past 6, 7, 8 years. So dude's ready to go retire.
In 2016, before Delphi, he said, I wish I could tell you everything I know about this case.
I know. We wished he could
Before
too,
Avenue
right?
Libby.
Hang on, y'all. We got another visitor here.
Okay. All right.
Sorry, not to interrupt, but I just now saw
tangent.
He hopped in to send the message. Yeah, I just saw it. This is. I don't know if y'all are familiar with Veronica. She's one of the.
Veronica, hey, what's up?
Yeah.
Hello.
How are you?
Hi there. Can you hear me?
I can.
Yes.
Oh, good. My little button was stuck. Hey, I apologize for my cold. I didn't know when I flew in I would come into a blizzard the next day.
Oh no.
And
gosh.
In Indiana, so it's like I apologize for the way I sound.
Oh no.
Sorry.
I think you sound wonderful.
Good. Yeah.
So they were talking about the pictures, and I'm just like hearsay because at the time, who knew that I needed to screenshot or a video? I don't know, because we thought the case was going to be solved fairly quickly. So I wish I had proof for you, but I did see crime scene photos. Like the evening of the girls were found.
I remember you saying this, but I was never sure if you were comfortable for anybody. I just wasn't sure, but yeah, you and a couple of others, I believe. But yeah, I remember this. But yeah, definitely. So, but I didn't know it was the night of.
It was the night of, and let's see. So that is when. Okay, so I live in a different home, and I fly into Indiana like quite frequently. That's no secret. And so one of the times when I was young, my parents, when we had to fly to Indiana, they surprised me with going to Indiana Beach. So that's my story. That's how I learned about the place. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry, guys.
You're fine.
How bad do I sound? Do I sound stupid?
You do not sound bad to me. I wouldn't have even. It sounds.
Okay.
You don't sound sick or like.
Okay.
It sounds wonderful to me.
I feel like I just came from a bar with a massive hangover, so that's maybe, I don't know. But So I sound gritty. I'm so sorry. Anyways, I didn't mean to sound gritty. Um, so that's how I knew about that area, and it became a tradition. It just from like April, May, and July, sometimes August or September, one of the two, we would always go to Indiana Beach. And so by doing that, I got to meet a lot of people. And so I was at home the night before when they told me that the girls were missing. And I was like, oh gosh, like I hope they didn't fall. Like that's just what we were thinking. And then the next day when they were found, I was in disbelief because I was like, well, how were their clothes not found in the water? That didn't make sense to me right away. And then shortly after, I got a call. It was video, and that's how I saw the crime scenes at first. Like I'm a Hallmark person. I don't like scary stuff or anything. So they were very cautious with what they showed me.
Yeah.
But I swear to you, I saw a halo. I remember like branches hanging from the trees a certain way. I do recall seeing, I thought it was like two ropes. Two ropes?
That's crazy. Like hanging from the tree? Or just like
Yeah,
around the tree or just in the
it was
background?
in it was in the trees, like above, because there was like a distant shot that I remember. And I remember a rag like hanging like on the tree. And I remember there was like another piece of material laying down. Yeah, just it was yellow, so that's why it's bizarre that we've learned that that would be the police rope, LE.
Did it look like it was taken from the side of the creek that they were found or from across the creek? Could you tell,
Oh,
like, was it
the
pretty close
girl,
up or was it like kinda a little far
yeah.
off?
Oh, they were right there.
Okay.
It wasn't even like a zoomed in photo.
Okay.
So, well, these were photos that were taken that night or that morning, that night when they were found?
Oh, I thought you said it was also video, like, where they were like, when even people who've gone out
Like no,
there
no, no,
in the years
they
past, they're
videoed
like
me. They called me by video.
Oh,
It wasn't like it wasn't a voice, like it was a video call. So that's how I saw the photos.
that's crazy.
That
And so,
someone
but
took from the crime that someone took that was there that found
yes,
the body.
yes.
Okay.
And
Okay.
that was just a few hours later. And like I said, I remember cloth. I thought it was a green rag, and that's why it's so strange, that
This was the night after they found the girls or the night of?
no, the night of they found them. Like they
Night
were found
of.
in the afternoon because I'm 3 hours different, two
Okay.
hours, 3 hours at that time. Because Indiana just had recently start changing their clocks.
Yeah.
So I always forget like the 2 and 3 hour time difference, but they oh goodness.
So in
I
the
know
images that you saw, it was dark or was it light out?
it was light out.
Okay.
That's very interesting because I do know well, I don't know. I know the way they were testifying about when they were out there and when they left. I know that, Giancola was out there until dusk on
Yeah.
the day they found the girls, and then some of the ISP CSI guys, they said they were out there till 10:30, which I don't know how they were doing anything if they didn't have lighting out there. I mean, I'm sure they brought some in, but I don't know what they brought in or what.
Right.
But I think it would have been around, I think, sunset at that time when I was doing the timeline said it was like 6:20 or something. But they got out there pretty, like, not it did not take long from 12:15 till people were out there securing the scene. But I do know there was still quite a few left as it started approaching sunset. And so they were just walking around. That's the other thing, because one of the people who was a searcher, his vehicle was not moved even when he testified that he left as soon as the officers arrived, that people there were kicked out, but his car never left. And I don't know if he just walked over to the Mears lot, because he testified that he was close with Tom Mears. So maybe he just walked over there and left it there until everybody left. But I've been trying to track. I have a timeline of who was out there and when, but it's very fuzzy in the afternoon into the evening.
What's also really strange, though, is how I was told the girls were found is completely different than what was said in trial. So that really mind F-worded me, because
What
I
were
was
you
like,
told?
what? I was told that it was searchers,
Well,
that
it
they
was.
hollered. No, it was, didn't the one, oh God, now I'm forgetting his name. He was Ali. He said he found him.
Well, the way let me pull up this timeline. Maybe you can actually help me clarify some of this, because there was several people kind of all that converged. They all were working their way towards the same area.
Yeah.
But let me pull this up to see. Give me
It
just a
was then
second to
it
look it
is
up.
technically it was a searcher that found him first, I think.
It looks like it was Pat Brown first, and
Pat
then
Brown, that's the name. That's the name.
yeah,
Yes,
and
thank you.
then
I was thinking it was a he, she, male, like, or a he, she name. Okay, yeah.
yes, it was Pat Brown who found them. He was on his way back. He had left for a little while. He was there in the morning. He got a call from his daughter's school that she was sick, so he went to pick her up, and then he took her home. He stayed to eat lunch with her, and then on his way back, he got a call from Tom Mears asking him to go over by the cemetery, because there's some people down there who found something in the creek, and they wanted somebody to come from the other side, because people in the creek, they had actually parked at Riley Park and started over there along the creek side and worked their way. It took them from like 8 in the morning until 11 or something to get over to the actual Monon High Bridge from Riley Park. And they found stuff in the creek first around 11.
Yep.
But while Pat Brown was gone, he got the call, because and at trial, they said that when they found the clothes in the creek, they tried to contact the sheriff's or someone that was, they had set up a little command center in the morning at the fire department. They were trying to reach someone and they could not get anybody to answer. So they started calling other searchers, trying to see if they could get a hold of somebody to help them let law enforcement know. So for some reason, Tom Mears ends up being one of the people who calls Pat Brown and asks him, "Can you go to the cemetery? There's some people down there who found something. We need someone to go walk across the water from where they are to see what's going on." And so he walks up for that, and while they're yelling across to each other about the clothes in the creek, I guess he said he was like 20 feet away. So I guess when he got done turning around, that's when I don't know if he found them, noticed them. They don't really explain why, if he was looking across the water, why all of a sudden he saw something in the background. But around the time that he's doing all of that, Yoder and or Giancola get a phone call from Liggett or Mullen. They get a call from someone, and I guess finally someone from finding the clothes in the creek finally did reach law enforcement in between Tom calling Pat Brown. So they were like 5 minutes or something behind Pat Brown. And while they're walking towards where Pat is, they had, like, Pat Brown had already started walking back up when they approached the water, and they're like, "Hey, look over there, look over there." So it was kind of like all of these people at once are kind of like, one person had just gone across the water and seen it, and then when he turns around, he finds the girls, and then he starts yelling. And by that time, Giancola had made his way down to the water, and people are yelling back and forth to each other. But some of them said they couldn't see from the people who found the clothes in the creek. They said they couldn't see anything where the girls were.
I
So Pat
know.
Brown was
It's
the one who
all,
first noticed it, but I don't understand how or when. Let me
well,
scroll
I was
down.
at Pat Brown's. I thought it was with a group, and it was with part of the group members was Abby's family
Yes.
and a friend, a friend of the family also, I believe. And I thought it was, like I said, because now this is a true Bible, and I do have proof if she would talk, but there is someone that I know uh, from X, and we were chit chatting because I didn't know that Delphi was spoken about on Reddit, YouTube. I knew none of that, not until the
Yeah.
arrest. And so before the arrest, though, and then like even right after the arrest, we were talking about Delphi, and I told her things. And so she knows that I know.
Yeah.
So there's my proof, because then when the memorandum came out, she was like, whoa. And then I was able to add to it. But I thought Pat Brown was a female. Sorry. And I thought they were like in the group, and then the group down in the creek were hollering back and forth.
Yeah.
But I thought it was an actual group situation. Like they were walking together and they were communicating with another group down below.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see this. Let me make sure I'm actually sharing the right one. This is because I've been trying to put a timeline together based on all the trial testimony that gave us new information, like who was with what group. And I don't know if any of this sounds familiar to you, but I have it approximately 11 a.m. because around he said mid-morning, but it was like 10:30, 11. He went to go pick up his daughter and then ate lunch with her. And then when he started heading back, that's when he got the call. So I put it at approximately 11 a.m. This says, we had searched for a couple of hours underneath where the bridge is, and we had finally started making our way back towards the driveway, and we were looking a little more upwards towards where the bridge is, but not near the water. As her group, I think this is Kelsey, hang on. As her group, oh no, yeah, this is Kelsey talking. This is before trial, but I've started trying to go back and include trial with previous interviews. This is, they were over kind of by the Webbers. They were by the Webbers side of the bridge and the creek. And so they're over there, over by the driveway. And then as her group was heading back, because they were going to go back towards Mears lot, but they had to, where they were going to the driveway first so they could make it their way back to the bridge. But when they were over in that area, another group down the hill from the driveway yelled up that he found a shoe very close to the edge of the creek. He yelled down the hill to tell them what type of shoe it was. That's when we got that story about the shoe. And then at the same time, Shane, I'm forgetting his last name. He was one of the searchers. I don't remember if he testified or if this is who was. Yes, he did. I'll look it up in a second. Shane saw footprints and disturbed rocks sliding down the hillside to the riverbank on the south side of the Deer Creek while they were on the access road. So after they found this stuff in the water, they're trying to call the sheriff's department. They can't get a hold of anybody, but there was at least one fireman on the south side of the bridge, above the bridge. Like, they were searching. They had come from Riley Park. They were on the creek bank, and they were like, okay, we got to go up there and tell these people we found something, because they knew they were looking for a tie-dye shirt. They found a tie-dye shirt and the shoes. Anyway, so they walked their way back up to the bridge. That's where we're at in this process. They're the ones that find the first thing first. So they go up there, and then Jake Johns and Shane saw the tie-dye shirt on the creek. They went up the bridge to let a fireman. I don't know if that was Erskine. I don't know. I forget. And Bob's notes said, like, it didn't have the actual name. I don't think he could hear, and I haven't confirmed if he figured out who that was or not. But there was a fireman on local drive, which was Weber's private drive. They found clothing in the water. The fireman walked across the bridge to check the other side and found a black Nike shoe. Shane tried to go towards the shoe from the creek side, but he couldn't make it because the water was so deep and they had on half boots. Shane said the water was really deep, and if you tried, you could probably only get halfway across. After that, there's a photographer either on the bridge or on the other side. He posted some of his photos from the search on Facebook, and he commented that even from 75 yards away, he could see clothing in the creek. Police also found and bagged a cigarette butt. That was from the scanner, too. That was on the edge of the creek. This is all happening around the same time that someone finds something in the water. There's a photographer nearby, and he hears people hollering, so he's kind of making his way towards them. And then I don't know how long all of this took, so I'm just doing approximately everything. Oh, Harrison. That was who, in Bob's notes, it said Harrison. I have not heard that name or anything like it, but I've also heard Erskine was out there, so I don't know. I don't think Harrison and Erskine sound a lot alike, but they might. I'm not sure. So the fireman went to go down and check himself after they found the clothes. He was on top of the bridge. He climbs down to go look in the water. He shouted up to the people who were still up there, who that he found a shirt and a Nike shoe. Shane said that sound traveled really well and you could hear more than you could see. Shane says no one was searching between Deer Creek and the cemetery, but people were on the opposite side of the water. before the bridge, but not on his side of the water. Jake John said nobody else was searching the area where they were on the south side of the water, but he did see people on the north side. I don't know if he means the secluded path side. I wasn't understanding the way it was written in the media reports, but Jake Johns and the firefighter tried to contact police to report the shirt and the shoe, but Jake said they couldn't get a hold of anyone. Shane saw Brad German, Terry German, and Kelsey right when Erskine, I don't know who, I can't remember who said her Erskine. That might be why I put it in the notes before. I'm like, oh, is this the same dude? Shane was standing between the crime scene and the Weber house along the drive. Shane could, let's see, he could not see the bodies from the elevated position he was at, and he never crossed the creek or headed to the areas of the bodies, but he called Pat Brown and said that they could see something behind the cemetery near the creek, so Pat headed that way. But when Pat testified, he said Tom Mears called him. It could have been that they both called him because they were all trying to call each other. I just don't know because we don't have transcripts. Anyway, so then Pat Brown was heading back, and then I kind of just explained that. I'm going to skip past it because it's confusing, and until we have transcripts, I'm not sure which it is. But as he pulls up, let's see what.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. You're good.
Okay. So as he pulls up over to the cemetery, let's see. Jake had found a tie-dye shirt in the creek hung up on some roots under the bridge, and they wanted Pat to check the area. Pat did not know Shane and did not know that area well, so he parked by the cemetery and he walked from the county road over by the cemetery all the way towards the north side of the creek, which is by the ravine. And then shortly after the shoe was found, as the search party continued searching in the wooded area down the left side of the hill from the end of the bridge, a searcher, the same man who had found the shoe, saw something out of the corner of his eye, some movement through the dense trees across the creek, and looking through his phone's camera, he zoomed in on the area and saw 2 deer standing in the woods. But something else was there. Kelsey recalls in that moment. So what he did was he put his phone up, and because he found a shoe, he knew they had, I'm trying to make the previous interviews fit with the trial testimony. I included it to make sure there's not discrepancies, but I've already this is around this time where they're yelling about the shoes. They're coming back towards the end of the bridge, and that's when they start asking her if she found the shoe. This is kind of all still happening while Pat Brown is coming into this from the other side. And then on the way, Pat Brown ran into Melissa, who was Becky's sister, and they chatted, and he continued walking to the creek. So from the cemetery to the ravine, he runs into Becky's sister. And then halfway between the cemetery and creek, where the clothes were found, he saw the girls, and he thought they were mannequins. Okay, so I guess I just forgot that part. I couldn't tell why he walked to the creek and then found them, but he found them on his way to the creek. So he turned around and yelled out that he found the girls. He stood there but faced away from them. Both Jake Johns and Shane said that they could hear Pat Brown yelling that he found the bodies, but they couldn't see him or the bodies. Ben Mears came from the west and stopped. That came from Bob's notes, but he did not say the west of what. Like, was he with Becky's sister? And did they come from west as in where the bodies were in the ravine? There was no clarification, at least in the media reports, about that. But Ben Mears came from the west and stopped, and Pat Brown called Mullen to say Abby and Libby's bodies were found south of the Morning Heights Cemetery along the creek. Mullen stayed at the police department, but he directed 2 other officers to go to Pat Brown's location. I know one was Giancola. He testified to that. I don't know if Yoder was the other. Melissa, Becky Patty's sister, they were with Pat Brown when they found the girls. And I think that's what's always confused me, because he ran into them. I don't think he was actually with them. But, oops, hang on. I just heard a beep. Uh-oh. I just saw that we had lost you. Were you able to hear that?
Sorry, yes, I did. I lost sound and then I got bumped. And so
I'm sorry. I just
finally,
now saw that. Thank you.
it's okay. Dee
Sorry.
put this all down to help
So
me.
this is kind of
He's the
like,
man.
even with the trial testimony, I have a little bit better idea of how it all happened at once, because I never really understood what people meant by that. Where a searcher found them. Well, I thought it was the family. Well, I thought it was the LE. And it's kind of like, because it is I think people forget, because I forgot this until the other day, how small of an area this is. It does not take long to get from one side to the other side, from one side of the trail to the other. You can get there pretty quickly. And it is really not that far from, I've really struggled to understand when I was going back through
No.
the old interviews where they said they spent 2 hours looking over by in between the private drive and the creek. I'm like, it doesn't take 2 hours to look through there. So
Right.
and then all of a
Now,
sudden after that, now they're all coming together. So does any of this
right.
sound familiar from like when you got the call from that area? Is any of this familiar? Because I'm
A
trying to make
little,
sense of
but
with what this is going on, and at the
yeah.
time how like what happened
Mm-mm.
next.
It's just all weird. No, because I don't okay. I just don't understand how there are so so many different stories, but similar. That's number one. And
Trust me,
then
it's been I
number
struggle with that
two,
too.
so as I had mentioned earlier, my first thought was, how was the clothing not found? And so for a year
Yes.
now, or 2 years since the arrest, I've been saying in chats, there's no timeline. There can't be a timeline. They're never taking the
Right.
clothing from the creek into, they're not considering that into the timeline. But here's my thing. I don't even from the bridge, like how was that not seen?
I I have been struggling with that since I started putting this together specifically, because we've never heard
Mhm.
anything from Shane or Pat Brown with this kind of detail. And so they were the ones who found it because they were walking along the creek, but it was so visible and it was not far. And there were tons
Right,
of people there specifically the night before.
right.
And
Exactly. And they were in the creek with a canoe, but people are
yeah,
like, "Oh, it's so shallow. It goes up to your ankles." Okay, so
well, they couldn't
I
even get
thank you.
halfway across because it was so deep.
Thank you. Do you know, like, that's what turned me off as soon as the arrest, and I started to join like conversations, and then sporadically I would chit chat. The argument of it, like, don't tell me how the creek was. Like, the
Yeah.
depth is not at all ankle deep. It was
No,
it was
it was
deeper. It was
five
past your
times.
face,
It was 5 times the normal depth. 5 times. And that's
and
based on a
then
USGS creek meter. 5 times.
hmm and
So
they
tell me about
they
tell me how you took them across.
and I don't like to say this, but we do have to speak facts, not opinions.
Preach.
In no way am I being harsh, but one little girl was bigger than RA.
Mm-hmm.
How did he control them in the creek and nobody saw them?
Well,
Mm-hmm.
according to the trial testimony too that we got, there was someone on the bridge at 2:30. So how did they not hear two girls being dragged across this creek or
Oh
struggles
no.
or
Oh no, no,
anything?
no. No, Tony Liggett was asked, is it humanly possible that there was another individual, another man at the south end of the bridge when we were looking at Bridge Guy? He was asked this by Baldwin. And Tony Liggett said on the stand, it's not humanly possible.
That infuriated me when I read it.
Mhm. I just
Ugh.
and so like a quick, to continue real quick. I then flew in to Indiana, and I went up north, and and then I saw pictures in person, and I couldn't
I'm sorry.
go to.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah. And so, but they were very nice. Like, they were very PG with it.
Yeah.
Like it. I got a quick glimpse of Libby's face, and they know I can't handle. They just know.
Yeah.
But I thought that Libby was hung by the marking on her calf, by her ankle, and then there was a marking on her thigh. I remember seeing a halo. I swear there was a halo,
What do you mean by
or like
halo?
a crown. It was just sticks that were in a
Okay,
formation, not a
gotcha.
branch or anything, but sticks just in a formation. And then I remember I do remember seeing Abby. The sticks in her hair I didn't notice as as horns or anything, but I do recall people talking about it, and then I remember like I'm trying so hard to place where the sticks were at, but then I'm thinking, am I going back to the puddle of blood with the sticks on top of the puddle of blood that were meticulously placed? But I'm like, no, because it didn't form a halo. So that's my one question. And my other question from like March, end of February, March 2017 was the cloth that I saw hanging, and then I saw meticulously placed big branches like hanging down from the tree. That and I keep thinking two ropes, and I thought there was something right next to Libby as well, unless I'm just like thinking it was a branch. It was a branch, but I'm thinking it was something else right next to Abby. But I was not prepared for what I saw because you're thinking this is in a small area. Everyone loves each other.
Yeah.
You don't even have to ask for milk. They'll just give you milk, including eggs and flour.
Yeah.
I didn't know the history of the area. I didn't know. There was a lot of things that I didn't know. And then I want to say one thing that's always confused me is that I was told one of the girls were found in the creek, which I dismiss that by the clothes being in the creek. Like, okay, that's an easy mess up. But I thought it was Abby that they said that was sitting posed on a tree, like up against a tree, not on a tree, up against it. So, but that's not what happened. That's not what the pictures were. So I don't know how that ever came about, but that was local talk. The local talk was one of the girl. There's just so many, but it's weird
Yeah.
because what was being said, the gossip, and like Brad Holder, like I about fell over because I was like, oh my God, they weren't lying. Like that, she was dating her boyfriend.
Yeah.
Or I'm sorry, like
The
her boyfriend was this guy and it was a family, but then there was supposed to be a pregnancy, and
yeah.
I don't really like talking about those rumors because they're not great. Like some of them do include the family, which
But you can do a simple check of Facebook and see that it could have very well been true. Like just
there
a
were
simple social media check.
Right. There were so many things, and the things that, like I would learn. And May, big event. So I want to say it was like end of April. I went back, and that is when I heard more rumors. There was a festival, and I'm trying to remember what time of year that I went, but I went with my mom, and I specifically remember like there was a lot, like a police officer there talking to people about it, like the scene and what was going on.
You were no. You were at a birthday party with a bunch of police officers that were talking to
No, no,
people.
no, no. No, a festival, like it was an outdoor event.
Oh, okay.
I wonder
And
if that's the same one Brad Heath was talking about because he said that he ran into someone that he had given some information to at a festival.
Right.
And he was like,
shut
"Hey, whatever
up.
happened to that car?" Yeah, he said he asked the guy, "Whatever happened to that, with that car after?" But this he actually no, he now that I'm thinking about it, that was in 2019 because it was after the 2019 presser. He went to some festival and ran into someone who was like,
Mhm.
I tipped in a car. What was going on with that?" And the guy was like, I've never heard of that. What are you talking about?" But if you're talking about in 2017, that was a different one. I mean, it might have been the same festival, but in
No,
2019.
yeah. But even like in 2019, I want to say 2018, 2019. The talk was like it wasn't as talked about. Like if I went to my friend's restaurant, it was like at some point you were going to hear a conversation of it. There was one time I was in a cafe, And it was like, became like the surrounding table start talking about it, because they weren't doing it out of malice. They were doing it because they were concerned. Like, this is totally,
Like,
this
the
wasn't,
person still
this
hadn't been
wasn't your,
found. It's gonna
right,
come
this
up.
wasn't, it wasn't a typical bam, bam, gone, dead, I'm leaving, bye.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's not what happened. This was a scene that you would, this isn't Dateline. This isn't 2020. This isn't your typical scene. Like, this scene is not, it's not typical.
Can I
I don't
just
know what I'm trying to,
to
I'm just trying
no,
to
it's
watch what
fine.
I'm saying so
I
I
want to make
don't, like,
sure. Okay, so just to make sure I'm understanding, um, so the night that they were found, someone, I guess, I don't know if FaceTimed is the right word, but like they've like the video
yeah,
chatted. They FaceTimed you from. I mean,
Facebook,
it
I
looked
think
like
it
they
was.
were. It looked like they were in, like on the scene or in the scene, like in the crime scene area, and in the background was the. Is that when you saw like the pool of blood with the sticks on top of them, the green rag, the ropes, the
Right.
branches hanging down from
No,
the tree, and then
I,
was that the Libby's ankle thing?
yeah, I thought Libby was hung in some sort of fashion.
And then it was weeks later when you flew into town that someone also showed pictures, I guess?
Yeah, like in
Okay.
person, and they were
Okay.
just saying
Yeah.
they didn't
Okay.
change. It was just a few weeks later, but I couldn't go to the crime. I couldn't go to the area, which, like, I don't
Yeah.
know why I even thought about going, but they were back out there with evidence, and I was told that they found that somebody was out there walking with a metal detector, and they found the I don't know if we're allowed to say the B word,
Yeah.
but
Well, they did. They were doing
boy,
grid searches out there for weeks after the scene was released. Mike Patty, in an interview, said that he took a team of guys out there, and they were doing grid searches with the metal detectors,
see,
combing through
I
the
was told,
woods.
no, I was told it was a local. Like, it was, they were just out there randomly walking around. And then
Huh.
I was always told Ron Logan was a decent, like your typical grandpa type of a guy.
Yeah.
So then, as you know, with the arrest through R&M, I'm learning what type of guy he is. I'm
Yeah.
going, holy poop. Like, what? Like, here, I thought this was like a brittle old man, like, who was at one time strong, but not currently. Like, I just never even thought, like, oh, that was a gross, like, deceiving
Yeah.
moment that I had, because I just thought he was a grandpa. But I swear, I promise, it was said it was just a local out there walking, and it was a metal detector. They found
Was
the
it the week
bullets.
that they were found, like, within the same week?
Yeah, it was at, well, it was at a point, like, I'm trying. I guess I could go back and look. I'm sure my ticket would still be there on the exact time, but
Yeah. Do you remember,
th-
like,
th-
any specifics of what the cop was saying when at the little festival thing? Like, was it just kind of casual conversation, or was he
casual, so
Yeah.
casual, nothing
Okay.
secret, just um like I don't know if it was him with the phone, but again, there was like a picture being shown. Like, I always knew that I thought there was more than just an F tree. I thought there was another tree with lettering. I don't know what lettering, but I thought there was more than one tree. And then, yep, the rag. But that was found in the water, but I saw it next to a girl. So, like, was there two?
Oh, yeah,
But
what
the
did you say
rag,
was found in the water?
the bandana, but
Okay.
I thought I saw a green rag, like, hanging from a branch or a
Where
limb.
The clothes in the water pictures have been out there for so long, a really long time,
Yeah.
and long before the crime scene photo leak, that occurred with Westerman and everything like that.
Hmm.
And it was the clothes that Libby had been wearing, but law enforcement could never explain why one of the girls was reclothed and why was she wearing the other girl's clothing. Okay, I get it. Clothes got dropped in the heat of the moment, but why, if you're startled and you're in a hurry now and you want to get out of there, why are you taking the time to have one of your victims put clothes back on? That's
Well, not
extra.
only that,
And
but
they're
when did he get spooked to cross then a creek to get the
well,
girls?
according to them, it's when he heard or saw the white van coming, but that still makes no sense to me. Even to get them across the creek, to do all those things to get away from the van that you just saw or heard that startled you, but now you're going to take the time to have one of them put clothes back on. And then at the end, come out and say in the press conference, thank goodness Abby knew to hide that phone. Now you're saying, now there's a new claim that she was hiding the phone. So how do we know those things are all facts? We don't.
Press a coin. Yes, there was also a symbol. That's it. That's what I was just going around and around in my head trying to remember. Okay, so that's it. That was it. Maybe I'm thinking of her palm.
Which her?
Libby.
Yeah.
Okay, and that was when they from the scene or from the pictures, like when they FaceTimed you or when they showed you. Do you remember?
They both.
Okay.
That was something that was both. Because like I said, on the phone they accidentally showed
Was
me
it
Libby's face,
was
and
it like
from like
painted on her palm, or was it like a stick on her palm? Like what kind of symbol? I mean,
there's so much oh, I can't even say that word. No, I think it was blood.
the thing that's interesting about the way you described it, it reminds me of what Andrea Burkhart was describing on her live. She kept saying there was like a weird mark on, I want to say it was, I can't remember if it was the palm, arm, or the calf. It was one of the three. I don't know if someone in here remembers, but she said it was like a weird, almost like a string had been, like the way it was, I guess the blood marking or residue or something. Like it looked like there was in my mind, the picture that it painted was like if you were to take, instead of saying the icky, or I'll say paint, like if you had dipped a string or like yarn or something into a thing of paint and then laid it on someone's, across someone's body or your skin, and it dried there for a little bit and then you removed it, like that was kind of the way it looked. But
I
I'm
just
wondering if
feel
that's the same thing because she
validated.
was looking at the pictures, so it's probably similar.
I
But
remember how Allie described it. Everybody in chat's recalling the way that Allie was talking about that as well, and I remember that too.
I'm trying to look through all these
Okay.
comments. I'm still making my way through the Defense Diary. I've been trying to go through everybody's lives through trial, but there's so many, and it's time consuming. But I'm actually still going through everybody's.
Wow.
I've
Bless
gone
your
through. I
heart.
think I've made it through about 18 of the Defense Diary ones as of now. I've been working my way from the most recent backwards. Okay, so but yeah, that was
Goodness.
I remember Andrea's because I was able to watch those in real time. But okay, so what other symbols? Was it just the palm and the sticks over the pool of blood, or were there any other symbols anywhere?
I'm trying. Well, okay, so here's the thing. I didn't know they were symbols, and really did nobody else either.
Yeah.
We just thought it was like a message, or some sort of like what is it called? What, oh gosh, my medicine. I'm
Like
so
a call
sorry.
sign or like a
No,
not logo.
like somebody would recognize it. Like it
Yeah.
was the
Like a code?
when a criminal, no, when a criminal leaves their
Calling
oh
card?
God, what is it? No.
I'm trying to think.
Their signature. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Signature. So we thought it was a signature, but also a message, like the scene itself, because even again, this has been scrubbed, but I know what happened. I feel so gaslit and so dumb. And I feel like I annoy people because of the way that this case has mentally just really whacked me. And my friends, like some of them, they're just like, they have no clue what's going on with the case. They stopped just because
Started tuning it
of
out.
the foo effery. You know what I mean? Like, it was just too much.
Were they kind of
And it
making
kind
y'all
of,
doubt your own memories?
yes, that's how I feel. And
Yeah.
I'm being honest. There's times where I
Yeah.
felt sick, nauseous, like I do all this. I have
Like
my
you're trying to
companies,
say
I
what you
blah blah
remember and they're
blah.
making you doubt it, I guess.
Yep.
That's frustrating.
And
Yeah.
so I know what I was told, but yet then, so when the memorandum came out, after, because okay, so let me back up a pinch. When he was arrested, I was like, gosh. So I had a little book. My family had a house fire. No, they're not anywhere near Florida at all. Like, so I lost my little book because it got to a point where I couldn't remember names. And then even like on the germ, I don't know if I'm allowed to say their names because it causes an uproar. But on one girl's family, they're all of their names, they're like the tree, the branches, like the way it stems out and the criminal background, stuff like that. Like I did start to take little notes, not detailed, not anything that, that I thought would be ever worth anything. Boy, am I dumb. But also, like I said, I thought the case was going to be solved rather quickly by what the rumors were. It sounded like they already knew the person. And
Yeah.
like I said, Becky Patty, it was scrubbed. I know it was scrubbed. She was sitting there and she described the crime scene in a interview, and she said very it was a staged scene. It looked, I want to say her word was ritualistic. I swear that she did an interview. So many people have mentioned it, but now after the arrest, they can't find it. It's so strange, but
Was it kind
a
of one of
lot
the
of things,
podcasty interviews that she gave, or was it like a local thing? Do you remember?
I think it was a local thing.
Yeah.
It was like an airing on one of the news, and she was sitting down and she had this look on her face. But like the first one that she said that caught my attention, but maybe it shouldn't have, that she said they have our girls, and it was during the search before, and it was dark. So I don't know if it was during the night or early morning hours, but
I've
I
started
know
trying to
she
dig into those details from the testimony and whatever. It was Mike Patty had a cousin who worked at, he said a local station, and I think it ended up being Wish TV. I can't remember off the top of my head.
and
But
they
there's,
won't release it.
yeah,
They
and
won't
I'm
release
assuming
it.
it's because like if he asked a family member, please don't, I assume they would have taken it down and they just are not, like, unless someone just happens to have it from back in the day, I doubt it'll ever resurface. But I have been looking for that video for a
I
very
can't
long
find it.
time because there's people
I
who
can't.
reference it and specifics to it, and they're all saying the same thing about this video. So it's out there somewhere, but I've been looking
I
for it,
do
but
you
a lot of
I
people
will
remember it.
show you. Okay, so I created a folder on YouTube of all the videos I watched with Becky Patty to find that interview.
Yeah.
I will show it to you. I'll screen record it and show it to you. Um, let's see what else was it. She said that with Mike Patty during the search, and then she was sitting on the couch. She described the crime scene, and it was like a play out of a book. That was another thing. Like she said, it told a story.
Yeah.
And then another thing that or no, Kelsey said that oh yeah, they have our girls. And then another thing was that Kelsey said with pubes is that she wasn't afraid of this person that did it. And something about her and her boyfriend, like her boyfriend's not afraid. So again, like that's how, like, it's weird. It's definitely a mind game because like I do remember so much. And the people that had the photos, I went back to them because I wanted to view them again because I wanted, and I don't know because I think I've seen one or two
Yeah.
of the leaked photos, but I wanted to see if those photos, I haven't seen all of them. What was it, like 8 or 9 of the leaked crime scene photos? But the photo that I did see, it was very whitewashed.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know where the blood went from Libby on her legs. Like, that was just so not Libby. That is not what I saw.
That's wild.
Those photos were so whitewashed. Like, and that's another thing that just like really upsets me. And as much as I love the defense, I'm really pissed off, angry with them.
Yeah.
Because why did you pussy down? Oops, sorry. I didn't mean to be offensive.
You're
Sorry.
fine.
But I don't understand, like, why didn't they bring up awareness when it came to the creep? Why didn't they, like, Shelby Hicks? I've been saying in the comments, like, Shelby Hicks was there with not just a boy, but with other people, like a big group of people. Why weren't they interviewed? Why didn't they get on the stand and testify? How come all the other people that were there didn't get on the stand to testify? Why was it only females?
Well, I'm wondering if I've recently started understanding how many people were out there that if it wasn't turned over in discovery, I'm not sure the defense would have known, or they couldn't get. I don't know. Like, I'm frustrated by it because I am still unclear on how many people were out there, because she did testify that there were other kids out there while she was on the bridge. She saw some other kids while she was out there, but I don't know. But I do know that for a long time, we were told that Shelby Hicks and Daniel Pearson had two totally different stories and recollections of what happened. He's the one who saw a man, and she didn't even notice him. Well, when she got on the
No,
stand, she did notice, like, it was very different. So
I'm
I'm not.
sorry, but her story changed from all the years that she's told me and then being in court. Like, I was mind blown. Talk about another, like, another fugazi in my head.
Yeah.
Because then it just makes me feel like I'm a loony bin of the people that I'm afraid to be around.
You're
Like, all
definitely
that,
not a loony bin.
you know what I mean, though? But her
Yes, I know
story
what you mean. I'm
changed.
just I'm saying that in a reassuring sense, because I definitely know what you're talking about, because I with this case, it does happen a lot. Like, there are times where I'm like, this is different than what I was told. I'm telling you this is
Mhm.
different. And
Yeah.
when you try to clarify, it turns into a very, like, a weird dynamic starts happening, or like uh, it's it creates a cycle of, like, almost more misunderstanding. And it's
Um,
very difficult to kind of backtrack and be like, "Wait, wait, like, let's just
mhm.
figure out where this went." Like, but yeah, I know
Right.
like, I've encountered that even trying to reach out to some of the people who testified and then being shown stuff that they said back in the day. It's a frustrating thing to try to clarify it all. But,
Oh, I
I
was angry. I was so angry. Like, I
it's it
don't know why she did it. Is it because if you go find her, you'll see what she does. So
yeah.
I'm not doxing her, but like, is she doing it for money? Is she doing it for her business? Is she too afraid to upset people because of the type of business that she had? Like, I just don't
Yeah.
get it. I
I'm
don't. She's
in
such
a
a
cycle
beautiful
of these
girl.
questions with her specifically right now, because I'm trying to
She
understand
said she
too.
saw nothing. She was
But
on the bridge when those little girls, and they said that were supposedly taken. So
I think there
where
was a
did
lot of
this
speaking
happen?
for her too. Like, after she talked to law enforcement, I think that they discouraged her in some ways. Like, in some of these, like, even just from hearing from the investigators at trial, when I step back and look at it, I'm like, were they, I feel like that might have been done to her as well. She remembered one thing, and then when she tried to tell them that, like, even with Cheyenne, when they came back to follow up with her, they kept trying to show her a picture of Shelby Hicks, and they were like, "Is this who you were with?" And she's like, "No, I was with Shelby Duncan." And they're like, "Is this you mean Shelby
Mhm.
Hicks?" And she's like, "No, Shelby Duncan." So, like, I've been curious as of late, especially wondering if that actually happened to them. And so they're turning around and telling other people, because they just tried to convince law enforcement, and when they weren't believed, then they have to turn around and tell other people, "Nope, I guess I didn't see anything. I thought I did, but they told me it was this." Like, I'm starting to see a little bit of that happening even, and then it spills over to when they talk to people beforehand, then it confuses them. You would be one of those people who are then now stuck in this cycle of like, "Wait, did I?"
Oh,
But
I've gotten physically sick from it because my
yeah,
head just
you are not
became,
alone
it
in
was
that, I can tell
pounding
you.
and nauseous. And then, like, I knew of, like, Shelby Hicks with her truck, and then there was, two white cars, and
Yeah,
there was a van, and then I guess also the Weber van. Like, there was a lot of white
yeah,
and red vehicles.
yeah,
And so when the memorandum came out, all of a sudden now there's this black Ford Focus. Like, what?
yeah.
Like, when? And there was just so many things, or not the memorandum, the PC. So
Oh, yeah,
um
yeah,
yeah, that's what I was meaning, sorry. But even like when the memorandum came out, I felt so justified because everything that they, with the arrest, it didn't make sense. Like, none of, you know what? I just totally went off track like a big loopy-doo. Um, so back at the farm, when I was mentioning the, oh shoot, now I just lost it. Oh, I hate that. See, I'm thinking about so many things. This case does that
It's
to
because
you.
there's a
I'm
lot.
thinking,
That's okay. While you're either trying to remember or before we get back to it, I think it's very important that you, like, you're not crazy. Number 1,
okay,
I would like to tell you
okay,
that. I've talked to a lot of people that I didn't even think would be open to hearing from me that were, and I've been
yeah.
very, I'm very grateful for that because I'm just trying to understand, but
Well, I'm
you're not
afraid.
the only one who feels that way. There's this culture of fear right now that people who are part of it, though, I'm starting to see is they're afraid, "Okay, well, this I had this conversation with this person, I very clearly remember, but the story is different now," and they're afraid to say it. I actually think there would be some
It's a
comfort in
fear.
that if everybody did, because a lot of people have been talked out of what they remember. That's
Oh,
the
this,
only way I know how to describe it, and that's put other people in a position to doubt their own memory. So I think everybody should kind of I wanna encourage them, I guess, to if that's what you remember, write it down somewhere and just, like, it's okay that you remember it different because
yeah.
everybody remembered one thing until they went and talked to law enforcement, and after that, they all got real confused. That is the only
Okay, so
pattern that has been consistent from the beginning until now. They had one
I'm
idea when they
back at the
walked
farm.
in, and then when they
Hmm.
oh, yeah, farm. Okay, go ahead. If you've got it,
I
go.
got it. So that's what it is. We were talking about the fire. My family does not have, they've got a part-time, like, summer home, but not anywhere near there. And so I lost my notes in a fire, but I
Oh, that
had some other
sucks.
ones. And with my other people, Rick Allen was nowhere on anything
Yeah,
that was previously discussed. There was nothing at all that identified him with, the sources that were mixed around. Besides, well, maybe he did know somebody that, just
yeah.
it,
That has
and
been
it's
my
so hard.
experience. I've been looking, I've been asking. There was nothing about him, not in 2020, not in 2019. Like, I mean, just like there was 14,000 tips, and the only one about him was the one he called in because that's
Hmm.
what police asked people to do. Anybody who was out there that day, which was a lot of people, everybody's like, "Well, why did he come up and place himself on there?" I'm like, "Well, so did Dave McCain, so did Daniel Pearson, so did Shelby." Like, a lot of people
There were
did.
so many other men at that exact same time, and
Yeah,
where are they? How did they just disappear after all these years? Where are they? And it's just, and I'm so mad at the defense for not mentioning the clothes or really attacking the timeline because it doesn't make sense to go back to even the canoe. None of it makes sense. And I'm more like angry now than like, okay,
yeah,
he may be completely guilty. He might be somehow part of it. I'm okay with that. I need to know how though, because that
yeah,
trial the other day, this is how sick it is. The other day, I kind of got done with what I needed to do. So then I start like thinking prosecution with Rick Allen. And then it dawned on me, son of a B word, we actually already had the trial. He's guilty. What am I doing? Why did I? It's because the trial really didn't do anything for me.
same.
Didn't give nothing. And that's so sick that I was actually thinking, like, in my mind for a moment, I didn't even think the trial had happened yet.
Yeah.
And then another thing that I had to recently stop doing is the Delphi, or I'm sorry, the Florifier,
Yeah.
because my strings are so intertwined. I can't. I cannot do it
Yeah.
for my mental health. And then I just feel like whatever I say, I'm gonna be persecuted. I'm gonna be ran through the mud. I'm going to be like, it's not, those little girls are worth it, but not to do it publicly, I guess is what I'm trying to say, is, with what I would do.
Well,
But
I'll
then
give you the
it's like,
same offer that I give to other people who send me stuff that they want someone to say that they're afraid to say. If you ever need to, like, one of the things I'm doing, like, I know a lot of people accuse me of doing this stuff for defense. I'm like, no, Mr. Prosecutor and Sheriff, I'm actually doing this for some of your constituents because they are afraid to
yeah.
come to you. Like, I'm
Well,
fine
I,
taking like running cover
it's not
for it
even
or
afraid.
like taking the heat for it. But if you need assistance in that area, you let me know
Mm-mm.
because
No, so
I'm
here's the
not
thing.
afraid.
I'm not afraid of them. They're little podunk buttholes. Like, no, I am not afraid of those peons. But what I've witnessed on these people that act like, oh, for the girls, this and that, but yet the way that they behave,
Yeah.
absolutely frightening,
They're
see,
lunatics.
I can't even speak because their behavior grossed me out so bad.
Yeah.
But
Well,
so
that's kinda actually who I was referring to with the, like, if you're, like, when I say afraid, I mean, if you're discouraged by it, and I think that's probably why they do it, is to make it so exhausting that nobody has the energy left to do it. I hate
but
to
then
break
when
it
it
to
goes
them,
to the
but that, like,
source,
increases my battery life and my energy levels because
well,
they're
I can
doing
help
it.
you,
Because 'Cause
but
I'm like, I do not want them to discourage people from speaking out, so even if I have to, like,
it's
be
not
just another
discouraging.
voice.
But Richard Allen should have been released if they actually cared what
Yeah,
citizens had to say. And I'm not trying to be a pessimist or anything like that, but I just I just feel like somehow these peons are able to control the
I know.
situation, and it's
It's
because they have a damn badge. And like what my lawyers told me, hey, listen, there's a lot of protection within, titles, da da da. And I was like,
yeah,
yeah, I know, I know, I know, I know. And so it's just super hard to get past certain things. So no, I just don't want to deal with the foo-effery when it comes to, the people that are just, oh my gosh, when I was at the courthouse, literally, I was done. I was
yeah,
like, I just can't believe the behavior. Like,
yeah.
it's just not, I'm not trying to make anyone feel bad, but it's just not human behavior that I'm used to. And it was shocking.
That's how I've described it. I'm like, I don't know people like this in real life. So like, these people who are doing
Mm-mm.
it, it's very shocking to me 'cause I'm like, this is not. I don't know anybody like these, especially those people you're talking about. Like, I don't understand them because I've never met
So,
anybody like that. I don't know what their deal is. They're a
yeah,
strange
no.
bunch,
And,
definitely.
and I couldn't stop with my RBF. Like, I just couldn't. Like, it was bam. And
Yeah,
just and staring at it at shock, and it was like, no, I just don't even know. But that's not my focus, is strictly on the girls, and then it's like the insults that you receive because you just want more answers, but I'm insulted and put into all these other categories because something doesn't feel right, and then
yeah,
to be as gaslit, and
yeah.
I just, it's so much. But the flora, I'm sorry, and this is what sucks, is that the county is so small that of course the strings are going to intertwine.
Yeah.
And damn it, it's a huge knot. It is like one big. A cat wouldn't be able to play with this knot and this string of how they
Yeah.
intertwine.
Yeah.
So but yeah, and I'm just mad at the defense, like, for not sticking up about the photos. Like, those photos were out there. Why didn't they show the photos from the creek? Those photos from the creek were out from what, summer of 2017 on websites, but yet the defense never. Where were you guys? Like, you guys came out so strong, and then just to just to close their argument, and like nothing, they showed no innocence for him.
Yeah.
Or that's just.
Well, the stuff that they could have, they were prevented from even introducing because it was all excluded because the prosecutor requested anything that could have shown him innocent. It was
Man, but you gotta be a
eliminated
bitch
out,
man and go
and
for
Gold,
it.
she approved it. The defense was, I think,
I know,
according to
but
their
you could
filings,
still
it
be
looked
a
like they
bitch
wanted to.
Lanny and take charge. Like I just felt like they didn't take the charge. Man, I don't know. Maybe I'm sneaky
No,
like that. Like I go after
no,
what I want. And
I share the frustration, but, like, I still don't understand why they rested when they did, but
right.
my understanding is that they, at a certain point, when they were excluded from introducing anything that would have, like,
Damn,
for like,
there's
even as
ways.
April, like, they knew, like, she's not gonna let us put on any defense. They're gonna make us they're gonna treat us like we have to prove our case, and the state they don't have to prove anything because they can say whatever they want, and we're not allowed to admit
I would have
anything
went
that
up
will
there and
combat
been
it.
like,
But I think they
"Oh,
knew a
you found
second
the
trial was
quote?
gonna be needed, I think.
Mm-mm, no, that's like what Mr. Osbrook said. That's for losers. Like they
Yeah,
should have went in hard and said, "Okay, searcher, tell me," and discuss it, and then say, "Okay, so on your timeline, you're saying this. So when were the clothes placed there? That they could have
yeah.
played around
I
and asked simple questions like that, so that way it would have given the jury more questions. Or maybe I'm just
I agree.
too.
I do agree on that. I just don't know why they like, I get frustrated. I hope some of that comes up in the next few days when they're doing these interviews, where maybe
I
we will
know.
get some sort of, um, insight into the choice not to, but,
Yeah.
up until now, all I've had is frustration about it, but I do tend to believe that they were not dealing with reasonable actors. The judge was not reasonable, the prosecutor was not reasonable. Everything that they tried every time they presented anything that defended him, even in just a pre-trial hearing, the retaliation for it was so swift, and I do think there was, at least with some of the stuff, there was almost like an overcorrection
Hmm.
in, like, like, if you're trying to overcorrect someone's behavior, you overreact, like, even overkill, but it ended up punishing the defendant, and I don't know if maybe that was part of the reasoning. I would very much love to ask them 1,000 questions about it because I'm like, "Why didn't you just say he was at home? Why didn't you just say?" I have no idea. It's
But,
frustrating, though, because when you're
but
watching it play
Gooberman,
out.
Gooberman has said some concerning things to me, and I'll tell you in private. But some of it's. Oh my gosh! I just told it that Salty. Oh no, they hopped down.
Oh, yeah,
Did
she had
I?
to, no, 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 no. Joe had
And
she has an
Joe.
early morning. She sent me in the private chat. She was like,
Oh,
let's see, she's like, she has to get up early. She says she'll be listening in chat. It was good. There were
okay,
a few people
God.
who were gonna make it and weren't quite sure if they could, but I told everybody to come and go as they can or as they, you know, it's very
Oh God, I
casual
was like,
here.
I took over, and I was supposed to be hop on, hop off.
No,
Oh,
I've been
so
wanting to
sorry.
actually speak with you for I don't know how long, and I
No.
actually do have like 1,000 more questions for you that anytime you're up
Well, we
for
could,
it, I will make time
yeah.
for it for
Let's do
sure.
it after the defense talks because
Yeah.
I'm mad at them. I'm sorry, but I'm mad at them.
You're
And
allowed to be. It's okay.
and then they made me even doubt, Rick, and that's not nice. That's not okay.
It's
But
one of I feel like one of the more unfortunate things is because some people are like, "Well, if why didn't it's I am learning to approach literally everything after this trial in the
mhm.
sense of the on the only reason not to is because they were not in a position to, because
I
they are
still say
experienced. I don't know what the reasoning would be, but
we have
they're
to
not the
trust them.
types yeah, they're not the type to be like, I mean, they were appointed counsel. They were not doing this for the money. They were not even getting paid most of the time. And so in my mind, there has to be a reason why. I don't I have no idea what it could be. I hope we find out, but it's okay to be frustrated. Like,
Yeah.
it's frustrating, and I think they would probably agree, and I've maintained the position that we can do lots of postmortems afterwards. I just don't wanna do it till it's over, like, there's plenty of time for it to be like, "Why didn't they do this? They coulda done that." But I'm hoping after we hear from them, we'll at least have something to do it with, because we have n other than the
We have
we
nothing.
read there was the press conference, the press release, and then
And what was
Librado did more talking than either of them did in that interview. Like, I
Mhm.
have no idea. I
I
am
just
excited to hear from them, though.
and you know what? We can sit back and judge, but they're the ones that actually they know. So my moody attitude really doesn't mean much. It doesn't mean anything. It's
You are the
like
most
0.
delightful. If that's you being moody, you are still delightful.
I
But I do think it's helpful, though, for people to say those things, because there is an appeal coming up, and so maybe those can be addressed in the next steps.
well,
Like, that would be helpful for them to know what would have made a difference.
they just but oh gosh, there's so much. I have some notes written down. So it's in my office, so I'll have to but I can DM them to you, but
Yeah.
there's just so much I'm frustrated about. But they're the professionals. They're the ones that study. They're the ones that's been active and just fluent in the whole thing. So
But it's also like, when you look at it's funny that, or I guess maybe not funny, it's ironic, like, the density of information for such a poorly done investigation. There's so much to know about. Like, it's impossible, I would think, for any one or two people, like, even a team, it's a lot to get through all of, like, when you look at the amounts of terabytes that they had to go through, the fact that they got through most of it, let alone half of it, is kind of impressive. But at the same time, like,
and
you
Copular
know
hair, man, he really just really rubbed me. I was like, I swear, I almost wrote to Kleenex, tampons, and Midol for them with a bottle of wine, a couple bottles, and like loads of ice cream. Like, here you go, bitches. Look, I couldn't believe. Oh God.
Yes, they're definitely a
But
whiny bunch. They are very, like, they are definitely used to being coddled quite a bit, and the slightest inconvenience is some sort of, um, atrocity, apparently.
seriously, God, you know how many times I've been made fun of and I've enjoyed it? Like, like I would laugh along, or I'll be like, damn, they're actually telling the truth. Shoot, like I just like, oh God.
Yeah,
But I'm more for the girls, and it sucks because I favor the defense and the truth and the titles, the things that are
yeah,
said, and but I know that I feel physically sick,
yeah, I do too.
physically, and I was like, no way did this case do that to me. I just couldn't believe it. Because I didn't realize I was that invested
Yeah,
or that emotionally attached to the girls and wanting. There's no justice in my opinion. Like you can't get that life back.
yeah,
Um, but just to be able to get the person's
yeah.
pro- prosecution to get the people in jail, prison, that's good. And I'm sorry, but when you have solid proof of, what's been done, I don't care how they're treated. But don't do that to someone that that just has nothing to show. Like what
Yeah,
they did with Rick was like, all right, you're kidding, and somehow this is allowed. This is allowed. Like who are we? I didn't know about stuff like that beforehand,
yeah,
ever. Shame on humans. Shame on them. Not
I
us.
yeah, I know what you mean. I agree. I absolutely agree. It's, I've had people recently, I guess like every now and then I can tell when new accounts, start leaving comments. I can tell, like I know who it is. But,
Oh, wait, I'm
the
sorry.
the
I have
newest
a
thing is
feeling.
that, like, "Oh my gosh, are you sure are you getting any sleep? Are you man, are you sure you're not crossed over to obsession?" I'm like, "Buddy, I cannot stress how many nights I have ruined for my poor husband because I couldn't just drive home because I had to go back and check on a kitty I saw on the road that was clearly no longer with us, or there's a loose dog that is all
Mhm.
of a sudden our new family member until we find the owners, like,
The
like,
emotion.
there's certain people, like, I mean, for me, it was when you see something and then it's like you watch a train wreck, you can't just walk away when there's still like, when the actual help has not arrived. It's just at least
I
for
know.
me, like, I do but for me, like, I'm like, "Okay, I'm like this with everything, big or small," but it is like, this one is a lot harder to
Those
cope
girls, I
it's
just keep
harder to cope
thinking
with yeah, and in my mind, though, too, like, if you don't get the right person, then if there's other potential victims out there that haven't been connected because the right person wasn't connected in the first place,
there's
it's
more.
like a
There's always
cascade
been more.
effect, and that's the kinda
Mhm.
stuff that really gnaws at me, and like, that initially before there was even like, before any of the stuff after the arrest happened, like, my the thing that drew me to this was what happened to the girls. My oldest was almost that age at this point, and it was just I couldn't like, made me like, that knot in your stomach when something like that happens to some kids, it's very horrific,
I
it's
couldn't.
hard to digest, but, like, now I'm like, I could think I'm mad at the state that I'm having to make more room to hold space for these 2 now there's that, and then there's also you can't just go after an innocent person because y'all couldn't figure it out.
Mhm. And
Mhm.
I'm sorry, the tip thing with Kepi,
Oh, that drives me
Shake Master,
crazy.
whatever. Yeah, she's shanky. I just, I watch Hallmark. Trust me, I was sad when the Christmas movies just got cut off. Like,
Yeah,
bitches, you guys used to do it until February.
yeah,
So, and then to think, in Indiana Beach, they have like this little, like, thing that it's like a little roller coaster, the haunted house. It's not even haunted, but it scares me. And so I cannot imagine what those girls were
yeah,
feeling. That's like, they're, even though they were forced in that situation, I could never match that strength that they
yeah,
endured.
yeah.
So
On
um,
before you move, because you said it earlier and I forgot to ask when you said it,
mhm.
where is like, how would you describe Indiana Beach as, like, you can make a day trip out there, or is it somewhere where people think, "Oh, it's just," like, you would think of it as somewhere close to go? Because that's where, Cheyenne was interviewed, was in front of an amusement park at
It's like a
in
15
Indiana
minute drive.
Beach. It's how long?
Yeah. Like, oh, Indiana Beach, that would be maybe 20 minutes, but like by
Yeah.
the main
So, yeah,
road,
that's pretty close, yeah, that's, like, not far.
it's 15 minutes. It's 15 minutes down one road, and
Yeah.
they'll take you right to the courthouse. But Monticello, love that place. Like, it's so strange because like Hermosa and so many, like, I have two favorite, Mission Bay. I don't need to tell you my life. I'm so sorry, but I have my favorite spots, but
Yeah,
there's something magical about Monticello. And when this happened, I was thinking about getting a summer home there, switching out my summer home locations, and I will not now.
yeah,
I and then I, I don't. Monticello is just so pretty and lovely, and ugh, and it's just a shame that there's humans that ruin it. But like, it's hard for me to even stand in Monticello now
yeah,
because of, like, who's good,
yeah,
who's a nice person, who, I don't know. I just look at it differently, but it's so
yeah,
magical. Like, if you have kids, and it's so dreamy. Like, one
yeah,
time I remember being in trouble with my parents, and I was they took away Indiana Beach from me. Like they
That's
were like,
funny.
no, I'm sorry. It was a huge. I was so sad. And then another time, my other time I got in trouble was the Bill Cosby show. They wouldn't let me watch it, and I didn't because I didn't know that episodes had their TV shows on at like
Yeah.
repeated at each like every Thursday night, whatever. So yeah, that was my two punishments: taking
That's
away Bill
funny.
Cosby and Monticello. It's so lovely and so many good things to do there. Um, little shops, mom and pop.
So why were they going out to Delphi on such a indubitably warm or whatever it's called everybody's like, I'm gonna go out to the Delphi trails on that day, but a lot of the people who went out there were from Monticello.
No, yes, but Lafayette. So
What do you
many
mean?
people were from Lafayette.
I didn't know anybody out there was from Lafayette.
Yeah.
On the day that
Shelby,
is she from Lafayette? I thought she was from
yeah.
Monticello.
No, well, no, Lafayette. And
Interesting. Okay, I did not realize that.
all the people that she was with, Lafayette. The only
Interesting.
reason why that she came close to the bridge was because of a mechanic or something.
Yeah, her
Getting
car was ready. Apparently, it was dropped off in the morning for repair, and it was ready at trial. She said it was ready at 12:40, like 12:40 p.m. And
they went to lunch and then to the bridge.
okay, that was my other question because I didn't see anything in the notes about what happened. I'm like, did they go straight there? Because they would have been there way sooner. But if they went to lunch first, that explains part of the gap.
Hmm.
And I also, what I'm not clear on is whether did she pick up Daniel Pearson on the way? Did he meet her out there? Those are the things where I've seen where he got there before she did, and then I've seen that they arrived together, and I don't know which one of those is. I don't know. I don't know which one it was because the way it was at trial, the way it sounded was that they arrived together, but in all of the previous statements and I guess versions, there was at least one where they arrived separately.
Yeah, I thought Shelby was with a group of people. She met a guy, Daniel, which I knew nothing about him um, but I always thought she arrived with a big group of people, and
I had
she
never
was just
heard that before.
out. Hmm. Yeah, all from Lafayette. It was more men, but a few girls, and they had went to lunch, and then they went out to the trail because they said that the car was already right there, so let's just go get something to eat and then go to the trails and then head back home.
Well,
Like
that makes
they
sense
were
because I
bored.
couldn't figure out why they were all going to Delphi because I've heard all these other areas near there are also beautiful. So I thought, well, why drive all the way there specifically? I mean, but that makes
Oh,
sense if
this
that's
was
where her
good.
car was. That makes a lot more sense now.
Yeah,
But
and then there was some good food there. I don't even like food, but I love food whenever I go to Delphi. Or no, I'm sorry, Monticello. But the two places I've been to in Delphi are good too. So
yeah,
it makes sense for me that they would go there for lunch, even just by random. It's just because it's unusual of what you would find. Because Lafayette, I don't know the full size of Lafayette. I've only been to the mall and a hotel off of the interstate or highway, interstate. But Lafayette is obviously bigger, but there's hidden gems less than 20 minutes away, so why not go?
yeah.
And then, like, when you live in the back roads, like, you don't really look at it like it's far. Like, it's just something you're used to. It's normal. It's just fields and country roads. So it's really truly not an unusual thought for them just to go out there.
That makes a lot more sense because I think it's hard for people who are not from there sometimes to explain why something doesn't make sense to us because it's just we're not real sure, like until recently I didn't realize that that was part of what I was so confused about who was out there and why. And it's because, I somewhere in the back of my mind, I knew these other places were supposedly so beautiful, had more things and would have been closer. But now, I feel like even because I've seen you say a lot of this stuff over time in different chats when it comes up, and I've been wanting to talk to you forever. But even the context from this is, I don't think you understand how helpful it is because when you're not from there, there's just these little nuances that if you don't know, it's a big gap. And I think there's several people that I guess I didn't realize you knew them actually. If I don't even know if you actually do talk to them regular. Man, there's a
Oh
couple that
no.
I don't even know how to reach out to. But if you have any suggestions there one of these days, I might reach out
What's
to you to ask if
crazy?
you can help. But
I ran into Shelby Hicks downtown Indy
really?
at a
Like
Christmas party.
Indianapolis?
Yeah, I
That's
flew in.
random.
I flew in, go to this beautiful party, then go to a bar, and we're sitting there, and then she like starts up a conversation, and I thought she was DAF. Like I was like, "This, why are you talking to me like this?" And she ended up being the coolest, sweetest, everything, like beautiful. She's just so like not a bad thing to say about her. But it was by chance I met her. Like, how freaky is that?
That's
That was
random.
so freaky.
Yeah.
And then I didn't even know, like, right away that she was even like part of the Delphi situation. That came out later.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's like a God wink. Absolutely. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I met her downtown.
I am definitely stuck on this. I do think some of kinda like the way you were describing earlier about feeling gaslit and like, "No, I remember this. This is different than what they're saying now." Like, I remember this.
Mhm.
I cannot stress how many people like, there's still some people that I'm not even sure how to reach out to, but there are a few that I did reach out to and were open to it, and they were almost I was surprised because I am so mouthy and I'm, I guess, controversial to some people, but,
Are they still open?
they seem to be, and they were almost like they still like, even after trial, I got the impression that some people still did not feel like they were asked questions that they wanted to be able to answer, and,
I was told.
I do think there was a lot of that, but a lot of people felt like when they went in to talk to law enforcement, they were talked out of it.
Controlled. Hmm.
They were like, "No, no, no, you didn't see no, because they're like, "Well, we identified this person as there, so you can't be telling" and almost talked them out of what they remembered, and some of them, when so much time had passed, so they started telling people what they were talked out of, the new like, what the police then talked them into, so that was then they would tell one story, but then there was at least one person that was followed up with quite some time later, and at least one that I know of. There probably were more, but, I feel like that explains more than anything some of the changes in some people's stories, but until I'm able to really actually talk to them, that's just my guess because when I hear different people in different settings or types of conversations, th everybody who was there or talked to someone in the early days and remembers these things, one of their they when they start talking in the beginning, every other sentence is, "I'm sorry, I feel like I'm crazy." Like, but I do remember, they're almost, um, they're like, "I'm told, everybody's saying a different thing now, but like this is absolutely what happened." And I think those people,
Yeah.
we need to make more space for those of you willing to share that. I think is what I'm trying to say
But the
because there's a lot of
defense,
people who didn't get to. Like, I don't know if defense knows any of that.
oh, I don't know, but the defense shot themselves as soon as they tied the Oda name.
Yeah.
They should have just left it alone as ritualistic, but or whatever that other word is. But like that's another thing. I remember saying that a couple hours after the girls were found, like by that evening, a German church, I believe, out in which that's just gross. Like what? I had no idea.
Yeah.
a German church out in the woods. And I don't know where the church is at. And for the life of me, I cannot remember the name that they said, but they leaned on them for questions.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, whoa, like how would you do why would they know anything that was a signature at the crime scene, some sort of marking, like how that's not churchy, so
Yeah.
why are you going to them? And then so I was like, okay, so then there is a message.
Yeah.
So it's like somebody has to know what that message means.
Yeah.
Somebody does.
Well,
To
Amber Holder
rely on a
sounded like
church.
she knew what it meant. Like when they asked her at the
I
hearings,
know.
she didn't testify much, but when they asked her, she's like, yeah, like, she was kind of, when she was basically asked about, would you be like, does this look familiar to you? She kind of like it. We don't have the transcripts from her testimony, I don't think yet, but from the notes of people who were there, it just seemed like to her that at least that part of it, when it came to like the sticks and whether or not it was this or that, it seemed kind of like a given. And I thought that was interesting, but I mean, I think most people can agree, like, it wasn't on accident, it was intentional.
I
And
know. And
but
it's
it's
just
hard to
so
know.
mind-blowing. But
Yeah.
now, they're that family, they're gonna be like, oh yeah, he just like I don't know at what point he saw the van. Here's my thing. I have it on my notes, I kid you not. For tomorrow, I'll screenshot it. I will show you because I'm gonna look at the map and try to just figure it out. Like at what point, okay, so this little tiny, sorry, I don't mean to criticize tiny men, but like this guy it was able to be at a long distance, somehow get his boys up on the camera within seconds to say down the hill. He fumbles his gun, and then a bullet gets on the ground. He manages to still control the two girls while looking for said bullet he dropped. At some point, they get undressed. At some point, they see a van. At some point, they go crossing the creek and leaving some clothes behind, climbing up a steep bank, and then bam, bam, I don't want to be seen. Let me make these big branches that are taller than me. Some of those, like two branches, were bigger, I think, taller than RA. Rick.
Yeah. Keep in mind, he also has like a significant heart condition on top of all of this.
Yeah. But and then he loses said bullet. But
I
do you see,
I
and then he
guess.
takes the time. He takes the time for he says like, oh look, there's a puddle of blood. Let me pick up these cute little sticks and just gently, oh so neatly place. Like what?
Well, one of the things that was interesting
Again,
to me, I know what I wanted to ask you when you were saying it earlier. I wrote it down and then I forgot about it. But there was one person, I don't remember whose live it was. They were describing these sticks and they saw it for the first time from a different angle. And the way they described it, they said the thing that was so weird about it is they weren't just placed on top of the girls. Like some of them were straight up balancing. Like the way they were placed
I
was so that
get
they could
this.
balance.
And I told the girl, like I think you guys know her in chat or through on Twitter. But I told her, I said the branches were balanced. Then on those branches, if you look, there are sticks, little tiny ones, meticulously placed. Those
Yeah.
little sticks are not attached to the branch. They're literally integrally like put in there.
That was very interesting to me.
Go look
'Cause
at it.
I hadn't heard that before.
Yep, they're balanced, like especially on Abby. Because I told her that before the memorandum ever came out. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
the big one on Abby, like
That one confuses
that one,
me.
it's definitely balanced. Look how her leg is. Look how that one. Nope. But he was in a hurry. He just
Right.
picked up two big branches
Or they
that
feel that
were
way,
actually
apparently.
bigger than him. But those branches were bigger than him. So he controlled a girl that was bigger than him, an extra girl, and was able to carry those two big branches. I mean,
Well, the way that I look
get
at it
him.
is you would have to believe that Libby was physically capable of doing what happened because she was, like, height-wise, they're the same, but also she was in better shape than he was, and she was also a swimmer, like, her strength would have been stronger than his, especially when you I know people say, "Well, he was in the National Guard." That was, like, 30 years ago, and he has a
Yeah.
heart condition, he's not in the same shape, he was not out training every day, he was probably drinking more than his heart condition would have, probably than was safe for him,
When
but this man was not, like, in physical Libby was, though, but you would have to believe she was physically capable of doing
but
it
Libby,
size-wise, and it's just it's ridiculous to me,
mm,
even just looking at, whether or not he could
she
have or would have, but, it's
and then it's
crazy.
so sad. It's so sad because people think like when you say she was bigger, they like take it to a different left field of what you're meaning. She was an athletic, like that girl could have hurt me. That girl was like she appears very strong and athletic. Her
Yeah.
body screams athletic.
Well, she was
Not
active
the
regularly too, it's not even just it's not really even her size, it's just the fact that she was physically active, and the kind of strength she would have been from, like, actual activity, being in
Mhm.
shape, that kinda thing, and so it's just difficult for even still, like, even with her, I feel like she would have been in better shape than him, but,
Yep,
like,
more
I feel
better.
like they are both too small still to have been able to be physically capable of that when you have 2 girls,
And
not just 1.
if he dropped the bullet, then why didn't they run? You're gonna have this little
Also that.
hillbilly, huh?
Especially when if all of like, when the time according to her phone data, like, from the Apple Health, there were people within earshot of this, and so
Exactly.
and even if they weren't screaming, how did nobody hear
No,
them being splashed across the creek? You would have
I
heard
know.
that too, you would have heard some sort of disturbance,
Hmm.
even if he had the gun on them, and that's how he kept them silent, you can't you can't whisper
But
when you're
if
crossing a
he
creek, like, the
at
water is gonna
at
make
what
the
point?
same noise whether you're screaming or
Right.
not.
I know. That's what. And then people were looking out at the water. Why didn't they see them?
Yeah,
And that's what I'm saying. If he dropped the bullet, I mean, if he dropped the bullet while they were on the bridge, man, they could have booked it then.
yeah.
We know that's not true, or we don't think so.
Well,
But
apparently this gun was not ever brought up until the search warrant. I forgot about this until the other day when Sleuthy mentioned it. Like, I think we all were aware of it, but it didn't sink in until the way she described it. But in the search warrant, there's nothing about hearing a gun or any of that. In the probable cause
mm,
affidavit, all of a sudden, investigators believed that's what they heard. And there was no
mhm,
mention of it before, not even with the search warrant. It was not until
right,
after they searched his house that it even, and there's no, like, there's no
and
indication that that person actually did even have one. Whoever
I
even if it
know.
was on the bridge, like, there's no and if it was ejected over on the bridge, the notion that he picked it up and carried it with him is I'm like, "What, he took the time to do that?" No, like, I don't how does anybody know if all that commotion is going on, probably wouldn't have noticed it if he did or
Yeah,
not. Like, he would have just been trying to move them.
right. I'm just mind blown. Like this doesn't make sense. And I knew about a barn. Oh, that's another thing I meant to tell you. I knew about a barn. And now all of a sudden what barn? There's no barn. There's no shack. There's no, you know what? I know you want to know what I know, but
Well,
you know what I mean? Like it's so bizarre. But now there's no shack. Now there's no barn.
I
Well
think it
then,
was Julie Melvin when she drove even in 2022, she made the drive from Richard Allen's home to the trails, trying to recreate the path, and while she's driving, she stops to and she points her camera towards behind around Logan's house, and she zooms in on the barn.
I know.
And
I
so
just don't.
and then there's also all these outhouses that the Webbers
Mhm,
had, and then you also have the actual Mears barn. So I've never really known which one they're referring to from the early days on, or if it was
mhm.
like I never understood which one of those things
Well,
people
what
would
was
have been
funny
referring
is
to.
My girlfriend from X, like that's what one day she had asked me. She was like, "Do you know anything of a barn?" And I'm scratching my head and I said, "Honey, as soon as you land into Indianapolis, like you're gonna see barns. Like even downtown, you will see
Yeah.
a barn. It's but more like in the the country field area. Like, oh my God, there's a barn everywhere."
Yeah.
And so I was like trying to figure out like a barn, like that was close to the crime scene. And then I was like, okay, but I know some of these were torn down already, but which one does she want? Because there's so many.
Yeah.
Sort of like the church. Like I cannot locate that church at
It
all.
was it
Can't
like one of the
locate it.
home kind of churches? Like maybe not,
It's
most
in
churches
someone's
have
home.
like a church and a steeple and like a physical building, but some churches are like a home church where they meet in
They
people's
do it in a
homes.
barn.
Could it
That's
have
what
been
this
one of
is.
those?
I guess so. But I just knew it was a German church out in the woods, and they
That's
they talked to
crazy.
two churches. They talked to two
I've never heard
because
that detail from anybody ever before. That's interesting. Imma look it
hmm
up
yeah, do it.
just
I
to
promise you,
see.
it was a church. It was a church. And there were two churches. Another one was like, I believe, again, I don't know, my mind is fugazi, but it was more north. And I want to say it was like more of a black church. And then they asked them questions to see if any of this made sense to them.
Yeah.
But the one in the woods, I believe there was a death from what I recall, but again, I can't find anything on it. And when you try to look up said church, it's only the main ones that you see around. And I'm like, well, was it Delphi? Was it another? Like, what land are we? Which cornfield are we talking about? Corn, bean? I don't. It's just there's so many out there that I'm
Yeah.
like, it's gonna be impossible. But then here comes the gaslighting. It, there's nothing on it now. There's nothing on it now. But there
Yeah.
was. There was. But I know that they refer to two churches. And then so to go to trial and just act like, oh, it was just a two little grunt pickups of it's not even a little grunt. Come on. The brain, the two had to be bigger than him.
Yeah. I don't think
So
I
it's
realized
just
until fairly recently when I saw someone who went to court, they were drawing sketches from the day of, and I've seen everybody else's sketches of the sticks and stuff, but I don't think I realized how massive that one branch was on
yes.
Libby. I've never seen the actual pictures, and so all I've seen are the sketches, and I didn't see a variety of them until trial when people that were there were posting them at the end of the day, but that one threw me. I thought that one's and the fact that that one was also balanced, I thought that's so strange. Everything about it to me is very strange.
But
I don't
even the
understand
little
it.
sticks are balanced. The little tiny twiggies, those are balanced. If you go and look at it.
Yeah.
Why didn't you see? I'm gonna get on a rant. I better
No,
not.
it's fine.
I
No.
just,
You're fine.
but I think I am going to lay down. But if you ever want to chat, like I'm here for it. I want to learn, but I'm so mad. But I just, gosh, if I'm wrong about everything, like say all that was said to me, I'm just gonna let it go. Okay, that's what I was told, and I don't know why. Uh, but okay, so this is the truth. And I'll be fine with the truth. I'll be fine with it.
Yeah.
But
That's kinda where I'm at. I'm like, I just want some real answers. I don't have to like them as long as they add up.
mhm.
And
But there's
they don't have to discount, because with so far, I think my issue has been, okay, well, that makes sense, but only if you ignore this other stuff, and I don't work that way. So,
yeah.
I'm not like, some people will have a conclusion, and then they work back from it, and they're like, "Oh, yeah, Libby's phone data makes perfect sense if you look at it this way." I'm like, "Well, not if you include all the stuff you left out to add it up that way." Like,
Mhm.
I need it to all add up without having to ignore this or rearrange that, and I feel like there's been so much of that, and it's difficult to sift through all of it, but I
I
do
could
think
swear
that
Abby had a phone before I forget because I want to
yeah,
tell you earlier. I thought Abby had a phone all these years.
yeah, a lot of people did, and I think there's still I think some people are still thinking there might have been, but as far as I can tell, I mean, I usually deal just in the filings. It doesn't mean that it's not there and it's just not been accounted for. But there's the 2 orders from Diener. From the first one was from the Patties, the next one was from Anna, where they were requesting the girls' data from the
Mm-hmm.
companies, and there was
Yep.
no phone associated with Abby. There was the one for Libby to get her Apple data and all of that associated with the phone, but as far as I can tell, it looks like the only device that
It was just
that Abby had was
Libby.
just the Kindle, and Libby had several devices, and the one she had that day was Becky Patty's an old one. It wasn't, like, just on loan for the day. I think it was one of Becky Patty had a new
Right.
phone and then an old one. That was the one that she was using on that day, but there was also 6 different fingerprints stored in that phone, and one of them was Abby's, so it's like she was able to use it, and maybe that's what people were. I think in the early days, people were like, "I've seen her use the phone." I've seen a lot of that, and it might have been because she had a fingerprint there because Libby let her use it. So,
Well,
part of me
here,
wonders
I
if
just thought
that's
of
it
something.
or if she also had one.
But she also borrowed one of, like, used one of the older ones, not just the tablet. But
Yes.
before I forget, before I go,
That's okay.
take note of this so we can talk about it later.
Okay.
But at the time that the girls were missing, I knew one girl was RAPE. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And there was also a small house fire, or no, 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 no. A house was broken into.
Oh, yeah.
So those are 2 things too that I'm so questioned about because all of a sudden now that didn't happen.
Are you talking about, like, I'm not sure if I'm thinking of the same one you're trying to mention, but wasn't there something with Ron Logan's house where people broke into his house? Is
Oh, that
that
was after
different than
he
what
went to
you're referring
prison.
to? You're talking about while the
That
girls were missing, though?
in that same time frame. And
That's
that's yeah.
interesting. Okay. I am
No,
actually
Ron
writing
Logan's
this down,
house.
by the way.
His house was broken into after he went to jail slash prison
Oh,
because
okay.
people knew that he wasn't home, so they looted his house and they stole like tons of stuff. Like
That's crazy.
bad people stole his guns, things like that.
Why did they target his
Horrible.
house? Because did they know he had that stuff, or was it like he was mixed up with some sketchy stuff?
I think it was sketchy, and the only reason why I say that he didn't do it because once I was told like no, he wasn't this frail guy, and I
Yeah.
really realized it, and I expanded my heart to allow Kroll to be like, okay, yeah, you can't be just a grandpa. There could
Yeah.
be more to you. So I think he would be. There's so many areas. Like, why would you? There's no reason for him to put the bodies right there.
Yeah.
There's none. For the longest time, I thought it was a message to him.
Oh, that's interesting.
hmm I thought it was a message to him, but I never knew if there was a tie to Libby's family.
The only thing I could ever like when I was trying, because I came into this case after all of that had been brought
I think
up
he
and
was in
sorted
jail with
through, but,
guilt.
like, everybody was always talked about what a drunk he was, and I thought, well,
Mhm.
maybe he was so drunk he didn't realize he hadn't quite gotten him off his land. Maybe he thought he did scoot him far enough off and didn't realize it was
Yeah.
still his property, but that's the only hypothetical I've been able to come up with that makes sense for why he wouldn't have put him somewhere else. I'm
And then
like,
why would
maybe
he
he
allow
didn't
people to
realize, but, I
he
don't know
allowed
what to make
people
of
to
that
search his
one.
property? He opened his doors to let people search his property in the evening or later that evening.
Oh, I
So
thought he was keeping him off that evening.
mm-mm. People were on his property. Some didn't even ask. They were just polite and asked, but
Well,
no.
the Pat Brown person testified that he stopped by Ron's house on the way Friday night, or not Friday night, sorry, on
Tuesday or Monday?
On Monday
Wait, what
night.
day?
Sorry, Monday was the day that they're missing. On Monday, he stopped by Ron's house on his way to the trail to say, "Hey, have you seen these girls?" Because his wife, he was at home, he was about to eat dinner, and his wife said, "Becky Patter's granddaughter's missing. You might need to get out there and help." And so he called his friend Tom Mears and was like, "Hey, I'm going to meet you out there. Will you meet me at the cemetery?" And on his way there, he stopped by Ron's and asked about it. And he's the one who said when he was walking down from there, he saw people setting up drones and they were flying drones that night. But the next day, he stopped by Ron's again. And I thought that was the extent of anybody going to Ron's house, at least from the official story. But I didn't realize that anybody else had actually looked around his property. I thought it was just Pat Brown stopping by. I didn't realize there was, I guess more people probably also did, but I thought they just didn't get further than the ravine because of Ron. That was my understanding, but I wonder if that was just what they said, you know?
No, and then there was even that clip of that one guy. They searched both sides of the
Yeah.
bank. So regardless, why didn't you see the clothing? It doesn't make sense. And I
That
really
one
hate it, but
baffles me.
I'm not like Mensa. I'm not a genius. I get like common sense. Oh my gosh. What do you mean you didn't see clothing? And then what do you mean, Mr. Coat Dealer Hair, that you're not going to include that into the timeline? It would be questioned about the timeline of the searchers from the day before, and don't use that it was dust because that was a fluorescent shirt. And if you're on the freaking creek, I'm sorry, I'm getting.
Well, I mean, they were like all up where those things were found. There was not just a few people who would have had to have overlooked it. There would have had to have been so many people just that were caught on B-roll for all of the news crews that were out there. They're all in there. At one point, there's even people, it almost looks like they're near the sandbar, but it was too flooded. Like for a long time, I thought that was the sandbar, but it was an area close to it that just kind of, I realized later it just looks similar to that, just from the angle they were at. And they were actually near where the clothes were found, where that was taken. But the other thing that's confusing to me about the clothes is for some reason, ISP, they secured the scene and they dealt with everything at the crime scene. But the FBI, the evidence recovery team, they were the ones who collected the clothes from the creek. And they sent everything that was found in the creek to the Putnamville police post because there was some sort of Putnamville. There was some, okay, I didn't know how to say it at all, but Putnam.
There's a track there,
I've said it
so
wrong so many times, but I'll have to practice that because I'll
Putnamville.
probably
And I believe there's a
pronounce it again.
prison right there. There's a prison too.
I didn't realize that, but apparently at that police post specifically, they have a special facility because the FBI has their own places to store stuff. But I thought it was strange already that they sent it to a police post instead of their own place. But the reason given for sending it there was a special, like the environment they had there, that's where you would send stuff that was wet or maybe mildewed to prevent further mildew or breakdown. They could preserve stuff in a different way than one of the other police posts. That was the reason given for this one specifically. But if the clothes found on Abby were still wet, I don't understand why those were sent to Lafayette and not the same place for the same reason. But they also testified at trial that for some reason, the FBI and ISP, they were kept completely separate. And one of the CSI guys said they were specifically instructed not to interact with FBI at all. Like they had like a Chinese wall set up, like don't engage, don't interact, don't whatever, keep it separate. And so they were treated as two separate things. And that was never really addressed.
Yeah.
It's very strange to me because they also were there on scene so quickly. But I wonder if they have any thoughts on anything they found, because we were told there was nothing that could be recovered from that stuff, but it wasn't like it was all submerged in the creek. It was tangled in the roots and the branches near the creek. So it's not like it was all just completely submerged. And in my mind, I think, well, that's because somebody dropped it there, not because it got caught there. Like the way, even when I look at the pictures, and like when I first saw them,
wanted to be found.
I think so, but like the ones that the Gavin Fish ones, I've only seen those. I don't know if there's
When were those
more or different
posted?
versions, but I have so many questions about those things. I'm like, when
We need
did
to
it get
find out
there?
when Gavin, when he posted those pictures and showed Defense, like, here you go. Like,
Yeah.
it's, and then I loved how they were so, Cocular hair was so brilliant to mention the leaks of the clothing.
Yeah.
Like, he was so brilliant with that to set that stage. And I was like, boy, man, you are so deceiving. Like, wow. Like, I see you're setting up the stage. I see what you just did there.
Yeah.
But see, I even thought that the girls' photos were on the web before, but I guess not. So, but then, when they're talking about being scrubbed, and I was like, okay, we're conspiracy theorists that we can't find this interview. We can't find this comment. We can't find, thank you for confirming. So but yet then at the same time, I still feel a fugazi mind drizzle,
Yeah.
like I just,
Yeah, it's
yeah, so
very
you feel me. It's so sometimes in chat, like I just stop talking. Well, one, because like I know that there's like a group but I don't want to interfere, but at the same time, it's like I get so frustrated, but then I feel like all I have to say is hearsay. That's all what there is because I didn't document anything.
Well, why would there
I
be most people wouldn't have thought to in that situation though, like, that's just difficult.
No.
And before I started doing any of the All Eyes stuff, I was just like, I think if anybody ever does get bored enough to track me down or, like, figure it out, like, they're gonna find me in the other team's chats, like, all on board because I really did start on the other side of the fence that I'm on now because it was a process, but, it's it's
Well, I
there's
wanted Richard Allen to be guilty.
me too, and nothing would give me more comfort about all of the stuff that was handled so poorly. If there could be any, like, at least it would be a silver lining, like, okay, well, at least, kinda like when a lot of us joke, like, well, if they had gotten Keegan Klein, we'd be like, well, I mean, he's gonna be there anyway, so, like, it would be, if you're gonna get the wrong one, that would be a good wrong one, but, it's with this one, it's very difficult because
But I
it
wish I
it makes no
screenshot.
sense, like, you would have to rewrite decades of data and literature and all kinds of stuff for this, and the fact that they're not doing that, I'm like, "Okay, if this is true, y'all should be updating all the data and the literature so that people who are fighting crimes for a living can update their repertoire and their skill sets and their knowledge base in order to prevent this from happening again." But the fact that there's
That
no
Ashley
efforts for
person
that, I'm like, they don't even
is
believe it.
Nick with the cleanup. Ashley Nundo is okay. So I just turned on chat because I remembered, but I can't read chat or I'll get brain farts. I'll
Yeah,
get like
same.
there's gold, there's something shiny. And so this Ashley Nundo person she's a blonde. She called me a troll,
Uh-oh.
and they're saying that it's Nick McCokehead.
Wait, what?
What? Yeah, this girl is I don't know. I don't want to say anything back because she just might be sweet, but all of a sudden she just appeared. She just appeared out of nowhere a couple
Well,
weeks ago.
I've seen her in chats before, as far if it's the person
Right.
I'm thinking of. Um, let me see. I'm trying to scroll up to see what I'm missing. Um, I will say, well, as far as I know, I think she's an actual
She has
person, as far as I can
yeah.
tell, and sh I'm gonna have to ask if she is saying that to stop saying it. I'm trying to look. I don't know. I don't wanna say anything when I'm not sure. I missed all the chat too because I'm not skilled enough. I know some of the other
You
like,
and I are the same.
Teresa makes it look so easy, and so does Ange, like, all these people who are just constantly engaging with chat.
I
I do not have that skill. I wish I did, I do not. So, I guess I'm not real practiced either, but I
no,
don't know
I
what I
can
missed.
multitask, but not with Delphi. No, not with
Well,
Delphi.
I can multitask with a lot of things, but not with a
Not with
moving
Delphi.
chat, especially when it's going quickly.
Mhm.
but I'm gonna ask if so, if it's because if it's who I'm like when I hear that name, I've seen that person around a lot, and they've offered like I associate that person with case law and like useful information, and I'm wondering if I'm even thinking of the same person. So now I'm afraid to say it. So,
Yeah.
but I will say, whoever's saying it, if they're saying it about Veronica, I will start getting defensive. So I'm gonna
Yeah, I'm
ask
not a
them.
troll. Here I
I'm gonna
am.
ask them respectfully to reconsider that position because she's Veronica. I've seen you around a lot longer for sure. You're definitely not a troll,
And I
and
had my real photo up until I changed it to Aubrey Hepburn, and it was a similar pose. So that's why I just did it. That's why I was like, oh, here we go. But I used my real photo. Like, yeah, I didn't hide who I am. But I'm not a troll, people. I am
I,
sass
w-
though.
well, I think that's probably why I appreciate you a lot because so am I. I appreciate the sass. I do. That is this is probably my love language.
I wish I could re-chat and
Me
talk,
too.
but I mean, I had so many brain farts chatting with you because it's my memory on top of being gaslit, and then I'm even more confused now
Yeah.
than back in 2017 because I mean that's just not anything that I would ever fathom.
Yeah,
Oh,
after
oh, oh,
trial, I felt so confused. I'm like, "Wait, what?" Because
I'm
I had
worse.
spent so much time making sense of what the state's theory was up until that point, and
Hmm.
then after
Hmm.
trial, I'm like, "Wait," it made even less sense to
I
me.
love you guys more, woman. Yeah, it
Mhm.
doesn't make sense to me. I feel well ever since the arrest, I've really just been just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't. It's so many things just don't add up, and I don't understand how all of this could be said for so many years to now. That
Yeah.
nope, that's not it. And then
Yep.
oh, and Farency, that was. You know what? I'm just gonna write a bunch of notes, and then if you ever want to chit chat again, we can.
I do.
Because
I would love
I
that.
have, I have questions about Farency. I thought that whole thing was sooner than when it happened. So I've got questions like, gosh, it's just a circle jerk.
I am
Okay.
somewhat in the weeds on all that, and
Okay.
I still have questions, but, because of the nature of the investigation and the defendant, like with Shane Meehan, with all of the stuff with the medical evaluations and the competency stuff, the filings that I know of, I created a CCS for that, but nothing about it indicates anything about Ferenczi. All the other stuff I have learned is through it first started with the Frank's memo, and I have been
Mhm.
following a lot of threads through that and following up with a lot of people um, who either knew him through his through daughters or old coworkers, or I mean, he was very well respected by a lot of people, like a
Mhm.
lot. And it was not
And Terre Haute.
difficult for people to want to open up because they had a lot of things that they were just so a lot of people were very fond of him.
Mhm.
And
A
and
lot of Terre Haute connections too. Have you noticed that? So
yep,
strange,
yes.
so wicked. And then a judge died, was murdered.
Yeah.
A car fell on him or something.
Oh,
But now it slips me on who this judge is connected to.
hang on.
But yeah,
When you said judge, I for some reason, I don't know why I was thinking, "Oh yeah, I said, mhm," but I'm actually thinking of the wife of a judge. I didn't know there was also a judge who
mm-mm.
at all.
Yeah, a car fell on him.
That's crazy.
Hmm.
Okay, well,
That's
I'm gonna have
another
to
one.
add that one to my look into it
I'll
list.
take. Oh, I see people are saying, no, not you, Veronica. Oh, you guys, I just want to hug you all. I hug you all. Okay, yeah, no, 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 no. You guys didn't call me a troll. Some other troll called me a troll. But no, not, no. I just hug every one of you. Like, I feel like I know everybody. Like, it's so weird. Like, because we've been in, chat for so long. I feel like if I were to send out like a Thanksgiving invitation, everybody would show up. It wouldn't be awkward because we've communicated so much. Does that make sense? It might be weird. I don't
Y
know.
yeah, no, I know what you mean.
But okay, I'm gonna make a bunch of notes and then I am going to go lay my head down. My
Yeah,
head
you
is
should. I just
pounding
saw
at
what
this
I have
point.
a little bit of charge left on my laptop before it craps out on me. So
Okay.
I even set myself a little timer on my phone to make sure that I um I do have to wrap up soon because I did not bring the charger far enough. I'm in my closet right now because there's
You
nowhere
like
in my house where I can go where somebody's not gonna barge in.
quiet.
And
Mm.
so I've
I had
started.
to
I'm
leave my
like,
little puppy. He has buttons, communication buttons. So if I were not to hide, he would be talking on the buttons and just interrupting. And I
"You
accidentally put one that says dick. So when he does it,
That's so funny."
so he called me a dick. So I get you. So we're the same on that too. I have to
Yeah.
hide.
Yeah, you definitely do you have I don't know if you have my email, but it's,
Yeah.
all like,
All
yeah,
right. I'm on
it's on all of
Twitter.
my profile stuff. You can click on it's easy
Okay.
to find, but anytime. And yes, absolutely, I will make time for all kinds of stuff to follow up with because I've wanted to for so long. And I even the context that you were able to offer tonight, I'm not sure you understand how helpful that was. At least for me,
It
trying
wasn't
to
for
make sense of
trial.
some of this.
That's what sucks. Like, it just, I'm just so frustrated. But yeah,
Yeah,
I enjoyed it. So yeah, if you ever, I'll add like, I'll think of like some questions that just don't make sense. And I'm so frustrated that the courts
yeah,
didn't even, they lack common sense. I just
yep.
don't understand the hillbilliness of it. They annoy me.
Me too. I mean, sometimes I feel like I get unreasonably angry about it because in my mind, I'm like, how does something like this get this far into the proceedings? How does something so
The,
unserious make it this far? It's
the
terrifying.
hillbilly bamboozled America, the world.
Yeah.
The hillbillies bamboozled us. Like I can't even say it now. Let that sink in because I'm in shock. My mouth just went numb saying it. Like they literally,
Yeah.
it's a hard pill to swallow. They
Yeah.
bamboozled
Well,
us.
especially when, I was told I was gonna feel so ridiculous when we finally see here, wait for trial. Wait for trial. You'll see. It's their
Mhm.
case is so strong and you're gonna feel so dumb. And I'm like, "Well,
Yeah.
I feel confused. I don't feel dumb for my questions because they didn't answer any of them. I was
No, they
told
don't
those
even know.
questions would be answered at trial. All I am is confused, and it's
Hmm.
not because I don't understand stuff." I mean,
No, it's bad. I'm telling you.
yeah,
It's, and I'm kind of glad that I didn't know that Reddit and YouTube, like it was previously discussed.
yeah.
So that I'm thankful for because I think my mind would have
It makes you
been
feel less
worse.
crazy because 'cause you're like, "I knew it, like, it's not just me."
No, no,
Well,
no. I think my mind would have been spinning with more.
oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, right. I
Yeah.
think so. I don't know. But I
Yeah, I
hug
have a
you
travel
so tight.
advisory in place for Indiana. I'm not
Yeah, don't.
authorized to issue them, like, I don't know how else to describe it. I'm like, "Travel advisory, level 4, arbitrary detentions, uh, inconsistent application of laws." They're like, "Look out, you be careful, especially in certain counties." Apparently. This
I
is
just,
wild.
yeah, I just don't understand how they got one
Yeah.
over. Yeah,
Well, I
or
think it
yeah,
helps when the judge is not reading any of the filings or keep, like, paying any attention. She
yeah. It's
just
like, what's up with her? How did
ugh,
she get there? How did she get on that level
yeah, I just,
of grumpiness? Like that was beyond ridiculous with her moods. I'm not even kidding. Her
she
moods would irritate me, and I'm easygoing, but those moods,
yeah.
no.
Well, she reminds I
Yeah.
the only way I ever know how to describe someone like that is she reminds me of one of those moms who drag their kids through all this bullshit just to punish their ex. Like, they go to family court and divorce court to just to punish their ex
Yeah.
kinda stuff, and that's what she reminds me of. That
So here's
energy is, like,
another.
what she reminds me of.
I feel like every time I think of Delphi, I start to think of Gypsy Rose. I know, but it's true. I'm okay with it. I am telling you, and that's another case. Like, if you, oh, don't even go down that rabbit hole. That's, oh, it's awful. But it's like a Gypsy Rose mentality. Like, that girl is full on delusional.
Yeah.
You know, she wrote a memoir. I can't say that word. I tried so hard. Memoir.
Memoir.
Yeah. She
Not that
wrote
I'm the arbiter of like how to say stuff right.
that.
But I think it's memoir.
Listen, she wrote one of those things, and there's different types of truths. If she thought it, she can write it.
Yeah.
It didn't physically have to happen because it happened in her mind.
Yeah.
And then you got mainstream media bamboozling all
Mhm.
these people because you know they have to know the truth. Like, her medical records are out there. Read them. No Munchausen by proxy.
Yeah.
No abuse. The handcuffs, she loves it. Um, it's almost the same way. Like,
Yeah.
just this image. It's this image that
It's a
they're
belief. Like, it's a
really,
belief
yes.
system where they believe this is what happened, and once it's real to them, trying to tell them it's not like
And
there's a lot of that definitely in this case, especially with the core
it's
team.
that, yes, it's the delusion of it all.
Yeah.
Like, they've got America thinking this, and it's the same thing with Delphi. It's the same thing with Gypsy Rose. Like, no, this is just how she has her O's. Like, these
Yeah.
stories of
There's
her
definitely some
mom doing.
parallels there.
No. That's how she owes with this guy that she was with at that time. So she's just using her mom now.
Yeah.
It's so gross, but it's the same thing of that image and the wrong impression of
Mhm.
how easily falsehoods are picked up on as truths.
Yeah.
Gross. It makes me mad because I always thought people were honest. I'm telling you, this case, Delphi, it pops my naive cherry. Like, it's gone. It's gone. No more.
I think it did that for a lot of people, actually. They made
I
it
know.
impossible, like, I for so long it took me so long to even consider getting on the fence because it just like, I kept extending every excuse, and I think it was just because 'cause I was not previously even inclined to entertain that, but at a certain
Hmm.
point, they made it impossible for me not to, and that's just kind of for at least for me, that's how it evolved.
And all of that took place. I think it's 18 minutes, but I might be wrong on those minutes. I don't have my notes in front of me,
Yeah.
but I think this um 5'4" guy did this in 18 minutes.
Yep, apparently, and that
Powerful.
and at least, it would have had to have been at least 18 minutes for the first one because that phone was in a shoe underneath one of the girls, so not only was it just done, like, she was already like, he didn't just have to, fail to assault them and drag them across the creek and do that, he also had to get both of them undressed and then redress one of them and the phone where it was, all in 18 it makes no sense. It is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
But the jury, I'm like, the jury
I'm
is
not sure they
brilliant.
realized it. I don't think it clicked that would have had to have happened in 18 minutes because
There's
they
so
had, like, a
many things.
crash course in this. I don't even know that they had time to process all of it, let alone think too hard about it. Do you know what I mean? I don't know that they were like, "Oh, that was only 18 minutes," because they were, like, bombarded with so many un like, unhelpful things from the state that was not even substantiated. It was just they were told lots of things and noth I don't understand because even one of the jury instructions was speculation alone and suspicion alone, you're not allowed to convict on that, and not only that, but you're not even allowed to convict on that the prosecutor made a case that this person was probably responsible. It has to be actual proof beyond a reasonable doubt, and none of that was introduced. There was none of that. It was just a dude who changed his story, saying he got there earlier than he did, and
I
nothing
just
to
feel
support
like
it.
my common sense is lacking common sense.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I just don't. It's just too much of it just doesn't. Oh, the Stevensons in Kentucky. Yeah, we need to talk again because there's too
Yeah.
many things. There's
Oh,
just
yeah.
way too many.
Yeah, well, I just got my little warning from this that I'm like,
Okay.
my thing's about to, I don't wanna get cut off while we're talking. I'd rather
Okay.
I'd
I
rather
have
be I'd rather
everybody.
be able to say thank you for, I mean, thank you. I feel like that is not, that doesn't mean enough to show the gratitude I feel for you taking all this time to offer context that I've been looking for a very long time. But I do appreciate it. And yes, we will do this again. And you can email me any thought, question, I will love all of it. But
Absolutely. If I have any memories that pop up because
I would
sporadically it
love that.
does.
That would be wonderful.
Oh, this was never even discussed, so never mind. You know, it's just
Yeah,
it's
well,
one of those things.
you have found a place where someone like, I'm definitely very interested to hear all of it, and yeah, like, I'll get into the weeds with you on anything you're willing to get in the
Okay.
weeds on, and I'll be very grateful for it, and I'm also very grateful for everybody who is here and still here. That's incredible. But, yes, thank you so much. We will talk soon, and everybody
Okay.
else will talk soon, and,
Bye, guys.
yeah, everybody enjoy the rest of the night, and we'll see everybody tomorrow when they do have their interviews, but for now, okay, bye.